It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, September the 20th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back on a beautiful, beautiful, absolutely fantastic Wednesday afternoon here in New York City. I do believe this is the last day of summer. I think fall starts on September 21st. Something like that. Either the 20th or 21st. It always feels like it changes, but it's a nice, crisp, not too cold, not too warm day here in New York City, and we have so much to discuss. It feels like we haven't done a show in a couple of weeks because I feel like we have so much to discuss on this Wednesday. Obviously, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot, like to answer questions, and I must say that for the first time in a very long time, I actually looked at the questions on the Substack beforehand.
You did what?
I looked at them, if only to just take the temperature of what Frank was having to deal with, since, of course, he took over for moderator Lewis. And can I just applaud everyone? I know we don't get to all the questions, but it was nice to be reminded that there could be forums and platforms where there's, you know, positivity and not toxicity and negativity. It was actually really nice. I actually laughed out loud at some of the questions and comments. And so I'm really curious to see what Frank chooses. So I just want to say kudos to everyone who contributes. I wish we could get to more. We'll do our best to get to as many as possible. Thank you to all of you. Long may it continue. Obviously, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use the code the MMA Hour. You know the drill. A lot going on. UFC back at the Apex. Zhilei Zhang versus Joe Joyce this weekend. Bellator in Dublin on Friday. Conor Ben back on Saturday in Orlando. Going to talk about all of that and more. So get in on the action. Back into the show, we'll recap the bets. You know how we do. Not just recap, we'll preview. We'll make our picks, speaking of the weekend, with GC and the Parlay Boys / Juliana Pena, I hope. Anthony Smith is going to join us. Prior to that, Jared Cannonier. Prior to that, Jessica Rose Clark, who's also in action this weekend. Lupita, a.k.a. Loopy Godínez, is going to join us after that big win on Saturday at Noche UFC. Also, speaking of big wins on Saturday at Noche UFC, Raul Rosas Jr. going to join us as well. But first, my friends, let us go all the way to Bali, where our first guest of the day is vacationing, but kind enough to join us at 1 a.m. local time. He is the man who we just saw in action about exactly a month ago, 32 days ago in Boston. And he's kind enough to join us to talk about that and the future. He, of course, is the funk master, Aljamain Sterling. There he is at 1 a.m. Aljo, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a late night over here, but we're having a good time. So it's all good. It's all good.
Did you regret, like at around 12, were you like, fucking hell, why did I agree to this? What a mistake.
Nah, I just started watching Top Boy season 3 just came out. I did not know. So a minor inconvenience, but it's all good. One episode. We got the rest of the vacation to watch the rest of the season.
Okay, by the way, it looks like you're living large out there. Is this your hotel? Where are you right now? This is a fantastic setup.
You know, the champ life is it's a beautiful thing.
Much respect.
We did pretty good.
I love it. Well, it does seem like you're in good spirits, just at least, you know, by looking at your social media, and I know that could sometimes be all that glitters is not gold thing, but it seems like you're in good spirits. Could I ask, a month removed from Boston, how is it sitting with you?
I mean, it's fine. Like, life goes on, but other than that, I mean, I still feel it was a strange, like the whole thing. It was like after the fight, it was kind of like a relief to just be like, thank God I'm done. Like, I got a break. More so than being upset about it. Like, yeah, I was upset that I made a mistake like that I haven't made that bad since the Marlon Moraes fight, where I just rushed trying to get to a situation where I know I thrive in. Like Marlon, obviously, I knew I'm very good at the grappling. That's where I felt like I could get him just from that little sequence we had on the ground. I was like, that's my thing. And I kind of just jumped at him instead of setting it up, put to sleep. Now, that was a knockout. This one, I'm not calling that a KO. Some of these guys are like, oh, you got starch, you got flat. I'm like, dude, come on. Seriously, that's what you call a starch. That's not a starching. But it is what it is. Other than that, I think I'm pretty good with everything. I took a chance. I rolled the dice. I consulted all my teammates, my coaches, guys that I trust. And we all say, you know what, let's just jump one more time into the fire. And maybe that's the reason why I made the mistake. I will never know. At the end of the day, I made the mistake. I lost. The other better man won that night. And I'm just happy I made out in the process of taking such a big risk and such a quick turnaround. You know, May 6th to August 19th, people say it's 4 months, but it's not really 4 months, especially when you're coming off of a 5-round fight. So I'm hoping that this new champion does the same thing and give the people what they want and make these quick turnarounds.
Do you regret ultimately saying yes to the fight?
That's a tricky one. I mean, I look at Izzy, I look at Charles Oliveira, and you know, you could kind of see the burnout, and then you kind of wonder if that affected their performances or the other guys were just that much better. And then I kind of have to ask myself the same question if I had a similar situation. And I guess at the end of the day, is, you know, I made peace with my decision. I think that's the best way I could put it. I decided to step in there. You know, I could have easily have the fight have gone the other way had I been a little bit more patient. And I'm the guy who's standing on top, like, yeah, I rolled the dice and things worked out for me. But, you know, it didn't. You know, I took the chance and shit happens, man. You know, you're always going to be a little bit bummed out about the opportunities that you don't take. And I think that's one of the things that enticed me the most was it was such a big platform. O'Malley was like the wannabe knockoff Conor McGregor. And I was like, let me ride the coattails and see what I could get out of this. And I think we did pretty good on the pay-per-view point. So I'm happy with that, setting the records for the most selling bantamweight title fight in history. So I think that's something to be happy about. Makes the bank account happy. And I think it makes it a little bit easier to sleep at night with the result.
Can I ask how many buys?
We did good.
Okay.
We got a projection, and the projection is pretty nice, man. So I'm happy, man. That's why I'm like, you guys ain't gonna see me for quite some time. This is a much due vacation needed for a very long time. And I know when you look at the paper, it looks like, oh, you had such a big break. But guys, I think what people are missing is what goes on behind the scenes when you're offered a fight date, and then that fight date gets kicked down the road. So you start a training camp, you stop the training camp. So you're constantly training without actually taking a break. So on paper, it looks like, well, you didn't fight from April to October against Petr Yan, then TJ Dillashaw, when really I was supposed to fight TJ in July, got moved to August, then got moved to September, then got moved to October. So you can imagine the emotional roller coaster of all these fights back to back. So for me, I'm just very happy that I finally got a much needed break. And I could do the things that when we get into the sport that we hope to one day achieve. You know, I want to get married. I want to finally get some downtime to plan our wedding, figure out where we're going to do it, do my estate planning to get that all set up. So when I'm all gone and crippled and gone, whatever, from this planet, my kids and their kids will be taken care of from the work that we put in today. And obviously, I got my Funk Harbor company.
Yes.
The rum release coming soon, mid-October. So guys, be on the lookout for that. So I've got an opportunity to do a lot of things on the back end now. And I've been partying hard, baby. I'm not gonna lie. I only drink and I only smoke weed. So guys, don't think I'm out here sniffing the.
Okay.
You know, I don't do the yayo. I just smoke a little God's green earth of the God's green plant. And I like to indulge in a little bit of adult beverages from time to time.
And you have earned that. I want to preface this question by saying this because, you know, someone might clip off your answer and be like, oh, look at Aljo offering excuses. This is me asking the question, right? This is me asking the question. Do you think, is there any part of you that thinks if you had more time to prepare, more time between fights, that fight goes differently?
Oh, 1,000%. I think it'd be kind of naive to say it wouldn't. Like I said, when I was in there, after the first round, it was so slow. I was just like, if this guy's just going to run around the whole time, there's either two things. I could do the same thing and just make it an Izzy Yoel Romero fight, a Collar Esparza Rose Namajunas fight where both people are just looking at each other, Izzy and Jared Cannonier. There's been a lot of duck fights like that when, it's high rewards, high risk, high reward, but no one wants to make that first mistake. And in hindsight, it's like if I go and fight him like that, or I go and I go for it, and I went for it. And unfortunately, I went for it and it just didn't work out. So I was like, I don't think I make that mistake. I think if I had more time, I kind of stayed within myself a little bit. So I hope the fans do understand that. I just think from the pressure, getting in there again so soon, I think a lot of it all culminated to a point where I was just like, I just wanted to get the fight over with. And the moment the fight was over, I was just like, I got up, I looked at Mark Goddard, I was like, I was still here, but it is what it is. I can go home and go party now. That's literally what I was thinking in my head. So I know it's a shitty way to kind of preface this, because I know there's going to be people that's still going to say, oh, you should never have been in there to begin with them. But I'm like, guys, I made peace with that. I'm going to go in there. I made peace with, like, this is my opportunity. This is my moment. If I win, I'm a superstar. I'm a rock star. Who's doing what I'm doing? And if I lose it, it is what it is. And that's kind of the way I felt when I did the post-fight speech, was just like, this is truly how I feel. It was like, another man's chasing a dream. I gave him an opportunity. Fortunately for him, he won. Unfortunately for me, I didn't. But guys, I mean, the records speak for themselves. I've been doing what I've been doing for a very long time. And I'm very happy with everything in my career thus far. And Brett Okamoto, I'm still number one, baby. Don't do that. Don't do that. I had to do it. I had to.
I wonder if you had this same sort of, sort of reaction that I did. I saw you getting so much love for the way in which you handled the loss and the things that you said in the post-fight press conference. And I was like, this is the same guy. It's the same guy. Where was the love the last few years? And so is there any part of you being like, man, now you're showing me love and respect when I lose the belt? Did you view it that way as well?
Yeah, it's very weird, man. I'm not saying anything different than what I've been saying for the past few years. It's just, I guess people actually want to listen now because I lost. And I get why people were mad, but it's like, I had the rematch. And I watched the fight after the first Jan fight. Like, if you never watch Aljamain Sterling fight and you see that fight, I can see why people are like, yo, fuck this guy sucks. I watched that and I was like, damn, that was a terrible performance. And I explained ad nauseum why already. That just wasn't my best performance. But if you've seen all my other stuff, you could be like, okay, maybe it was an off night. I had an off night, and fortunately, I got kneed in the head. Unfortunately, that shit really did hurt. And when I go back and I watch it, and I go like, I can see why people are thinking I faked it. And then I can see why people thought I posted pictures because my teammate posted pictures. I never posted pictures. And here we are again, Ariel, talking about this.
I know. Don't do
years later.
That's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I was just thinking that you were so you were showered with love and respect afterwards, and it's because of the way in which you handled the loss. And I thought that it was a little bit funny that it's coming now after a loss, as opposed to some of the big wins that you've had as of late.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think people just they got their favorites. They got the people that they kind of love to hate. And I think I kind of fall on either side of the spectrum. And yeah, I maybe talk a little bit of shit, but you don't hear me going like, I'm going to knock this guy out. I say what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that ass down and I'm coming for that ass. That's just what I do. That's my style, my game. I'm true to myself. And if you don't like it, send somebody out there to do something about it. I mean, they did, unfortunately. But we'll be back to correct that soon, hopefully.
Can I ask you about the relief comment? The word relief. Do you feel that way? Because let's be honest, there was butting heads, and there's like and does it just feel like, okay, maybe now that I don't have the belt, I don't have this bullseye on my back, I don't have to be in such a contentious relationship with the promotion and the fans?
Nah, I talked to Brendan Loughnane about this too, and it wasn't really any pressure with the belt. It was more the kicking down the road of a fight. It's like, if you give me a date, let's keep the date. I always show up, right? Except for the October thing. I had a neck surgery, guys. Give me a break. Give me a break. I had a neck surgery, replacement of of a disc in my neck. That's not easy to come back from. So every other fight, I make it to the dance. So my thing is, you give me a date, I'm going to show up. But if you give me a day, you constantly keep changing it. Yeah, you get kind of dragged and run through the mud a little bit, and it's exhausting, man. Like you can train, you can fight, you can compete, but you can't be in a training camp for 12 months. You just can't do that. You can't be doing PT, physical therapy, and doing all these strength and conditioning things, cardiovascular stuff all the time, and then doing the wrestling trainings that I do and sparring. It's a lot, man. And I wrestle. I'm not like Sean Strickland, just sparring 4 or 5 times a week. He's a madman. That guy's just built different. I'm a bantamweight. I have guys who can wrestle, and it's just not the same at our weight class compared to the upper levels. So I just wish I had a date and I could actually take my time and actually take a real vacation. Instead, every time I had a little bit of a break, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, oh man, the promotion wants me to fight this guy, and I could hang out, but I gotta get my ass up in the morning to go get this workout in to kind of counteract what I did tonight, and so on and so forth. Plan a training camp, figure out my training partners. There's a lot, man. There's so much that goes into it, and it is what it is. Like, it isn't a relief in the sense of like, I can't believe, like, finally I don't have the belt anymore. It's not like that. Shit, I would have loved to have won and then go on my vacation. And the UFC told me if I had won, win or lose, they said I could go fuck off. And I said, okay, just remember you said that, because I'm going to fuck off. And when I say I'm gone, dude, I'm gone. Now I get to train for fun, surf a little bit, and just enjoy life, man. Like, what's the point of working your balls off and then never getting an opportunity to enjoy anything that you've done? It's just like, we're not living in the 1900s anymore. It's a little bit different time period. You know, I understand our parents had to do that, and like they gave us this opportunity. My parents are immigrants, came to the U.S. from Jamaica and gave me an opportunity to provide a better life for them and for myself. And I'm trying to do everything that they give me an opportunity to do, you know? So we got one life to live, Ariel. That's it.
Did you talk to Dana White after the fight in the locker room? Did he say anything to you?
In passing, I was eating a slice of pizza at the time.
Okay.
And it was kind of like, I know he was probably looking at me, probably just, I don't know what he was thinking. I know he was definitely happy.
You felt that way? You felt they were happy?
Yeah, how could he not be? I mean, the Golden Goose won in a fight matchup that he legitimately, I hate saying that because then it sounds like I'm discrediting the guy, but this is where they say that 8 or 9 out of 10 times thing, right? So that 1 time out of 10 or 2 out of 10, it happened, you know? But at the end of the day, I think we all knew the writing was on the wall, and it was just up to me to just stick to the script. And, you know, the one mistake I knew studying tape, I literally gave it to the guy on a silver platter. It's like, if you come out there rushing at me and I take you down, I'm going to look at you like, dude, you literally just gave me what I wanted. I almost felt like Sean, when he won, he was in such disbelief that it was like, that's it? I know that feeling and that reaction he had is kind of like, well, I legitimately, I can feel that he was like, I thought it was going to be a little bit harder than what actually happened. And I think he's right. I mean, that's my opinion of what his reaction was to winning the belt. But yeah, Dana didn't really say much to me. It was just kind of like I don't even know what the fuck it was nothing of importance. It was just kind of like, you okay? Like something like that. I was like, whatever. I don't know. I got my pizza. I'm good. I got my family. Got my fiance. I think it's all good. And I got some good money coming along the way in a couple of weeks. So we're good.
When you were thinking about the fight, did that scenario ever creep into your mind? Obviously, you're confident. You look to be in amazing shape, but like, did you, you know, there's obviously scenarios that could play out, right? Good, bad.
Yeah.
That one, were you fearful of that one? Were you thinking of that one a lot? Or were you so supremely confident and the odds were very much in your favor that you never even thought of the possibility of that happening?
Every single fight, every single opponent, I think about the ways that they can win. I think about the ways that I could lose. Good or bad, I just think about all the possible scenarios, whether it's a point fighting contest or I got them against the cage or they got me against the cage, they take me down. How do I get back up? If I get stuck in a guillotine, if I get rocked, what am I going to do in terms of recovery? How do I stay in the fight so that the ref doesn't jump on in and stop the fight? So this was definitely a similar situation where I knew his biggest threat would be throwing those long front kicks. And even those were like, they're more annoying than they are like, as long as you stay flexed, you're fine. If you're not flexed and that thing hits you, that front kick is going to put you down. Because the long crosses, the 1-2 from southpaw and from orthodox, mainly when he hits a step back, when the guy's pressuring forward. And literally the one thing I visualize, like, okay, he catches me. Now I got to figure out how to recover. I literally did this. I literally did exactly what I said. Okay, if this happens, that's not a good sequence. But it was one of the scenarios I saw. And one of the ones we kind of, well, for me internally, kind of worked my way through it. And it just sucks that, it is what it is. I didn't get I know people are saying your head was bouncing off the canvas. I'm like, show me where my head was bouncing off the canvas. Like I read the comments, but it's more for just to kind of see what people think of the fight, just to kind of get an assessment. And instead, because it's one thing to think what you think, and it's another thing to see the perspective of others, even though they're not professional athletes. But it's still good to see how the common average Joe thinks. I mean, the main case scenario is that me had Bradley Martin, Mr. 260. Guys like that really do think like that, and it's interesting, So to answer your question, yeah, I did see that as one of the scenarios, and in the visualizations I've had, I found a way to kind of fix that situation. But unfortunately, in the fight, I didn't quite get I didn't get enough time, in my opinion, to kind of try to sort through it, because none of those shots put me out where Cheeto hit Sean. He literally went out. None of those shots did that to me, where it's like, okay, this is where you should stop the fight, where this is like a legitimate argument. Like, no, you were absolutely done. That I was still moving, still fine, still coherent. Got up, did a perfect interview, and it's just one of those things. It sucks, but I got to talk to Mark Goddard in Sydney, and we're supposed to have a little sit down just to kind of get a little bit of a better understanding of what he's looking at and whatnot. And it was all respectful. I told him, I was like, dude, you got a very tough job. Respect to you guys for being refs, because you make one split-second decision, that could change someone's career for good or for worse, So respect to them. I'm just happy that he actually listened to my podcast, heard my take from my side and my point of view as the athlete in a title fight, defended the belt multiple times, but he acknowledged all that and was just like, I just would like to give you my perspective over a coffee and whatnot. So I told him, yeah, I'll be back in the States and for sure in a month. So we'll definitely have a time to kind of just figure that out.
After that conversation, do you feel like it was stopped prematurely?
I mean, I thought it was stopped prematurely when I was in the cage, but at the same time, I was still like, the fight's over, whatever. I literally would have taken a beer from the Nug Boys as they were jumping and cheering for Sean. Yeah. That's how relieved I was that I could just chill. Just weight off my shoulders. I don't got to do a training camp. I don't got to cut weight. I don't got to watch my diet. I can just live. I can travel. I don't got to think about the next guy. I literally don't even know who my next opponent could possibly be. And I don't have to think about any of that or worry about it anytime soon. And that's a relief, man. That's such a big relief, mentally, physically, emotionally. And like I said, it was a bad night in the sense of that, but I still felt like I won in a way. It was really weird. I still felt like I won.
And you said
not won the fight.
No, I get it.
I know people don't take that so literally.
No.
The crazy fans, you think he's delusional.
One at life. Who should Sean O'Malley fight next, in your opinion?
If he's legitimately going to turn around in December, and remember, we didn't even go 2 rounds, and he was complaining about his legs and his ribs. I'm like, yeah, and I did 5 rounds with Henry, but yeah, as you said, champions turn around, they do it all the time. So we're gonna hold you to that, Mr. Sean. You're gonna turn around and do it like all the other champions as well. So if he does turn around in December, I think he should fight Merab. If he doesn't, and he wants to wait till next year, I would love to do a rematch. I think that's the fight that makes the most sense. And I think it gives me an opportunity to show the world that, hey, it's okay. Sometimes the best of us have an off night, but let me show you what it's really like when I go out there and able to take a guy down and put the pressure on him. And Cheeto's number 6, dude. I don't even, yeah, there's a storyline, but we signed the WWE where we merge. Why are we making this a WWE sport? It's not the WWE. And I get the business model thing. Well, this is what's up. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying, as a pure sport fanatic myself, I watch the fights week in and week out. I hate this model. Like I've learned to kind of just embrace it and try to do my best and try to make a character and persona and try to be more engaging with the fans to kind of give that feel, because that's what the company wants, right? We want characters, people that we can kind of sell, even though you want to say I don't sell, I'm not a huge draw. Okay, that's relative to whatever you want to say to the fans and the viewers. But the fact that we're going to skip over everybody else and go to number 6 when there's a guy who literally, let's be honest here, he kicked Piotr Jan's ass. Way worse than I did, way worse than Sean O'Malley did. Why is he not next? There's a storyline. He still has the jacket. You know, if you're going to do December, Merab is ready. And people keep saying we're clogging up the division. We're not clogging up the division. If I'm getting a rematch, that's going to happen. Merab is next. If I'm not getting a rematch, problem solved. Merab is next. And then maybe I just fuck off and go 45. If I'm not going to get the rematch, maybe I just fuck off and go 45. The more I've been training with these bigger guys, the more I'm realizing like maybe this is the actual weight class for me. So we'll see. I know people are going to say you're going back and forth. What I'm saying is, if the rematch is given to me because it's a title shot opportunity where I make the most money as an athlete, I'm going to take it like anybody else with a brain. This is not even about just fighting the best in the world anymore. It's not even about that anymore. Like I've done that already. Now I would like to cash out as much as I can while I'm 34 years old and try to get out with all my faculties as best as I can intact and whoop a lot more asses on my way out. That's the goal. And if I'm not going to be the guy to challenge for the belt again at 135, the guy has paid his dues. He's fought everybody that the UFC has put in front of him. Merab Dvalishvili, how do you not give him an opportunity to make history, be the first Georgian champion ever?
You know better than us. Could he fight? I know he had surgery over the summer, right? So could he fight in December? Would he be ready to go?
I'm just telling you the last thing he told me. He said by December he should be fine.
Okay.
He's already training. He's sparring right now. He was sparring with me towards the end of my camp with one hand and sometimes occasionally throwing that right hand. And he was doing fine, you know? So I think you give him 2 more months, I think he'll be more than ready to go. You know, I had a hand surgery and it's not easy to come back from when you have those big ones. I know he had a pretty gnarly one, for lack of better words. I don't know like a minority term for gnarly is like such a white boy thing to say. Yeah, but yeah, he had a pretty big surgery with his hand. So I think he'll be fine for December based on what he said, based on what I see him do in the room and still torturing everybody. You know, like I said, if it's not going to be me, we're not clogging up the division. I don't see how anyone can even legitimately say we are clogging up the division when he's clearly number 1. If number 6 jumps the line, now you clog the division. If number 6 jumps the line from everyone else who rightfully earned it, Sandhagen, so it should be myself, Merab, Sandhagen. You see what I'm saying? So when you break it down like that in terms of merit, in terms of ranking, there is no logjam of the division. But if you want to talk about exciting fight and storyline, maybe not even exciting fight, I would say storyline. I guess the jacket and Cheeto knocking out O'Malley in round 1. So, yeah.
Here's what I don't understand, and I'm not even being coy here. After the fight, 2 weeks later, Dana White is doing a press conference, and he's talking about you and Merab clogging the division. Now, if you would have won the fight, then I can understand why the UFC may feel like, hey, they're clogging the division because this guy's number 1. In my mind, I'm like, okay, problem has been solved. There's a new champion. The champ isn't Funkmaster. Merab is not. Where's the clog? And I was like, why are we still talking about this? This isn't DC and Kane anymore. This isn't GSP and Rory. This isn't Fitch and Koscheck. Like, he's not the champion. You have another guy. Now, if they want to go the Cheeto route, if Merab's not ready, whatever, that's a whole other story. But the part that I didn't understand was, why is he talking about that still? And B, that whole thing that he went on, like, Aljo's cool in person, but then publicly, what was that all about? Why did it just felt like, man. What did you think when you heard all that?
If there's anything I've said about Dana is like he said, he's cool in person. I'm gonna take his words and use it with him. He's cool in person, but then I don't know. It's like as soon as he gets the mic to say anything about me, I never once heard the guy say anything positive about me. And that's the only thing that, like, if I'm a disgruntled employee, that's the only thing that it's kind of a bummer, man. Cause it's like I've literally bent over backwards and done everything him and Hunter has ever asked of me to do. I show up, I get in great shape. I fight the best guys in the world. I don't say, no, let me go fight number 6. No, let me go fight number 10. I fight the next guy in line that they want me to fight, that they think is the killer that's going to get the fans excited. And I do it. Thankfully, I've come out on top. I just don't understand why I can't get a little bit of a little bump like, yo, hey, Dana, what do you think about Sterling? Hey, man, he's fucking great. He's fucking awesome. Just like Connor, just like anybody else. He steps up when we want him to. It's not hard to say something like that. It's not hard at all. And my disgruntledness comes with he has such a cult following that once he says something, the parrots out there, they just hear it and they run with it, even though there's no basis on anything. Like, I don't get me wrong. There has been some stuff that I said I probably didn't do myself any favors in the public eye media. So I'm not going to say everything he's saying is completely wrong there. But for the most part, I feel like I've been the most company guy that you could possibly ask for in a champion, doing everything asked of him, and going out there and promoting the fight, trying to sell the fight, giving good promos, hyping the fight up, getting the fans excited. I get into the crowd. Like I do stuff to make it fun for viewers. Even if you don't like me, I get you involved. That's what I would think that you would want in an athlete, in a champion. And to answer the question, I don't think me losing any way, shape, or form clogs up the division. If anything, it frees it up. Mm-hmm. And again, with the public eye thing, I just don't know how I do myself a disservice. I just don't know what exactly. I just need one thing to point out where I could be like, okay, you have a point there, but I just don't. I don't see it.
Okay.
I like for instance, the one thing with the fight announcement.
Yeah.
The only thing I said was, can I at least get a week to kind of get my exams and my X-rays to kind of just see how I'm feeling. Like when Oliveira fought, he legitimately said that, and I wasn't sure if he was saying that to kind of like fuck with the media, fuck with me, where he's like, maybe Oliveira has plans for vacation. I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet. I was like, why can't you do that for me? Why could you not have done that for me? Instead, you single-handedly turn the fans on me for whatever reason. I don't get it. Maybe that's the plan, to make the fans hate me, to make it more. Maybe it's more biased if they hate me. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if it's that deep, to be honest, but that would be actually brilliant.
I don't think it is either, but benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. By the way, just a couple of days after the fight, and I'll let you go in a moment because I know it's getting late over there. I saw a photo of you that you posted, you and DJ. I think you ran into him in like a parking lot or a parking garage in Vegas. What was that conversation like? Can I ask? Because I think it was just a few days later, man. Right?
Yeah, because we pulled into the parking lot. We whip it over. I'm driving the Highlander. He's driving the soccer mom car. Well, actually, his wife was driving. And I pull up, and he's doing a 3-point. She's doing a 3-point U-turn to park. And this guy turns his head, literally like that. He just turns his head. And the way he stares, and I just look, we make eye contact. And it was literally like a Pootie Tang movie. And I'm just like, and I just go, wait, babe, is that Mighty Boss? I started laughing instantly. He sees me, we make a connection. He's laughing, dying laughing in the passionate seat. I go, no, I'm parking right over here. I was like, you stay your ass right here. I parked right next to him. And we had a good conversation. And then we bumped into each other again while we were shopping. And we were just talking about fight stuff, business outside of fighting, how what would you call it? How narcissistic Henry Cejudo is. not really him, more so me. But little jabs in there, and I was just like, I can see that. Henry just the type of guy who would do some shit like that. We talked about possibly training, and what was the other thing? You know, he's got his protein bar company or energy bar company. I told him about the rum. He told me to send him some. We exchanged numbers, and we talked about the burnout of literally just fighting, just to fight. And the mistake I made, of course, And then also us possibly fighting each other when I was a champion, because that was the only fight that really interested him. But now he's kind of like, well, now it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I'm like, let me get that belt back, and I might intrigue you. It might intrigue you again. But
that's great.
It was all good fun. He's a great dude, man. It was cool to actually connect with him, because I remember before I tried to make that connection, and I felt like, I don't know, because he was in the UFC, maybe he thought there was an opportunity for him to come back to 135, that maybe we couldn't be that cool kind of a thing. But this was back in like 2017 when we fought in Kansas City, Missouri together. I think he fought Wilson Hayes. I fought Taquinho Mendez, O'Malley's jiu-jitsu coach. And I don't know, but whatever. That's another story. We're cool.
Okay. So if you can look in your crystal ball, when are you fighting again? At what weight against who?
That's a tough one, man. I really haven't given it much thought. Like, if I'm being 100% transparent with the viewers, I have not legitimately sat down. There's different ways I kind of could see this going, and it just depends on what I want to do with my future. And I really don't know where I want to end up. And I think that's what's so open-ended. I have a lot of opportunity, and that's at 135. I can keep just adding to the resume, stacking more wins, and making that long list of wins really, really hard to ever beat, and all ranked contenders. Or I could go up to 145, start a new chapter, start fresh, put on a little bit of size, not too much, just a little bit, and see if I feel different competing at a more natural way. Because we were talking about it. Right now, when I'm grappling with guys, Ariel, I'm telling you, I don't care how big these guys really are, even some of the best guys in the world. I can hang with some of the biggest and strongest men out there. And I think it's a testament to one, skill, and how strong I am outside of cutting weight to 135. I do feel when I cut down to 135, like, yeah, I feel strong during fight week, but it's like when I do that last 10-pound cut, that water cut, I feel like I lose a little bit of that get over here, you ain't going nowhere. You my son, hold my pocket. Like, I feel like I lose that. But I'm training right now. I'm drinking. I probably drank at least one drink every single day since the fight. That's not like the most proud thing to brag about. I'm just saying I've been having a good time. And I'm still training, still getting up in the morning, doing these grappling sessions and going with some big boys and some guys my size. And I'm doing really well. And it's kind of making me feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, man, maybe this is the weight that I need to be at. And it's not saying I can't make the weight. I can still make the weight. I've done it every single time. It's just not easy. I'm getting older. It's getting a little bit more difficult. And I do think I'm losing a little bit of what I can do in the room to the scale, if that makes sense.
So next up for you, though, is a grappling match. Polaris, you were supposed to go up against Nathaniel Wood. Now it's Mike Grundy, correct?
Man, Nathaniel Wood, he backed out. Woo! Boo! Boo! Now, I like Nathaniel. And that would have been a fun match because he would have actually engaged in grappling. There would have been some fun sequences in that. But now I got Mike Grundy, UFC vet, actually wrestled. So I think it's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to have to slow his big, strong ass down. He's going to come in with that wrestler strength. He's going to be naturally bigger than me because, he's obviously competed at a bigger weight. I don't think he can make 135. And I just hope he makes the match fun. I hope he's not coming out there to just not engage. Because then I don't want to do that. I just don't. I'll pull guard if I have to. Like, dude, fucking let's give the fans a show. I want to give the fans a show. So I'm hoping we go out there and get after it. I know he's got a good guillotine. I hope we get into some fun scrambles and go from there. And then 2024, ultimately, that's when I would like to make my return. And I think when my team and I actually sit and think about the positioning from just the logistics of everything. There's like some back end stuff that we kind of have to work through. And I think when we do that, it'll make it a little bit easier to figure out which direction we want to go. And then at 145, man, there's some good guys at that weight, but I haven't really sat and looked at them as like opponents, if that makes sense. So now when I kind of look at it through a different lens, it's going to maybe give me a different perspective on where I fit into that fold. And can I actually go up there, compete in the sense of take a punch, give a punch, take guys down, keep them down, and submit them, or get the TKO. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at everything. And then obviously mid-October, we got the release of Funk Harbor. That's the most important thing that I'm most excited about.
I was just about to ask that. Date and where can people get it?
It's going to be online, but we're going to have it in some stores. We just got to figure out which market we're going to go to first. That's a little bit more of the logistical side things. We got to figure that out. And but mid-October, you can go to Funk Harbor website.com and sign up for the emailing list. You'll get the email when everything's out for the release. And this way everyone can kind of just get it first before it goes. Because we're going to do, I don't say a limited run, but there's going to be like some different releases that I think people are going to be excited about. This way it makes it fun, keeps it different and not just the same stuff over and over and over. But we will have that premium brand, and we're going to have that one that's going to be the staple. That's going to be the one that's going to always be the same. And then from there, so after Polaris, I'm going to be hanging out in London. So you guys might catch me on the ends, them in it. And then from there, big up on yourself. I go see my family probably in Brixton, and I think we'll head back to New York, help my fiance and her family move, head back to Vegas, and then we're going to Abu Dhabi to go watch the fights.
Damn.
And yeah, I'm on
the Aljo World Tour.
I'm going everywhere, man. This is what I've been wanting to do for such a long time. And I'm actually glad I actually can do it, still train, but train and have fun and stay safe and enjoy the time with people that I actually love.
Well, you're the man. I really appreciate you doing this on vacation, especially, and it's so late over there. Great chat. Again, felt for you. Was nice to see the love that you got afterwards. You handled it with the utmost class. There was nothing that anyone could say, especially at the press conference. I thought what you said and the way you handled it was really great, and the perspective that you shared was really great. And we know, because we've been covering you for so long, where you've come from and what you've had to overcome to get here. So your story is a success, whether or not you're a champion in the UFC or any organization. So much respect, my man, and looking forward to the comeback. For now, though, enjoy the vacation and good luck in Polaris against Mike Grundy. That's going to be fun. Cool to see you in that setting, first time in a while.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited about that. But I got one question for you.
Yeah.
Izzy Strickland 2, Alexa Grasso Shevchenko 3, or Aljamain Sterling 2? Which one are you taking?
Like, which one is...
You're in the hot seat.
Okay, hey, which one is most likely to happen? Or what do you...
No. Which one do you want to see? Or do you think should happen next?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I think, okay, well, they're actually all very interesting. Valentina Grasso, let's start with that because it's the freshest. I think that one should 100% happen because that was not a 10-8. If that's given a 10-9, Valentina's still the champ. Or, excuse me, Valentina becomes the champion again. It's absurd that it came down to that one point, and that one point was a huge error that I think everyone can agree on. So that should happen. However, Valentina is going to have surgery this week. If that requires her to be out for a very long time and Alexa wants to get back in there, then I say move the division along. Valentina's next fight should be for the belt, though. So I hope you understand the distinction. If Alexa is still champion, great. If it's Aaron Blanchfield or Mano Fiorot, great. So I think the answer to that is Valentina's next fight should be for the belt. If it times out that it's Alexa Grasso, God bless. Izzy Strickland, I have no problem with it being Strickland versus someone else. Izzy got the immediate rematch against Alex, and there's a huge line of people waiting to fight for the 85 belt. I also would have no problem with them going with Izzy because of how long he had the belt and all that stuff. But I would not be outraged if they went Strickland versus, one of the other guys who are waiting in line. We have Jared Cannonier coming up. He has to say. You versus Sean is very interesting as well because if you, let's say Sean says, I want to come back in December, and you say, I need some time off, then I think Sean should just come back in December. But it's like Valentina. Yeah. If they say to you, take as long as you want, take a year. But the next time when you're ready to come back, you'll fight for the belt. I just don't know who the champion is. I think that makes a lot more sense than having Sean wait. I don't want Sean to wait another year to fight again because I think you're just wasting his prime. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
And then there's a problem. If it's Merab versus Sean and then Merab wins, and now we're back in the same predicament as we were, where it's you and Merab at the top.
Yeah, well then I just kind of just fuck off.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't think they're going to go with Merab, to be honest. I think they're going to go with Cheeto.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But so And out of those three, which if you can have it, like there's no time limit, no time constraints, no injuries.
Okay.
Which one do you think should happen first? In your opinion, I'm just even if it's not me, I'm just curious.
Valentina. Because she got screwed. She got legit screwed. Like that was like a mathematical error.
Okay. That's fair. That's very, very fair. Opinion. I actually didn't fight, so.
Oh, it's a great fight. By the way, if you have time, like it's an amazing fight. I just don't understand how that was a 10-8. It was not a 10-8. It just wasn't. And I think that they have acknowledged that. They're doing a seminar today to teach the judges again what a 10-8 is. I think Nevada is doing a good job in that regard. But like, if that guy scores at a 10-9, she wins the belt. How crazy is that?
Yeah. So essentially, I should have had a 10-8 against Piotr Jan. Okay, I just got it. I just making sure we're on the same page.
Those 10-8s are weird.
All right. No, all good. I gotta watch that fight. I was on a boat, so I'm gonna go back and watch that fight tomorrow, hopefully. But I'm just curious because it just seems like rematch season. So I just felt
it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope, and everyone has a case. I really. Yeah. But I also understand that because of the fact that they keep doing it, and sometimes I think they do it, too liberally. There's a fatigue, right? People want to see new blood, so it's a tough one. But I will say this in conclusion: I think it was fucked up that you had to fight in August. I said that. I think they the way they handled that was not cool. You're in my studio talking about you need to go get checked out, and the next day they're announcing it. I don't like that. I think I had no problem with O'Malley fighting for the belt. I just didn't understand why it had to be August 19th. Why couldn't it have been September 10th or October 21st? Whatever it is, I don't love that you were forced to do that. As champion who's working in concert with the promotion, you guys should be working on the date that is best suited for you. And I don't like the fact that it didn't happen. And I would argue that most people wouldn't be put in that position.
Yeah, I agree. I did ask for Abu Dhabi, but it is what it is.
Anyway, yeah. We'll be stronger for this. Much love, Aljo. Enjoy. God bless. Smoke that God's green earth stuff for me. All right, one time.
Tell Mike Grundy I'm coming for that ass, baby.
There he is. Thank you so much. There he is, the Funk Master, Aljamain Sterling. Yeah, he brings up a good point there. There's a case to be made. And I'm curious to see how all this plays out. Now, speaking of which, we're going to talk about the whole trilogy situation with Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko. Still to come, Raul Rosas Jr., Loopy Godínez, Jessica Rose Clark, Jared Cannonier, Anthony. I mean, we've got a show. Sit back, relax. And I know it's Champions League Wednesday, and I know we got Bayern versus Man United, and we have Arsenal back in the Champions League. Put that on your TV, whether it's TNT Sports or Paramount Plus, but you can watch us as well. It's fun to do two things at once. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is.
Yes.
Ariel
Thank you, Mike Heck. Okay, I can't wait to see what Frank has come up with in week 2. I don't think there are any questions about yesterday's Dana White Contender Series post-fight press conference. So this is in line with On the Nose. Sometimes on Wednesdays, we like to pull out the receipts. We like to 10-7. We like to talk about things. Sometimes people like it, sometimes people don't. But sometimes things need to be said. And sometimes these press conferences provide a lot of opportunity to parse through everything and let you know what's the real, what's the truth, what's really going on, right? That's what we like to do. We like to be truth tellers around these parts. Good, bad, ugly, okay? And sometimes it's like baffling stuff, like the Aljo Marab thing that we talked about a couple of weeks ago. Like, what? Clogging up the division? I don't understand what is being said here. I don't understand what is going on. Yesterday, I'm watching the Dana White Contender Series post-fight press conference. Usually I just watch the clips provided by the great Jedi Goodman. That's in real time. Aaron Bronstetter usually is writing like tweets and stuff like that. And then we have it up on the YouTube channel, all that stuff. And these tweets and clips are coming out, and I'm like, wait a second, this is different. This is different. And in this era of us being the positive voice in this sport, I felt that it is only right, it is only fair for us to highlight these things. Frank, we have breaking news. Yes, we have actual breaking news. For the first time in quite some time, I'll be honest, first time in quite some time, I think I agreed with 99.9% of the things that Dana White said at the post-fight press conference last night. 99.9%. I was like, that's on point. That's right. He nailed that. He's right about that. What is going on? Maybe he needs to go on more vacations. Clear mind, full hearts, can't lose. He's nailing it. And this needs to be highlighted and this needs to be applauded. And so here are a couple of highlights, in my opinion, of what was said yesterday. Let's start with the first one. This is in regards to the 10-8 score from Mike Bell in the main event, 5th round, Grasso-Shevchenko 2.
So I was on vacation when this thing happened, and I'm sitting in my house going, when I found out that one of the judges scored 10-8, I'm like, this guy should be fucking investigated for this. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. And as I started to talk to people, I guess there was there's a seminar tomorrow with the Athletic Commission on 10-8s.
By the way, pause right there.
Hopefully they can get...
Thanks to Dana for following the Twitter feed. I see everyone running with my seminar report that I posted on Monday night after I spoke to someone from the Nevada State Athletic Commission. So I appreciate that. Could have mentioned first reported by Ariel, but we're not going to get petty like that, okay? We're in a positive mind frame here. So this is great stuff. Keep going.
People, I guess there was there's a seminar tomorrow.
That's right.
With the Athletic Commission on 10-8s.
First report.
So hopefully they can get this cleared up, especially in title. There's so much at stake in a title fight. More than just money, show and win and pay-per-view and championships and legacies. And it's just, you have to have the best of the best in title fights. So they've assured me that this guy isn't a bad guy. He just fucked up and made a mistake. And it's unfortunate. And there's no way in hell that was a 10-8 round.
Couldn't agree more. No way in hell. And by the way, it is true today, 3:30 Pacific, they are having a seminar. They actually invited me to be on the Zoom. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it because we have to record something after this. But I do appreciate that. And I've asked, and I was told it's not going to happen, but I asked multiple times for some sort of statement, some sort of acknowledgement, some sort of anything regarding that 10-8. I don't think it's coming. However, I will say this. I do believe that that is an acknowledgement that the powers that be don't agree with the scorecard. And I do think that it is very promising to see that they are doing something like this, as opposed to just being like, on to the next one, on to the apex, live by the sword, die by the sword. So this to me is a step in the right direction. Is it a wholesale change? Is it a dramatic change like people are demanding? Perhaps not. But hey, this is an opportunity to educate, to dissect, and does it change the result? No. But I'm glad Dana agrees, and I'm glad I'm going to take it as that. No one has said this to me directly. Take it as some sort of acknowledgement that the very important people in Nevada don't agree with it as well. So this is a step in the right direction. Let's continue. Here's clip number 2 while still speaking about that main event.
Unfortunately, you'll probably never have the opportunity to have him sitting somewhere like this and ask him that question, because only he knows the answer to that question. Valentina gets dropped in like the 2nd or 3rd round. I don't remember. That's not a 10-8, but the 5th round is a 10-8.
Especially when Valentina was winning the first 3 minutes of the 5th round.
It literally makes no sense.
Is that something you would like to see? I know you can't make it happen, but would you like the judges to be able to speak to the media after a controversial decision,
Oscar.
or even
Oscar
the commission
Willis, Mac Life? No, keep going.
Themselves just come out and speak? Do you think that's something that could benefit them, or is it going to make them a target of like crazy hate and bullshit?
Yeah, unfortunately, that is part of the and I get it why the Athletic Commission wouldn't want to put their guys out in front of, the media and deal with the fans and all the bullshit. But you just don't throw 10-8s around. 10-8s are period.
if the judges aren't going to speak to the media or the fans, do you think they should at least be able to speak to the fighters themselves? So Valentina should be able to go to that judge and be like, explain to me how you gave that 10-8 to Alexa. Do you think you'd like to see that?
No.
Good follow-up.
No, you're not going to see that. And you have to understand, too, and I'm not defending anything. These people are human. They make mistakes, but this one's total bullshit.
So all in all, you know, can you say, okay, like, should they talk to the fighters? Yeah, I think they should. But all in all, it's the right sentiment. He's 100% on point, and he is right. They aren't going to speak to the media. The only thing I would offer is, why not? And if he is correct in stating, hey, the commission doesn't want to put the judges, the officials in the line of fire, again, I would say, put out a statement, your own statement. Type it up yourself, or have a pool reporter, as we've talked about in the past, pick someone from the media, someone who's at the event, even someone who's not at the event. Have someone ask 5 questions, and that gets disseminated to the rest of the world. There are ways of getting around this where they aren't attacked, and no one's going to attack. Trust me, no one's going to come out there with pitchforks. But if they want to protect them for whatever reason, because they don't make enough, because they don't want them to get, you know, in there, I don't know what the reason is. Everyone else faces the music except for these individuals. There are multiple ways in which we can skin this cat. You can put out your own statements, your own Q&A, and or you can have one guy, one girl, one reporter go up and talk to that official and put out the answers for the world to see. Overall, though, he's right. It ain't going to happen anytime soon, although I am pushing for it. And I feel like by the time we're done here, things are going to change. The sentiment was on point. So kudos. Next one, Noche UFC.
I will go that date every day. I don't care if somebody here in town gets the date at the arena. I'll go in an opposing arena and go head-to-head with them next year. I'm doing this for the rest of my reign here. So they can go on the same night. We can go head-to-head. I'm going. Thing was a massive success for us. This was something that I've been thinking about since the day we bought this company. So we're finally in the position. I'm all in. All my chips are in on Mexico. We're opening the PI, which we spent, you know, millions and millions of dollars on. I was in here talking to you guys. It might even have been you or somebody else. We were talking about why aren't you doing it? I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. Why am I not doing that? We did it. It was huge, and we'll do it again every year, regardless of whether boxing goes or doesn't go. I will go head-to-head with them every year.
Love it. It's the right call. We went on Monday's show about how great it is. It's 1,000% the right call. They should go every year, and screw anyone else who tries to go head-to-head with them. And he later ended up saying a very similar thing, that if anyone goes head-to-head, he is going to go after those people, right? That's what the last one is. He's going to go head-to-head. Oh, and he talked about how great the ratings were. There was one... Should I push back on the one thing that was slightly inaccurate? I guess it can't.
I think you have to.
It can't all be sunshine and rainbows, right, Frank? I mean, it is the
Absolutely.
MMA hour, for goodness sakes, and we are negative. There was one small part. I mean, overall, I think it was a 9 out of 10, maybe even a 9.5. But there was one small part. This is what I'm talking about.
All right. Hey, Dana.
Got a text from someone at ESPN.
Your idea to go all in on Mexican Independence Day paid off.
Your idea.
Noche UFC was the most watched fight night of all time on ESPN+. 1.1 million unique views. 1.1 million people that had never been to ESPN+ tuned in for that fight. So think about that. It generated 167 million total minutes. Yeah. And it did 3x the average viewership, minutes watched on the Spanish feed. Wow. Killed it.
So the 1.1 stuff, like uniques, like that just means 1.1 million different people are watching, not necessarily like 1.1 million unique people at ESPN that have never been there before. But like that's a tomato thing, right, Frank? I mean, that's...
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, it's all. I mean, that's a big number for a fight night, and that's a pay-per-view level fight of a number. That's a pay-per-view level number, and like we said, it felt like a pay-per-view. It 100% felt like a pay-per-view. It felt big. It felt important, and if it was in fact his idea, then God bless it. It it deserves all the credit. He deserves all the credit. And it is something that they should continue to do. So I wanted to bring that up because people say, you're always so you're always so negative. Here we are, giving credit where it's... In fact, I would say, as of late, maybe post-vacation, very positive, right? It's been very positive around these parts.
Yeah, for the show.
What does that mean?
I was just teasing you about, yeah.
No, I don't know. What does that mean?
Like you've been mean behind the scenes.
Wow.
But
okay,
that's not true. We've seen a new Helwani since the vacation.
Well, let's see how you did with the questions
Oh, God.
this week. First up, Rookie Blue 7. Mr. Helwani, hot tag. In the event of a draw, does neither fighter get a win bonus? How would that work since nobody truly won the fight, even though we all know who really won at Noche? Secondly, okay, let me just address that. I mean, it really just depends on the A, mood of the promotion, but B, their contract structure. Like a lot of the people who are fighting for belts aren't getting show win anymore. If you're a newcomer on 10-10 and you are getting show win, if you end up in a draw, you are not getting your win bonus. However, let me just be very clear. There is no rhyme or reason to any of this. So out of the goodness of their heart, out of the kindness of their heart, they can say, yeah, we're going to give you, like they do this. So by the letter of the law or the contract, they don't have to. The same way they don't have to pay Wonderboy Thompson after he says, I'm not going to fight Michel Pereira because he's overweight. But sometimes they do. And if you're someone, not everyone these days has, the vast majority do, but not everyone, especially at the very top, have the show win type of pay structure, then it's a moot point. Secondly, he writes, speaking of the female divisions, who the hell is going to fight Juliana the Parlay Vixen Pena for the strap? Because it appears the UFC has zero interest in crowning a new champ in that division. I think it's going to be Raquel Pennington. There was some talk of Mayra Bueno Silva. She tested positive, and so now it looks like it's going to be Pennington. When? TBD. Haven't heard much. Leon Colby, I think, will be in December. Yuri Alex could be November or December. You'd have to think it's going to be either November, December, or January. But I haven't heard specifically when. Jay Fed. Ciao, Ariel. Have you had a chance to talk with Teddy Atlas about judging and referee decision in boxing? I mean, I feel like we've talked, but not recently. He has a petition to start a National Commission of Boxing to help protect the fighters from administrative mistakes and corruption. I've talked about this as well. I don't know if I ever knew about this, but I've always said, or at least have long said, that I think a national commission would serve everyone because there would be one body, one voice, one, set of rules. This, state by state thing is confusing for us. I can't imagine what it's like for fighters and the people around them. So, yes, I love that idea, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon because it's government and bureaucracy and red tape and politics and all that stuff. And he asks, do you think this would be possible in MMA? And I would say, if it's going to happen in boxing, it's going to happen in MMA because it's the same commissions. Nevada oversees all combat sports in Nevada, boxing, MMA, etc. Slap fighting. Dana White talked, by the way, about the slap fighting game that it has like 350 million downloads. I kid you not. When I was on the plane home from my trip, I was with other family members, including my nephew, who is 13. I swear on my life, at one point during the flight, he pulls out his phone and he starts playing the slap fighting game on his phone. And
You're joking.
And I was like, I can't believe this is happening. And I was like, do you like it? And he's like, yeah, it's great. And it's just basically a guy and you do like a thing and you press it. It's almost like a golf game and you go back and you hit. I was like, wow, I can't believe it. Like the graphics aren't great. It's not exactly EA 5 or whatever.
It's a mobile game,
EA 5.
It's a mobile game.
Yeah.
But I was like, I can't believe this is broken through like this. So
I mean, your nephew, one of 350 million.
That's what I'm saying.
Download. Impressive stuff.
So that's a small sample size, but apparently there's interest. Anyway, he says, thanks, Ariel and crew. You guys rock. Appreciate it. Christian Juarez. Hello, MMA Hour friends. Quick question. When it comes to choosing the picks on Wednesday, we all know how everyone goes about picking. GC studies the fighters, history, past fights, etc. We really don't have to ask the OGs, but How does Mysterious Frank go about choosing his pick? Much love from Chicago. Take it away, Frank.
I try to get around -200 to -400, and I go with fighters that I
Do you have
recognize.
to say negative? Like who says
No,
negative? No
God,
one says
see,
negative.
this is
I mean,
how
it's mine.
OG
Yeah,
mine. I'm just
it's
leaning
really,
into
really-
it.
No one
You know
says
what?
negative. Okay.
It's part of the secret sauce. I can't share that information. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Secret sauce.
I have a
okay.
spreadsheet that I just type in a
for
letter and
sure.
it pops out a graph, and then I
For sure. System play.
system play.
The best part
Yeah.
about this
nice.
answer here,
Nice.
the best part about this answer is that he picked the question, so he could have had something better prepared. But like you almost
It's true.
What do you mean?
You acted like this
That
is being
is
sprung
true.
upon you.
Putting this on the spot.
Okay. There you go. You're not getting the answer.
I-
Here he is.
I do have to admit, I feel like the question's kind of unfair to Frank, if I'm being honest.
Why are they targeting him?
Like, why are they targeting him? Like, certainly, I think you and I have watched a lot of MMA, but I have to admit, these cards are not guys like I've capped in the past, or like I do have to do a little bit of research or thinking about this, and
Especially
I would
when
say
it's like
Frank,
the fight nights, right? The Apex fight nights.
yeah, I would say Frank's doing the work the same as us.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm in the same spot as Frank is, quite frankly. Like there's not a lot of track record for a lot of these fighters, and so yeah, you gotta dig a little bit. Now, granted, I try to gravitate toward fighters that I've seen more tape on and know better, right? Aljamain Sterling's been somebody I'm always picking. Israel Adesanya, I do tend to gravitate toward those types of fighters. But for a fight night, sometimes you just gotta do a little bit of legwork, watch a little bit of tape, look at the line, and do those things. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was a little unfair to target Frank, but at the same time, Frank selected the question, so maybe he needs some
Unbiased.
You know.
I think that Christian is coming from a place of he's the newest fan and is.
I get it.
Yeah, so I think he's comfortable.
I get
in
it,
that
but
place.
I feel like a new fan when I see 90% of the names on these fight cards.
Longtime viewers of the show have been watching you make picks in some way, shape, or form for years. So this has kind of been
I'm right there with Frank these days, though. I'll tell you that.
I appreciate the solidarity. Spud Greg, hello to the MMA Hour crew. We have had only 2 top 10 fights at welterweight in 2023. Is this normal? That is crazy. Is that true? I mean, I haven't looked, but I guess I'm not too surprised. It's a weird division, and especially when we're waiting on someone who hasn't fought. By the time, if Colby and Leon fight in December, it will have been almost 2 years since his last fight. Colby. Is this normal? And what is going on with the top-ranked welterweights? Has this undeserved Colby shot made everyone else not want to risk their ranking until there's clarity? I mean, some guys have fought, but yeah, I think it happens in December. That's my gut. I'm not reporting this, but that's just my gut right now. Bilal fought when? He fought in May. Khamzat hasn't fought, but he's fighting at 85, so you can't really count him. Gilbert fought in May. Shavkat has been out for a minute. Wonder Boy was supposed to fight in July. Jeff Neal was supposed to fight in August. So, like, you can't... Sean Brady got hurt as well. Machado Gary's 11. So, Jack Della has fought. Kevin Holland has fought. Neil Magny has fought. Michael Kies has fought. So, I kind of feel like the phrasing of this or the framing of it is not exactly 100% fair, but in any event. How would you guys feel about JDM versus Ian Gary? Love it. 2 young studs. Do you want to do it now? I like the Ian Gary versus Wonderboy. I like JDM versus Wonderboy. I don't know how Wonderboy would feel about that because he's 7 and they're 11 and 12 respectively. So yeah, I don't hate it. Question for GC: is it time to start considering the UFC cover star curse when betting on MMA?
I don't know. There's only one more that needs to fight, and that's Volk, and there's no way I'm going against them.
Oh, is it because Valentina was on this one?
Yeah.
Were you surprised by that?
Is he on the deluxe edition? Yes, I was very surprised at her being on the cover of it.
Wasn't the champ at the time, and you could certainly say that there are more like there are fighters with greater fan bases, right? But I guess it's who wants to make the deal. Like you would think like Sean O'Malley would be on there.
Yeah.
Or I mean Connor's always a layup. But yeah, I was a little bit.
Yeah, I thought Volk made sense.
Yeah.
Kind of like the, some say he's pound for pound number 1.
John Jones.
Yeah, John Jones would work too.
I guess you have to cut the deal, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's another thing. Who knows when they negotiated who would be on the cover?
Can we also just address the fact...
are they...
go ahead, yeah.
They had both just recently lost when it was announced. You know, like obviously they were coming off losses. Or no.
No.
Yeah, Volk won.
They announced it. They announced it the week of 293. Then Izzy lost. He's on the deluxe edition. And then the very next week, Valentina lost. And there's been like history of the cover athletes losing their very next fight.
I will say, are those not kind of like the consensus like top pound for pound, right? I mean, maybe John Jones has the argument, but I feel like they're like the male and female who would be most commonly answered at the top of that list. So maybe that's just the conventional wisdom. But what was the last one before this? Jorge and Izzy?
And Izzy,
do I have that right, or was there one after that?
No, that's correct. Jorge and Izzy.
What are the reviews, by the way? Are people liking it, or is
it's not out yet?
Oh, it's not out.
Is it
not
out
yet?
Oh, it's not out.
When is it out?
End of October.
Coming out, I think, in the next few days is EAFC, right?
No idea.
The fuck? You're supposed to be like the young guy, ear to the streets. What are you talking about? You know what EAFC
Are you getting it for your
is?
kids? Or
If it ain't on Switch, he ain't playing
it's
it.
FIFA.
No, it's FIFA.
No, the football coach.
FIFA's done.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm saying
I don't think-
it's FIFA though. It's FIFA 24.
It's
They just
it's
changed
that
the
legacy. It's that franchise.
Yeah, I know,
yeah.
but
Oh, I
it's,
thought
not,
it was,
it's just inaccurate. It's called FIFA. It's called EAFC, all right? Erling Haaland
name. It's
on the
been
cover.
FIFA for the last.
No, but this is the
20,
first
25
year.
years.
This is the first year.
EAFC. Wow, here we go.
When's it coming out?
But
I don't know.
next
Fuck,
Tuesday.
But
I
it's-
thought you were like Mr.
it's
Soccer
like-
now. I thought you loved it.
I am Mr. Soccer. I don't. Need
You
to
have a
pay-
Switch?
I don't need to pay $60 every single year for
All
the
right,
same game.
fine. Oh, I want
For the
to
roster- for the
play
roster
with
update.
I want to play with the new look Forest squad. I want Sangare on my squad. I want Matt Turner.
You can just trade them in the old game. That's what everybody used to do.
I want the real deal. All right, fine. Jeez, I didn't realize. I did want to bring up the fact that typically I feel like what you choose to wear is like related to the guest, like in support. Today's show you chose to wear a Sean O'Malley shirt.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I did think about that on the way in. Looks good, huh?
No, it's a nice shirt, and he does such a great job with the merch.
Shirt.
But I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, I finally got it in the mail. I had decided that I was going to wear it today, and then the lineup came out. I couldn't reroute. I couldn't audible at that point.
But you knew about Aljo being on the show for at least 24 hours. It wasn't like
yeah, I planned these outfits well in advance.
All right.
Sunday night, I was just like, all right, I'll go Mexico jersey on Monday. Respect to Noche UFC. I came home from Connecticut to the O'Malley package, and I was like, I'll wear the O'Malley shirt on Wednesday.
Do you wash before you wear for the first time?
Yeah.
You got it.
I thought of you. Yeah.
Jeans wash before you wear or no?
Yeah, pretty much any clothes I wash before I wear. Yeah.
I feel like Rick does.
Are you a jeans? Are you a no wash jeans guy?
No, I wash everything, but I think some people think I'm weird for doing that.
No, I don't think that's weird.
You know what's the one
tag,
thing
throw it in the wash.
what's the actual one thing that I don't wash, or let me rephrase that. I have, but I'm actually not totally against not washing before I wear socks. Socks are so soft.
Directly on the feet.
Yeah. Is that weird?
I don't know. I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's that dirty.
What about boxers? Weird? Just kidding.
No, we're kind of. But I guess socks are boxers for your feet.
Socks are very soft the first time you try them on.
This is off topic, but also on topic. When you get new towels?
Yeah,
feels like you got to wash them.
You got to break them in.
6 or 6. Yeah, you got to break them in. I didn't know
soft.
that.
Okay.
What kind of
yeah.
towels are you buying, man? Great Barrel, they're soft.
Yeah, they're soft, but it feels like they're not that absorbent right off rip, and you have to give them a wash, give them a dry. You got to break them in. I'm with you here. I'd never bought new towels until I think it was last year, but yeah, they took some breaking in.
I don't wash my towels.
Yeah, that's weird. That's probably the weirdest.
I mean, you're drying off a clean body.
Yeah,
not a dirty towel.
Wait, this is a gimmick, right?
Yeah.
FIFA
I have to
24
know.
Yes, FIFA
comes out September 29th.
Okay, that's soon.
Yeah, next
Might
week.
pre-order that shit.
I can't tell
pre-order.
anymore. I honestly can't tell anymore what's happening. I just need to be sure that Frank does wash his towels.
Yes.
A Bay.
Thank God.
Hello, Ariel and the mysterious moderator. It's not a bad name. The UFC typically doesn't like to have vacant belts. Any news on the men's light heavyweight or women's bantamweight title fights? And you can clarify, Frank, I feel like we're doubling up here. There was a question about the women's bantamweight division, and now...
Hey, some familiar faces, familiar questions.
Sure.
Come on.
Oh, are we just looking for the same old, same old?
No.
I mean, men's light heavyweight could be November, could be December, could be January. I know that's not, but it's coming. It's coming. Women's bantamweight we just addressed, don't know yet, but we know it's going to be Juliana and Raquel. And can you clarify, Jamal Hill did actually vacate, I think he meant to write, as the UFC website still has him as champion. I've asked about this. It's just going to be one of those things where it's like, once this fight happens, he's no longer the champ. They've done this before. I don't know why sometimes they push to have it vacate. Or maybe if it's like the fighter, like Amanda retires and says, I'm done. I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason for any of this stuff, but it's all semantics. The next fight is going to be for the title, not the interim title, based on what I'm hearing, because that's an Achilles injury, and that's going to take a long time to heal. Much love, your boy Bay. Big B. Hey Ariel, I'm a big fan of your basketball show. I was wondering if you have any updates on where the show's headed, given the start of the season is right around the corner. How did the show perform during the first run? Was it to your expectations? I enjoyed it immensely. The thing I did not enjoy was having to book the show every week myself. I was kind of told that wasn't going to be the case, and then it ended up being me. Shout out to Coach Mike Brown, Coach of the Year, Sacramento Kings, was the first person to say yes to me, and it was like one of the happiest days of my life because I was really sweating. I mean, I don't have a Rolodex in the world of basketball like I do. I had to bank on some relationships that I've made as a result of MMA fandom, like Brown, like Chris Stapps, etc. Some talk about doing it again. I need a booker for that. But we got things. There's things happening, my friends. The next year is going to be huge. Very critical, very important, very big for myself, this program, everything else. So please stay tuned. I'm not really quite sure. We've got the YouTube channel as well. We've got the social media. We've got a lot going on. So very exciting things. Ever evolving. This is year 3 now, post ESPN. Great spot. Very happy. And I'm very excited for the way in which everything's going to play out. Some cool things to announce, hopefully soon, and a little down the line. A very exciting thing as well. Stay tuned. Style Gemder. What's up, Frank, Ariel, and Co? I loved the idea. You are one of the 3 guys throughout on Monday about having Alexa versus Valentina 3 as a main event and having Blanchfield versus Furo as the co-main. However, this caused me to even think further. By the way, we didn't play that clip. And that's another thing that I agree with Dana White on. He says that they got to do the trilogy, and I agree with him on that. The question is, does the timeline work out where, and as I reported yesterday, Valentina is going to have surgery, cast for a month, 3 months, until she can, fully engage in sparring and contact again. So that's not, they last fought 6 months ago. So the timing may turn out, and it sounds like they're going to do that, and I don't necessarily hate that. How do you think the UFC and the fans would feel about having an all-female night, a true celebration of female MMA or women's MMA? Could possibly be done in January, maybe even throw Tatiana Suarez versus Zhang Weili to make it a pay-per-view. I love everything about it. I love these sort of themed nights. They did the all heavyweights. I love it. Back in the day, UFC 58 was Canada versus USA. Tremendous. And shout out to my guys, Patrick Cote and David Loiseau, who were a part of that card. They just started their own podcast. And I was a guest on their show yesterday, but the interview is going to air in a few weeks. You can find it. I'm pretty sure it's in French, but if you're a Quebec MMA fan, a French MMA fan, those are 2 legends right there. Certainly trailblazers as far as Canadian MMA is concerned, but legends in my opinion. And so it's cool to see them come together to do their own MMA show. We recently see this in boxing when Boxer put on an all-female card for Shields versus Marshall. It was great. Would love to know your thoughts on this piece. Yeah, I'm in. I would love it. It would be a lot of fun. Hello. We are 2/3 of the way to the UFC Attitude Era. If Colby beats Leon for the strap, can you imagine a UFC 300 stacked with O'Malley, Strickland, and Colby? I know many don't think there's any point of including Conor or Izzy on 300 since they both do crazy pay-per-view numbers by themselves, but this trio for 300 would be insane. Yeah, I agree. Now, it depends on when Colby fights, but yes, the timing could very much work out, and I could see O'Malley, if he fights in December and wins that fight, turning around and fighting on 300. There's options. Now, why are they the Attitude Era? I'm not sure, but it's a fun little title. And it will be fun to see who they end up choosing for that card. Jessica, hi, Ariel. Where's DC? Yeah, good question. It's been a while. Wondering when the dynamic duo may reunite. Love the show. Thank you, Jessica. DC is, I believe, in San Jose. He was in New York last week to ring the bell, New York Stock Exchange. Didn't call me to come on the show. No big deal. Would have done a special edition. He was in and out. But as you may know, November the 11th, the UFC is back in New York City. He came in studio, albeit, very briefly, and it was a little bit disrespectful. Like, he came in and made it seem like it was like such a big deal, him and his team. But, maybe we'll get it on the radar, get it on the diary, as they like to say overseas, and he could come visit us again. That would be nice. Lord knows Chael comes on all the time. Although Chael's been doing this thing where he keeps kind of taking subtle shots at us, but he's always doing these reaction videos about things that we say on the show, and those are always his best performing videos, as I tweeted today, which is fine, Got to get the numbers up. People thought that I was taking a shot. I wasn't taking a shot. I was just saying the name of his podcast is You're Welcome. So I was just saying you're welcome for the views, because if you actually look at the views, anytime it's something from the show with my name in the title or picture, this is not an ego thing. This is just pure facts. I get what he's doing. So just an acknowledgement would be nice. Who the real draw is, who the A side is. Sean Kemp's son. Perhaps this is a friend of New York Rick's. Hello, Ariel. With the news of PFL buying Bellator, what are some of the best fights they can put together? Thank you. Have a great day. Well, they haven't quite bought Bellator. I saw there were some rumors late last week that the deal was dead. I'm not hearing that. It is still live, but it is not done. And it's going to be a couple months before it likely would get done. So something could happen between now and then. It's still very much at play. Bellator is not being folded, at least not right now. Again, when you're dealing with currency where you could throw things out and just change and there's no real checks and balances, it's all well and good. But as of right this second, September 20th, and boy, is that going to piss some people off. September 20th, 2023 at 2:22 p.m. Eastern Time, the PFL Bellator deal is not dead based on multiple conversations that I've had on all sides. They're still working through it. There are options if it doesn't go through. They are not planning on folding Bellator right now. We just have to wait and see how this all plays out. I suspect by January 1st, 2024, we'll have a resolution to this. And 2024 is going to be a huge year for PFL because they've got this TV deal that they need to, lock down because their deal with ESPN is done when the finale happens in November, and they've got, a great product now, and the roster will be even bigger, and then a library and all this stuff. So it's going to be interesting. Max just announced that they're going to start streaming sports. Do they go with Turner and do a deal there? There's just a lot. Apple, Amazon, who knows? So it's not a fait accompli either way, but it's definitely not dead. And then we'll see who comes over, right? When the UFC bought Strikeforce, not everyone went over. Some people took some time. Some people didn't come over. Same with Pride. Better example. Not everyone went over. So it's really dependent on how the contracts are structured. Being Bobby, Ariel, we can all see your affinity for MMA tchotchkes and memorabilia in the studio, but does this extend to your home/man cave? Would we be able to tell what sport you cover if we were to walk through your home? Not really. My quote-unquote man cave, I don't even have a man cave. I have that room where I do the other stuff with the bookshelf and all that, and there's some cool stuff there. My wife would say that it's way too cluttered, but that's just my one place that no one touches. But there's no memorabilia throughout the house. There's maybe a couple of MMA awards. Nothing like that at all. I'm not really one for that. I'm more of a get the memorabilia, put it in a drawer, and then never look at it again. I'm not one to frame things and put them up and all that. I'm not really good with that stuff, to be honest. I do have one piece of memorabilia that I've never shared that I have, which is like one of the coolest things that I could possibly get my hands on, but I don't want to share what it is right now for various reasons. But I will just say it's amazing. And sometimes I walk by it and I'm like, wow, I can't believe I actually have this in my possession. And one day I will share what I have. It's actually historic what I have. Like, it's a piece of history. It's not just like a thing that someone signed. It's an actual piece of history in a very important time in the sports history. So that's that. That's that. I would say the questions were okay, Frank, as we're about to get to Raul Rosas Jr. I remember laughing at some of the questions. It was a good job. I mean, there were no duds, but I felt like there were some more dynamic ones. Perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know.
He's
I know, yeah, he's working. Yeah, no.
It's very nice of you.
No.
It's only going to get better.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he says very nice to me when it was kind of
I don't think he heard you.
No.
Shitting on him.
But yeah, no, I'm looking
doing
at
it out the goodness of his heart, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of them here.
Trying to help you out, but
no, I mean it's not bad. But I remember, like
Frank's back now. Frank, he's saying
no, I can see what
subpar.
I can see what he's saying.
No,
I don't like it.
The teeth, he was gritting the teeth.
Yeah,
I saw
I'm
that.
like, hey man.
No, it's good. I mean, I see one here about
purposely-
The Rock came back. I saw one there. There was a fun one about
would have loved to hear about your opinion on that.
yeah, Lord Jacobs and Mr. New York. Someone wrote. I thought that was a fun one.
That would have been a good one too.
I was like, this is one Ariel would pick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with what I would pick.
Okay.
He's the moderator.
You know what's great about this is Ariel's revealing that he has so little faith in Frank that he's been spot checking
Yeah, I mean, I
which
picked up on
questions
that.
he
That's a good
wants
point.
him to
That's a good
pick.
point. That's a
And
good
then
point.
I haven't
could
looked
have
at these
picked-
questions in a long
Yeah,
time.
every time he
Could've
highlighted,
just
he was like,
picked them.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at these things in forever. Cannot
texted me
remember the
last
last
night.
time I laid
Are you
eyes.
still good
No.
for this?
I mean, I just wanted to check.
Frankie,
hit
so
you with
what's
one of those?
what are you feeling about stepping up into this role and volunteering? And now you've got the man breathing down your neck.
No.
I knew what I
You
signed
can't
up
really
tough
feel
spot. It's a
safe.
tough
And
spot.
I knew what I signed up for.
Listen, it's we're just striving for greatness here, as LeBron once said. Questioning about Nottingham Forest and
That would have been a good one. I would have loved to hear you.
That just came out.
Yeah.
Rising Tides.
No.
Lift all boats.
Piers
Point
Morgan.
by you. Great point by you, Frank.
Piers Morgan
Oh,
interviewed
Piers Morgan,
Dana White.
Dana White
Talked
said a
about
lot of good stuff.
Yeah, there's
Would've
the
been
human side of him.
Would have loved to hear your opinion on it, but
This one too. I don't want to bring it up. About Champions League, of course. That's great stuff. No. By the way,
games yesterday. Yeah.
for the record, I mean, it's all good stuff.
Uh-huh.
I saw, what was the one? About a meetup maybe. I thought that would have been a good one to address.
That was even workshopped.
Yeah.
Layup. That would have been a layup.
so
That would have been
silly.
great.
Oh, the hands down. I spoke to Nevada about that. They said it has to be weight bearing or flat, neither. So we could have addressed that. Valentina hands down. The knees, the illegal knees, legal. This guy calls you the newly crowned moderator champ. So African. Okay, so I mean, we could get to these maybe later if there's some dead periods, but we do have a jam-packed show, so we have to move forward. Our guest is there, or he's not there?
Stand by 1 second.
Okay, I can get back to the questions. Perfect. What happens to Scott Coker if Bellator is bought? That's a good one. Nate Diaz at Noche UFC.
What does happen to Scott Coker?
It depends if they want to bring him. Nate Diaz at Noche was just him being in town. Nothing more to that.
Rule's good to go.
Why aren't Frank Mysterio, GC, and New York Rick in the credits at the end? That's a good one.
Are we really doing auxiliary questions now?
I do think they should be in the credits. I'm not sure why, but I've asked if they could be put in the credits because they certainly deserve it. Okay. Oh, the 10-day trip to Tokyo. That would be a good one. So anyway, some great questions. The ODB inspired T-shirt. We're working on that, the license. So still to come. I'll try to get to as many as possible. But great job by Frank once again stepping up. In sort of like pinch hitter duty, right? Moderator Lewis kind of left us at the altar. We wish him well in his future endeavors. And Frank, not part of the job description, he's probably going to hit us for a raise any second now, stepped up, and we really appreciate his efforts. So
I'm right here.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Long may it continue. Let's talk to someone who had a massive win on Saturday. Raul Rosas Jr. came back on Saturday and needed just 54 seconds to beat Terrence Mitchell. Let's talk to the young man. Just 18. Feels like he's going to be 18 for the rest of his life. There he is. Raul, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Thanks for joining us. Looks like you have a bit of a shiner there. That couldn't possibly be from the fight, right? 54 seconds. Did he actually hit you in the fight?
This one, yeah. He landed two good ones, but after watching the film, I can't tell if it was him. I mean, because I did feel two punches coming from him, like I did feel them. But also, like I saw the film and like I can't really tell if the ref like elbowed me when like he stepped in. Because I remember I was down and pounding and like the ref dived in, you know. So I don't know. He kind of got me with an elbow, so like I can't tell if it was the referee or
Wow.
Terrence Mitchell.
Isn't that crazy if it was the referee that he inflicted more damage than your opponent?
No, yeah, that's crazy. No, but like I said, he did land two good ones that I even felt. So you know, maybe it was.
Okay. By the way, are you in the driver's seat or the passenger seat of the car?
Nah, I'm in the driver's seat right now, but it's parked.
Oh, shit. Wait, do you have your license? 18? You get your license over there?
No, not yet. I'm starting learning how to drive. Like right now, I just pulled over, but I'm like driving around the neighborhood.
Okay. Is there someone with you?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. How are you? Do you have your license?
She has her license.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect. Okay, wow. We're catching you in the middle of a driving lesson here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. And you just this past spring, you just graduated, correct? College? Excuse me, high school.
Yeah, like 3 months ago, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I graduated high school. Yeah.
Is it nice to be done with that? That you could just focus on your career now?
Yeah, it's nice to not be having to do homework and not having to come home after a fight to do homework for the next day.
Oh my gosh. Were there times where were you being homeschooled at that point, or were you going to school like the Monday after your fights?
Back and forth. I would go to school some days and then also do it from online. Uh, like when I did my UFC debut, I was still like going to school and like doing school from home.
How were the kids toward once you not like the last few months where you were starting to become super famous? How were the kids treating you in school?
Cool. Like always. I feel like nothing changed. We were all just
Really?
high school kids. Yeah.
People weren't trying to like step to you and see if you were a really tough UFC fighter in the cafeteria or whatever?
Nah, nah. That used to be like in middle school or like elementary school was they would find out like I would fight. So, maybe someone would there was at least always one person that would be like, yeah, I can beat him.
People were bullying you?
No, no, no. But like just like fucking around,
Yeah.
like oh, like I think I can beat him. And like we would go like bodies, cause it was like for example like my friends, like oh let's go bodies, like they were like interested to see like if they could beat me or not, like nothing like serious.
Okay. Did you have a prom?
Yeah, I went to prom. I went to prom this year.
How was it?
It was cool. It was cool to it was pretty fun because like I said, I'm not really allowed in too many parties because I'm not 21 like clubs and none of that. So like prom was like a good party.
Yeah, I bet. Did you take that girl with you to prom?
Yeah, I took her to prom with me.
Nice. That's awesome. I hope it was a fun time. Did you ride in a limo?
Nah. We got an Uber and then we pulled up like walking to prom.
I like that. No frills.
No.
What was the scene like for you on Saturday? 54 seconds after what happened in April to win in front of so many Mexican fans and to win like that. How would you describe what you experienced on Saturday night?
It was amazing. It was a very special day for me, all the Mexicans, all my people. It was a great card, a great spot in the card for my comeback, and all I wanted to show Saturday was all the corrections that were made from the last fight.
So, I saw your pre-fight press conference, I saw your post-fight press conference, and you said all the right things, coming off the loss in April. But I mean, you're a young guy and you had never experienced something like that before, certainly not in the UFC. It didn't affect you at all. Like I heard you say like, nah, I just, I was good, no pressure, this and that. But it's natural. It's it's human nature to feel a little bit more pressure coming off a lot. You didn't experience any of that?
No, I didn't experience no pressure. I mean, because I believe in my skills. I just knew I needed good preparation. I needed a good camp and correct all the mistakes that were done. I knew I just had to make those corrections, those little adjustments, and I was going to reach the next level, and I did.
How long did it take for you to get over that night in April?
Not much, because what can we do? I lost. It's not like I can go back in time and fix those mistakes. I just gotta move forward. Life doesn't stop, just gotta move forward, learn from it, and come back stronger.
Wow, man, you are so mature. Are you sure you're 18? I mean, you can't be that mature and be 18. It's amazing to have this mindset.
I mean, yeah. Well, I've been doing I've been fighting since I was 8. I lost 2 times in the youth. So I'm experienced to I've been there before where I lost, and I just came back from it because I learned. So, I just knew I had to even come back stronger from this one.
Did you feel like a lot of people were jumping off the bandwagon?
Yeah, but I don't really care. At the end of the day, I'm just gonna keep chasing my dream. Whether they support me, they don't. They believe in me, they don't. As long as I believe in myself and my team believes in me, I have the right people around me, and that's all that matters.
For sure. And just curious, are you like, you're young, so I would imagine, but maybe not. Like, do you spend a lot of time on social media? Do you read comments? Do you let that?
Hold on?
Okay.
Do I what?
Do you spend a lot of time on social media? Do you read comments? Do you let that enter your thought process?
No, I don't really spend a lot of time on social media. And even if I was to read comments and stuff, like I don't really care because people can say whatever they want. We all have fingers to type, so we can all do that. That's easy. Um, but yeah, I'm focused on myself and to get better every day and just keep climbing up the ladder.
Did you see after you won, speaking of social media, Conor McGregor tweeted Viva Mexico, and I think it was like seconds after you won. That's pretty damn cool, right?
Yeah, I think both times, I think he's tweeted a few times that I fought and I won. So, that's cool to get like somebody that big that made the sport even bigger. He became bigger than the company, someone like him to tweet and like tune into my fights, that's pretty awesome.
Have you ever talked to him?
No, I've never talked to him. I've just seen his tweets, but like I don't even have Twitter. I just like see like somebody like post a picture.
Amazing. That's good. It's good for you. So you've got blinders on. There's no any distract. Like, are there any things that you do outside of MMA? Any things that you like to do that isn't like obviously you're training a lot. You're in great shape. You don't partake in social media. What do you do to just have fun?
I just go do small things like maybe go bowling with my family. Go play pool with my family. Just have time with them. Because they've been like a big part of this dream for me. They really support me and everything. We're always together. So I'm blessed to do what I love every day. Wake up, do what I love, and do it around them. Because my parents, they are there in every single practice. My brother is my main training partner. So I'm blessed. I'm just I live a blessing life. 18 years old already. Being able to just spend the whole day with my family and we all just watch the hard work pay off. Like it's a blessing.
Oh my God, yeah, it's incredible. Also, I saw you get a shout out from Rey Mysterio Jr., the great luchador. What was that meeting like? He posted a picture of you guys somewhere. You were outside somewhere. What was that meeting like for you? And did you know? Are you a fan of his? Did you know who he was?
Yeah, when I was a little kid, me and my brothers used to my grandma from Mexico used to send us over like all his like gear, like his mask, his like 619, like all his things, like we were really WWE fans, and he was like our favorite, So finally getting to meet him and take a picture, and now that he posted the picture and stuff, like life is crazy. Like I said, I'm blessed because I'm just focused on my journey. So all the things that the sport has given me besides what I want, like me being in a video game, or like me meeting people like Rey Mysterio, all these things, like I just like don't take for granted. It's a real blessing.
Man, your demeanor and your answers and the way you look at life, it's very impressive and it's very unique for someone your age. Someone your age who's getting all this attention and fame is not usually going to answer questions these way or have these types of like perspectives on life. That's very unique, right?
Yeah. So I'm just blessed. That's all I can say. That I'm blessed with the life I live.
Do you have and perhaps it's coming from your parents, are they constantly telling you not to like fall in the trap of getting a big head, of getting too high or getting too low? Would you say it's your parents, since you're so close to them? Your father, of course, Raul Rosas Sr., and your mother, who you've talked about a lot. Are they the ones who are constantly not making you get too big of a head or getting too down?
Yeah, for sure. My family always keeps me humble. Especially the like I said, my family and the people I have around me. The people I really trust that I can count with my fingers. They really keep me humble. They'll always tell me if I was ever able, like ever getting on top of my head, over my head, like they'll tell me. And especially my parents, they gave me like these talks before I even made it, because they knew I was gonna make it. And we've seen so many fighters like that it gets over their head and stuff. And so I've been around the sport, so I've been able to see fighters and like my parents telling me and stuff. So I feel like that has made me mature and experienced to know that I just gotta stay humble, because at the end of the day, we're all the same. Like I'm not different than any other high schooler, any other kid my age. God just put me on this spot, and I'm just a really good fighter. I'm talented and I'm skilled, but at the end of the day, we're all humans, just in different positions. And I'm glad and I'm blessed to be in the position that I am.
Amazing. For the longest time, boxing would have a big event on Mexican Independence Day weekend, and boxing has been the official combat sport of Mexico. So many great fighters have come out of Mexico. Do you feel like the tide is turning now? Do you feel like because of nights like Saturday and because of fighters like you and Alexa Grasso and Yair Rodriguez, Brandon Moreno, etc., that maybe in 10 years from now, MMA will be the combat sport of Mexico?
Yeah, for sure. The sport is really evolving and growing, and especially with the new UFC PI that's going to open in Mexico City. I feel like the sport has evolved for like a lot of us like that were able to come to the US, like for example Yair Rodriguez or like Brandon Moreno, that he comes and do his camps here, and like going back to Mexico, and like now taking things from here and teaching them over there. The sport is just growing and growing, and because there's a lot of talent over there, but they just need like the support system and stuff. So now that they're gonna receive more support and stuff, I think it's really gonna grow.
Do you think that your next fight will be in Mexico?
Yeah, it depends. It depends where like what time, what day they do the card in Mexico. But I just want to fight soon. But I'm gonna talk to my manager, my friends, and see what they think. And but for sure, I want to be on the Mexico card, whether it's my next fight or not. I want to be there.
Do you think you'll fight again this year? Do you think you could squeeze one in before December?
I think I could for sure. We got a couple months still to finish the year, so I feel like I can squeeze one more in. But like I said, I'm gonna talk to my manager and my dad, my parents, and see what they think. And they know best. They know what's best for me, so I'll listen to them.
And I'd imagine maybe you don't, just based on your demeanor, but just curious, is there someone that comes to mind, someone that you'd want to fight next?
Not yet. I feel like it's really hard to have someone in mind when you're outside the top 15. So right now, I just want to get in there, be ready to put it all out there, like do all my best and whoever I fight, and just keep climbing up the ladder.
Before it's all said and done, do you want that rematch with Christian Rodriguez? Is that something that is top of mind for you?
If it ever happens, I'll be ready, but it's not like something on top of mind. I'm just focused on my journey. So if he keeps winning and I keep winning, and one day we're gonna meet again. But it's not like something like I really like. I'm like, oh, I want a rematch. Like I'm just focused on my journey, and like I said, I'm just gonna be ready for any opponent, any opponent I face. I'm gonna be ready to go out there and do my best.
Two last things. What's the best thing that happened to you this past week? A crazy week, a dream-like week, I would imagine. What's the best thing in your opinion that happened that you experienced?
My performance for sure. I was all week. I just had my focus on Saturday, and now being able to just make the hard work pay off, like it was just amazing.
Are we going to college or are we done with school?
For now, I'm taking a break from school, just focus on this journey and give it all my best and try to become the best at it.
By the way, on Fight Week, you did that video, and I heard you do the you did like the yell thing. I apologize not knowing. What is it? What is it? Is there a name for something like that, or is that just you?
El grito.
What does that mean?
Grito. Just like for example, like the mariachis or like we just all do it like whenever we're hyped, whenever good music comes on. Like it's a grito mexicano, like we all do it.
Yo, you're really good at that. That's an amazing skill. Is that something you've worked on? I couldn't do something like that.
Nah, it just like stuck with me, like from hearing it so much, like it's just like it just came out of me, like from just hearing it, I was like, oh, I got it.
Can I ask you to do it again here? I apologize to your passenger over there for having to listen to that, but that was amazing. If it was too loud, she likes it. Okay, perfect. Much love, my man. Congratulations on a great performance. Well done. It's great to see you back on track, and you shined when the lights were brightest on you. So well done, and looking forward to what's next for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There he is, Raul Rosas Jr. Frank, what happened there when he did the thing? We couldn't fully hear. Was it just too high pitched?
Yeah, it sounded like some noise canceling happened on his.
Worth a shot.
Definitely worth a shot.
That's a great video, him doing that. I couldn't do that. When you go to a Moroccan synagogue, they throw candies when it's a celebration, and the women do something like, ah, yeah. They do something like that. It's sort of, I mean, as you can tell, I couldn't do that either. I just don't have those kind of pipes. You know what I mean? So it's very, yeah. You do, you could do it.
I have a range.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Mm-hmm.
So very impressive, and looking forward to what's next for him. Speaking of impressive, I mean, holy smokes, what can we say about Lupita Godínez's win over Elise Reed on Saturday? What a performance, dare I say, and I don't even think this is much of a stretch, her best performance to date in the UFC. It was like she was a video game character, and they put her on turbo, and she was just like in, I think the kids like to call it Super Saiyan mode, where you're just kind of like throwing people around, ragdolling people, maybe breaking Reed's arm in the first round. In the end, she won via rear naked choke in the second, but it was another fantastic performance by a Mexican-born fighter. Loopy Godínez, kind enough to join us now once again on the program. There she is. Hello, Loopy. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm doing great. That's a cool hat. Is that a Snoop Dogg hat, Dogfather?
Yeah, one of my friends gave it to us. So yes.
Much respect.
Cool, right?
I like it. I like the
Thank you.
I like the style. I just said your best performance in the UFC. I don't feel like that's a stretch. I don't feel like that's a hot take. Do you agree with me?
I do agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, this was unbelievable. Watching you just completely manhandle her and dominate her and almost break her. I don't know how she survived the armbar in the first round, but it's like it felt like you were like a superhero out there. You like almost, dare I say, like a luchador out there. You know what I mean? Like you just had a whole different level. What was it just the new team, or was there something else going on?
Yeah, being with this new team has been, amazing. My confidence grew, and not just my confidence grew, but my technique, like everything, my striking, my jiu-jitsu, my wrestling, the partners I have to train every single day to push me, because in that gym is like a big family that we want everyone to do so good. So it's just like pushing each other every day. And some days, you're like tired, but you have like 10 people pushing you, telling you, you got to do it. Let's go. So, the bad days, they become the good days and allow us to have performances like this.
And so ultimately, and we're talking about Team Lobo, right? Alexa Grasso's team, Diego Lopez, and so many others. Ultimately, why did you make that switch? Why did you decide to join them? And this was your first fight as a member of that team, right?
Yes, this was my first full camp with them, and I absolutely love it. I went there before, a month at the time. And since the first time I went there, I was like, I love this team. I would love to be part of this team. But of course, I have my team in my team in Canada, and it's hard to make a big move like that, right? But then after one of my Calvillo fight, I decided, you know what, it's time to move. If I want to go for the belt, if I want to grow as a fighter, if I want to move up in the rankings, I need to make a big change, because sometimes we get comfortable with what you're doing every single day, And I'm not saying, like some teams, some fighters have worked out that the whole career there with the same team, and it worked out and they become champions, and that's great. But in my case, it wasn't that way. So I just knew I had to make a big change for me to grow as a fighter and as a human, and as an athlete. And we did it, and we're doing it. And honestly, I'm so glad. I'm so happy I made a change, and it's probably the best thing I ever done in my career.
Was that nerve-wracking for you to tell your previous team that you were going to make the change and join a new team? Because you were doing well. It's not like you it's not like you were on a losing streak or anything.
Yeah, no, but I knew there was adjustments to make. As sometimes as an athlete, as a fighter, you need to feel confident. You need to have that thing that I have in Lobo's gym. For me, one thing is, having the techniques and all of that, but there is something more than that, if that makes sense. Like, grinding every day for like multiple hours, a day, like a lot of hours during the day of training. And I just needed more time for myself. I need more investment in myself. So, they got it.
So do you now live in Mexico? No longer Canada?
I'll be going back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still love Canada though, right? Because we still want to claim you. We're Canadian too here. So you still love Canada, yes? Okay.
I love Canada. Canada, I'm allowed to have 3 homes,
sure.
2 homes, and I have my Mexican, that is what I born, and that's where I grew up. And Canada opened the door for me when I was about 14, me and my family, and I will never forget. That's Canada is a really special country, because that's where I learned that hard work is actually, you need to work hard till you make it, far. And I seen it in my dad, when he moved us to Canada and working super hard, and then to see all the progress and all the stuff that he had do for us is insane. So hard work.
Do you ever have moments with your father, with your family, like, you guys you leave Mexico, you come to Canada, you talked about how hard it was in the beginning. Now here you are fighting in front of 18,000 people, in front of millions of people at home. You're becoming a superstar. You're ranked in the UFC, en route to becoming a champion. People think you're going to be, and like to see where you came from. Do you ever have moments where you and your family sit back and be like, wow, who could have predicted this, right? We didn't have much going for us, and now look what you're doing. And I'm sure there's other people in your family doing great things too, but you specifically, this is an incredible story.
Yeah. Since I was a little kid, I always wanted to be some kind of famous movie singer, but I cannot sing to save my life. Dancer, I can dance like jokingly, but not really, and fighting came into my lap, and like I just knew when I was a little kid that I was meant to do something that it was more than just working in like any other job, right? And like when I discovered this, it's been a blessing.
It's been amazing to see. By the way, in that first round, were you shocked that she didn't tap?
Yes, I was like, what the hell? My back is gonna blow before her arm goes, right? Because I was like pretty urged. But we work in patience. I have a hard time with patience sometimes because I want everything like right away. I'm pretty like this. But I learned that patience, and if that doesn't work, it's okay. I go multiple other submissions that I show. I had multiple attempts for submissions that I honestly, like, I'm still blown away by that, because Diego Lopez is an amazing jiu-jitsu coach, and we drilled that, and specifically everything that I did, we drilled it, and I'm still like wow, it was crazy nice.
There aren't any like Canadian Independence Day cards or American Independence or Brazilian or any like, this was very unique that the UFC did this, right? To be one of the main characters on this card all week, the weigh-ins outdoors with the mariachi band and all that stuff. Can you describe what that was like for you and your family to be a part of this?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, honestly, I was having a blast the whole 5 weeks. It was amazing. I honestly, sometimes I was getting confused because I thought I was in Mexico, like it was like that week and that day, Mexico, like we were in Mexico pretty much, and the energy through the week, and like the winds, and you say, like, with the mariachi and stuff, it was insane. And the day of the fight, we were in the back, and then you will feel that you will feel and hear all the screams, and that energy cannot match. It was just unreal.
Dana White said yesterday that this is going to be a thing every year, that he doesn't care who else is doing an event. He's going to go on this weekend. Do you think that the event should be in Mexico, or is it okay if it's in Las Vegas?
Of course, if it's in Mexico, it will be even better. But Vegas, it worked out, and I know the UFC will every year it will become even better.
Mm-hmm.
So sign me out. I want to fight every 16.
Okay. And to fight on the same card as your training partner and friend, Alexa Grasso, what were the emotions for you now that you're a part of her team as well, watching her in the main event, how great that fight was, but there were ups and downs, right? What were the emotions for you as you were watching it, and where were you watching it?
Yeah, I was at the arena watching her, of course. As you say, it was a lot of emotions up and down. We're really close. We train together every single day. We push each other. Like, I saw all the improvements. I saw ups and downs during camp. Same with me, and just watch her perform and do that stuff. It was just amazing.
What was your reaction when you heard the split draw and all the drama afterwards? How did you feel about that?
Yeah, I respect Valentina, of course. Alexa had multiple, like, try to submit her, knock her down. I mean, it's fine, it's part of the sport, and we're gonna have a third fight, and it's just gonna be great, and Alexa will have an opportunity to showcase, her skills again, and show why she is a champ.
Do you like that idea of a third fight, or would you prefer that she fight someone else?
I mean, of course, I would like to see a fresh face, but sometimes you gotta do the third fight. We saw Moreno, and that's how you make a cool story out of this. That's it's cool. I think it's very interesting because if you think about it, if we look back, we will never see this before as in a woman's in a woman's MMA. It wasn't even a woman's MMA. Now people want to watch their fight. Now the president Dana White is pushing it for their fight. So it's just amazing. I think we are evolving, and it's just so good to be part of it and to be here and be part of it.
Yeah, I think it will be the first trilogy as far as UFC women's MMA is concerned. So that is a very big deal, historic deal. Could I ask, how long do you think, or how far do you think you are away from being in a conversation for the belt?
I was actually talking about it earlier, and honestly, when the universe, the timing, when it works, I know it will come, and I know it's not far. So all I have to do is focus and keep training and just keep getting better, I know it's coming. I don't know when, but I can feel it, I can feel that, this works with energy, and I feel that energy. And
what was it like for you to see that now you're in the top 15? I believe you're 14 now as far as the UFC rankings are concerned. Like, to see your name there, what was that feeling like yesterday?
It's amazing, see my name, number 14 in the world, like is crazy. I look back, I remember when I first started, when I was scared to get hit on the face, or even before when I was watching all the fighters. I used to watch Alexa fight for Invicta, I was a big fan of her. And, now we are part of it together. Like, it's just so special.
By the way, how long did it take for you to get over the fear of getting punched in the face?
My first amateur fight was after 2 years of training.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And yeah, it took me quite a while. I was in judo when I was a little kid, so I was used to being close to someone and grabbing, and there was no punching, right? So of course, now you get to have your range, and you got to learn the range. But I didn't like it. I wanted to be always together with someone. But it took me quite a while. It wasn't easy, but every day I was at the gym, every day. And even when I first started fighting, I started losing all my fights as an amateur. But I knew in the bottom of my heart that I was made for this, but I just need a little bit more time. And I had like a bunch of amateur fights. And then when I started doing better, I'm like, okay, I think we're going. I think I was right.
Wow. So off the top of your head, how many amateur fights did you lose?
I was like 4-4.
Wow. And you didn't give up. You didn't lose confidence. You didn't feel like maybe this isn't for me.
No, and I had someone at a time that, no longer in the life, but will be like, oh, maybe you're not made for this. Maybe you're not made for this. And here we are.
What's that person saying now? Huh?
Like, no.
What's that? Can we shove it in their face? What are they saying?
Exactly. I don't know.
So they tried to get you to quit?
Yeah, when you lose too many in a row, but you need to work, you need to make a second plan just in case, right? Like, you cannot just keep losing and not make any money and live in Vancouver, like not paying your bills. But I was like, no, like, I know I can do this. I just need, some time, some patience. And slowly I started looking my way, and yeah, here we are.
Do you get messages from people who might be immigrants, who might come from Mexico, who might look to you as a inspiration? And if so, are you comfortable being that role model to people?
Oh, yeah, totally. I think that's important because we see a lot of, not just Mexican, but a lot of Latinos that comes to Canada, and I hear their stories, and we are fighters, not just like in the cage, but, for example, my dad, like, for me, that's the biggest inspiration because, like, we go to Canada with nothing, and he started cleaning cars. By having his business, we were, good life in Mexico. Started in another country with no English, no jobs, and then, of course, I had to start working too, cleaning. bathrooms and cleaning bars and cleaning houses, and it was hard. It was hard to go from a comfortable life to uncomfortable life and start from zero. That's a big jump, and but we did it together, and yeah, I'll do it again.
Well, was your father at the fight on Saturday?
He was at home. He is too nervous. He is too nervous.
Does he watch it live?
They watch it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, they watch it live. I'll send you a little clip, and you can hear my mom screaming like.
I love it.
Yeah, they get so into it. Yeah.
Have they ever been live to one of your fights?
As an amateur, they went to some amateur fights.
And they can't. They don't want to. They can't handle it. Why not?
They get so nervous, but I think after now with the way they see me now, more confident. I think they will want to come for my next fight.
Okay, would you like that?
Oh yes, yeah. No, I don't want to see them during the week because they will make me nervous, because they're so nervous, right?
Yeah.
But after the fight, yes, I'll see them. But yeah, if they want to come, I think there will be a great experience for them to experience
yes,
the arena, full of people, and it will be even better if they come. If they do it in Mexico City, the event.
Yeah,
that will be perfect if they come to that one.
I just can't imagine them as parents seeing their daughter fight in front of 18,000 like that. That's something you have to experience. But I can understand if they'd be nervous as well, because of your safety and everything. By the way, all those medals behind you, are those yours?
I wish. No, that's Colin Dane's room, actually. I'm in Toronto right now, and I'm using his room. And he was in the Olympics in '96.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Greco. And this room is full of medals. So I'll show you.
My gosh.
How can I turn it? Here. Look.
Oh my gosh.
All this.
Wow.
Yeah, he's the one that is working on my wrestling.
Okay.
For
holy
2 years
smokes
now.
So you're still working with him when you're in Canada, or does he come with you to Mexico?
Oh no, he has to come with me. He's the key.
Okay.
He has to come with me.
Wow.
He has to.
For months.
Yes, I say you gotta quit everything, my friend. Come with me.
Oh my gosh! Well, that is a good coach.
Yes.
That is a good friend. When would you like to fight again?
When I would love to be in the in Mexico card. I don't know when will that be.
Yeah.
And then work from there. I already told the manager I would like to go to fight in Mexico and see what happens.
Okay, because we've seen you come back very quickly, so I didn't know if you were going to say, "Oh, next week if they need me."
Yeah, well, if they call me, I couldn't tell you no. They call me, I'm gonna say no to you, but maybe they call me and then I say yes, and then I just let everyone know, right? I never know either. What am I gonna do?
Are you gonna watch Canelo next week?
Oh yes, of course.
You guys beat Canelo. That was his day, and the UFC came in. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy, and what I was talking about is it's crazy that Alexa and Valentina were the main event. It's really special, and who rubbed my hands? It was a woman who rubbed my hands that night.
Wow.
I was when she showed up to rub my hands, I was like, a woman? I was like, wow, this is changing, and that's so good to see. It's amazing.
Well, that is beautiful. Your performance was beautiful as well. Unbelievably dominant and extremely impressive. So continued success to you. Keep going. I wish you nothing but the best. And even though they were celebrating you on Saturday for Noche UFC, I'm happy that you're still proud to be Canadian as well, because we're gonna claim you. And I know they're coming to Canada too. Maybe you could get on that card and fight on the Mexico card and check both those boxes off, right?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be, amazing. Do you know when?
It sounds like maybe January, potentially.
Okay. Well, let's see how, what...
in Toronto, perhaps. Could be right there.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah. Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be pretty cool.
We'll see. Thank you, as always. Great to have you back on the show, and congrats.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
There she is, Loopy Godínez, one of the top fighters at 115, and it seems like she's going to be climbing that ladder. And yes, she was 4-1 as an amateur. Pretty incredible. Pretty amazing. Won her last 2. Had the draw. Split draw. There it is again. November Nightmare. Her first amateur fight was a split decision loss in November of 2000. I love stories like that. Like, imagine talking to this person, Loopy Godínez, in November of 2016. So what, almost 7 years ago? And telling her, yeah, you lost a split decision to Jamie Lynn Horth. And then, by the way, lost another fight to Jamie Lynn Horth. Back-to-back losses, which is crazy. And it's going to be okay. You're going to end up in the UFC. You're going to start kicking ass. And it's all going to work out for you. Even lost her UFC debut to Jessica Penne. Still to come, Jessica Rose Clark, who is returning to action on Saturday. She recently left the UFC, and she is returning to action at Lion Fight 75 this Saturday, September 23rd in Las Vegas in a Muay Thai bout against Karen Cedillo of Mexico. She is returning to her roots, going to be competing in Muay Thai after leaving the UFC. That's Line Fight 75. She unfortunately dropped her last 3. She just fought back in May. And, of course, we have Jessica Rose Clark immortalized on the wall because of the fact that, there it is, right over there, getting her hands wrapped. I'm not sure if by a woman or not. It's cut off. But remember last summer, not this summer, last summer, she walked out to the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels music. They say I'm cute. They know him. I got the Anyway, she walked out to it, and that was the deal. And we immortalized her as a result. That was part of the Stolyarenko fight. Later, we'll be joined by Jared Cannonier and Anthony Smith still to come. We'll get GC's picks for Saturday's event. For now, let us say hello to our good friends from DraftKings. Quick word from them. Obviously, a lot going on in the world of combat sports. This weekend, we have the return of the UFC. They are back at the Apex. We love those Apex events. But the main event, jokes aside, is a fantastic one. Mateusz Gamrot against Rafael Fiziev. Feels like that should be in an arena. How dare I bring this up? But it's at the Apex. Friday, you have Bellator Dublin. Great main event. Johnny Eblen, one of the best 185-pounders in the world. Perhaps in his last Bellator fight. Perhaps. Let's not get crazy. Against Fabian Edwards. The Edwards brothers could have 2 belts. Aaron Pico on the card as well. Joe Joyce, Gilles Zhang 2. That's also on Saturday afternoon, going down in London. And we have the return of Conor Benn. Still want to weigh in on that as well. So new customers can bet $5 and get $200 instantly in bonus bets right now if you sign up. $5, $200 instantly in bonus bets. Throw down on any of this week's fights, matchups, and it doesn't just have to be fighting, of course. NFL, MLB, college football, all kinds of things. DraftKings isn't stopping there. All customers can take advantage of 2 new offers every NFL game day this September. So, sports are more fun when you're in on the action. Download the app right now. Sign up with the code TheMMA Hour. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League and the official sports betting partner of this program and the UFC. The code is the MMA Hour. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resort in Kansas. Licensee partner, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, Louisiana. 21 and older, age varies by jurisdiction, born in Ontario. Terms and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and other restrictions. Yeah. All right. Looking forward to what GC and the Parlay Boys have cooked up for all of us. We'll get those picks back into the show. But as I said, let us move along to our next guest. She is returning to action this Saturday for the first time in a long time outside of the UFC banner. She is fighting in Lion Fights, which, of course, is a Muay Thai promotion. It's Lion Fight 75. It's the return of old friend of the show, Jessica Rose Clark, who, of course, as I said, is immortalized on our wall forever for her walkout. We wonder what she'll have in store for all of us come Saturday as she looks to score a big win over Karen Cedillo in Las Vegas. Lion Fight 75. Let's talk to JRC right now, who is kind enough to join us, and she made it. There was some doubt as to whether or not you'd be able to squeeze us in. You made it. You're here.
Yeah, I got it, and I'm not riding dirty anymore.
You're all good.
I'm good at the DMV. Good at the DMV.
Live from the DMV right now. This is.
No, I'm at a metalwork place. I'm done at the DMV. My mom's learning to weld right now, so I'm sitting outside a metalwork shop in Vegas, and my mom is inside learning welding.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What a by the way, does your mom live with you now in Las Vegas?
No, she's just out here for this fight.
And she just happened to
She got
squeeze
here
in
last week.
Some metal welding.
Yeah. Well, so she's building out a bus, same as me. I'm building out a school bus. She's building out a school bus back in Australia. So I was like, she hasn't been here in 4 years, and I was like, hey, when you come out, like, if you want me to introduce you to some people that can help you with working on your bus, let me know. And she said, I really want to learn how to weld. So I brought her to Sosa Metalworks in Vegas. He's a bike builder, and all he does is metalwork. And so he's currently teaching her how to weld.
Wow. And what are you doing with a bus?
I have a 40-foot yellow school bus that I'm trying to build into like a motorcycle hauling RV. Yeah.
Really? Why?
Why not?
I mean, yeah.
Why not?
I know why.
Why not?
Where did you come up with that idea, and how did you buy the bus?
Well, I've actually been looking for about 4 years for the right bus, and then last year I found the right bus, but I just haven't had the time to start building it out yet. But because I lived at an RV park for a long time in Northern California up until pretty recently, and I just lived in a trailer, and I have motorbikes and everything, and I was like, how can I make myself my own home that will also house my motorbike? So I bought the school bus with the intention of building it out into a full-time house on wheels with a garage.
I have so many follow-ups there to just that answer. Where do you park the bus, by the way?
So right now it's at my friend's workshop in Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is it yellow? Is it like a legit school bus?
Yeah. It's the giant yellow Freightliner school bus.
Wow. And how long did you live in an RV park? Oh, what's happening?
Hold on. My mom's trying to get stuff out of the car. Here, get your stuff out of the car.
She wants some airtime. We're talking about her. I mean,
I've already. Yeah, get your stuff.
Hello, Mom.
It's not in here.
How are you? How's the welding going? Is it going well?
Yeah, going really well. Finally, yes. Thank you.
Well done.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye. Wow, your mom is hardcore. She has a tongue ring.
Yeah.
Wow.
She took me for my very first tattoo. She's the one that started everything.
Oh my gosh. How old were you when that happened?
Yeah. It was my 18th birthday. She took me. That's a legal age in Australia, so she took me straight to get my first tattoo. She chose it. She was supposed to also get it. She didn't end up getting it. I'm the chump left with like a shitty lizard on my hip, but it's cool. I like it.
Did she end up getting any tattoos throughout her life?
She has a bunch. Yeah, she has a bunch. Her and I have a couple of matching tattoos that we've gotten out here in Vegas on previous trips.
Wow. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say.
No.
Okay.
Maybe just in that respect.
Okay. All right.
I think we're very different. Yeah.
No face tattoos for her?
No.
Okay.
She's mentioned it, but I don't know if she's ready to go down that road yet.
Maybe when she gets to be your age.
Yeah, maybe when she grows up a little.
How long were you in the RV camp for?
3 years.
What was that like?
That. Super cool. My best friends lived in the bus next to me. I only just moved out because they raised the prices at the RV park, and so I ended up moving into one of my friends' houses for less than what I was paying to live in a trailer. And he's a firefighter, so he's gone most of the week at work.
Okay.
So I pretty much have a whole house and a yard for myself and for the dogs now. But I really miss it. I still have my RV, and I'm always considering going back, but I just don't want to spend the extra money to live at a park. But I miss my friends. Like we had my trailer set up and then their bus, and we had like a little outdoor area with like a garden, and I had my barbecue, my Traeger grill out there, and like a little fire pit, and we would just sit out there every night and hang out. It was super cool.
Are you
I miss it a lot.
Are you longing for the day when you have just like you are anchored, you have a home, because you've had a bit of a nomadic lifestyle, right? Do you think you'll always be that way, or do you want to be settled?
Yeah. I don't know if I'll ever be settled. I would like to. I I have all these grand dreams of like buying a cottage in Italy and going and spending some time in Italy. I've also been taught. My sister just moved to Bali, so I've been looking at land out in Bali as well. But I really just want. I think I will settle when I can find a big piece of land, and I just want to kind of disappear onto my own land and be super self-sufficient and just ride motorbikes and horses and hang out with my dogs all day. I think that'll be when I settle. When I find the right piece of land, that'll be when I set some roots down.
And you really do love bikes. I saw that. Did you get like lost or something for 3 hours? What happened here with the bike situation?
Yeah. Well, so I was riding on this new like mountain kind of highway thing up in Northern California, and my phone died, and I was using that for my GPS, and my phone died. I was like 17 miles in, and it was either 17 miles back or like another 14 or 17 forward, and then there were a bunch of turnoffs, and I actually didn't know which direction my home was. So I just kind of went, well, let's just go. Like, let's see if I can figure out how to get home. I didn't. I ended up, by the time I eventually stopped and charged my phone, I was still an hour away from where I live. But it was really fun, like I was just, I really, like I rode my Harley out here the other day out to Vegas, and it took 11 hours with stops, and Mum was in the truck with the dogs. So we'd stop and let the dogs out and have a look at things on the drive out. And there's something so beautiful about just being on your bike, because I can't text anyone, I can't take phone calls, like I can't have conversations. It's like just me in the open air, having to be super aware and present. And I feel like I don't really get many opportunities to do that. So it was kind of fun getting lost on my bike, honestly. And it made me want to go and do that more, put myself in that situation more, where like just go somewhere and see if I can figure out how to get home.
You didn't panic?
No.
At all?
What would I panic for?
I
feel like I'm pretty capable.
I know, but like
I feel like I'm pretty capable. I mean, I'm always going to figure it out.
Sheesh. If my thing went out for like 2 minutes, I'd be like hyperventilating. What are you talking about? You're just...
Yeah, but I grew up in the forest. Like, that's the thing. I grew up in the bush with no TV, no electricity. Like, that's how I've lived half of my life.
What do you mean no electricity?
Like
nothing?
Yeah, nothing.
What do you mean?
Candlelight, fires, stuff like that. We literally lived in the forest. I grew up in the forest.
In the forest? In Australia?
Yeah.
Did you have running water?
Traveled. So with my mom, we lived in a van for a long time and traveled around to like different properties, different massive pieces of land where they would have these things called rainbow gatherings. So it would just be like an open piece of land, and people would travel from all over Australia, all over Asia. People would come from the US to gather for these rainbow gatherings, and it would be like a big celebration, and there would be bonfires and communal cooking every night, and like people would play guitars and they'd bring instruments, but there was no electricity. It was just, they were always along a creek or a river, but it was just like living simply for a few weeks. And then so we would travel around to those, and in between those we would live on different pieces of properties. Like my mom has worked in disability care for a long time. So we lived on one farm in particular called Mary Farms that was owned by a gentleman in a wheelchair, and Mum was his carer. So we lived there for free, and anyone could go and live there. You just had to contribute to looking after the land. So it was kind of how I spent like my early years of life were doing that. And I think that's why I am such a gypsy. Like being in Northern California for 4 years now is the longest in my entire life, is the longest I've lived in any one area.
How many, when you say we, how many people are we talking about that would go from these? You, your mom? Is it just you, your mom, or did you have?
No. So my mom has 6 kids. So there was my mom, and however, I think at that stage there was 4 kids and 2 dogs, and we all lived in a van and all slept across respective seats. And but there were, at some of these rainbow gatherings, there would be hundreds of people. People would literally like congregate for these few like weeks on this one particular land, and it was just this big communal like love, friendship, peace gathering.
Wow. Did you go to school?
I went to school when I was 11, I think. I was homeschooled up until then.
You started when you were 11, and then you continued afterwards?
Yeah,
or just
I went
that year?
No, I continued afterwards.
Okay.
I was smart as fuck, so I like got a scholarship to a really good private school, and
Oh, wow.
yeah, but I didn't go to school until year 5. So halfway through later elementary.
Yeah.
What elementary, right? That's the younger ages?
Yes, elementary.
Yeah.
What a lifestyle. Wow. And did you think this was unique, or you just thought everyone lived this way? Like, did you know that this was a little bit different?
When I finally went to school, because I ended up moving in with my grandma, and my grandma was very settled. Like, she didn't live that lifestyle. She was very alternative, but like she had a job, she had a property, everything like that. And so when I went to live with her, she sent me to school, and that was the first time I'd ever been around kids my own age, the first time I'd ever like had someone tell me what to do. I don't do well with people being in charge, so like I did struggle with a lot of aspects. But that was when I finally realized, like, oh, my lifestyle is different, and I was picked on, bullied a ton because of my upbringing. And because I think because I grew up around adults, so I didn't know how to relate to kids my own age. So I was very different to everyone that I went to school with. But now as an adult, I'm like, when I tell people my story, which I don't talk about it that often, I tell little bits and pieces, but when I tell people my story, I always get the same reaction, like, whoa, man, that's like so weird. I'm like, is it? I think you guys going to school every day and doing the same shit day in and day out is really weird, Like, I couldn't imagine doing anything but what I do now, which I think is why I was attracted to fighting, because I could travel, it's chaotic, it's inconsistent, like there's nothing really stable about this career. And I think that's why it's like the only thing I've ever stuck to.
And speaking of that, like I feel a little bit weird asking you this question because we've talked a bunch of times, but we've never really gone down this path. How did you get into fighting, given this life that you had?
I was dating a kickboxer. So I was going to compete in powerlifting. And at the time I was dating a kickboxer, and I had to lose a little weight for this powerlifting meet I was trying to do. And so he was like, oh, come to kickboxing. And I went there and didn't touch another weight for like 4 years.
Oh, wow.
I fell in love from day one. I was like, oh man, it felt like I think I was 21 when that happened. And it felt like that was the first time, because I have lived a very transient lifestyle. That first session of kickboxing was the first time where I felt like I was at home, and I've only ever felt that one other time, and that was the very first time I came to Las Vegas. So twice in my life have I ever felt like I was at home, and one was fighting and one was being in Vegas.
And but you don't live in Las Vegas, right? Do you want to end up in Las Vegas?
No, I mean, yeah, I will end up moving back here at some stage. It's been a consistent thing since I went to Northern California, but I'm there for my coach, I'm there for my gym. So while I'm still fighting and actively competing, that's where I'll be. But as soon as once I decide that I don't want to compete anymore, then I'll be back in Vegas, because there's a lot for me here as well. There's a lot of opportunities for me here outside of fighting that I'm kind of holding off on until I'm ready to quit competing. But
like what?
I do. I'm out here all the time. Well, I really want to learn to tattoo. Obviously I'm covered in tattoo. The girl who does all of mine is one of my best friends. She's been wanting to teach me, so I'd love to learn to tattoo. I want to start building motorbikes. I want to do more with Harley Davidson. Like I want to be involved more in the motorcycle industry. And in Vegas, there's a massive community here, and I'm already friends with a lot of them, you know. So there's a lot of opportunity for me to get more on camera work, more stuff with motorbikes, and then also develop a side career in tattooing, which is a career that I really can take all over the world, you know.
Wow. Okay. So much going on. And so we should probably talk about the fighting. Why are you not in the UFC anymore?
You know, well, my contract ended after that last fight. That was the last fight on my deal. But I honestly, when I fought Sarah Alpar, which was end of 2020, that was going to be my retirement fight in MMA. I was just not happy doing it anymore. I was getting so injured constantly. Like it just wasn't, I think this vision that I had of what it was and then the reality once I got to that level were two very different things. And I was really struggling to kind of let go of that vision I had in my head, you know, and really settle into the reality. Like I just wasn't enjoying it. And I'd said to myself with the Sarah Alpar fight before I walked out, I was like, if you don't enjoy tonight, like that's it. We're gonna call it, you know? And then I had a great fight. And I ended up getting injured. Like I tore my ACL in that fight, had to have surgery and all this. And then I got offered a good new contract with like a significant pay bump and a new visa. And I was like, okay, like that was a good fight. Like we'll give it another shot. But ever since I signed that contract, it just didn't fulfill me anymore the way it used to. It didn't excite me anymore the way that it used to, you know? And there were bits and pieces here that I really loved. Like I love being in front of everyone. I love being an entertainer. I love being in the crowd. I love hearing people cheer my name, like all that aspect. But the actual sport of MMA, I just didn't love it anymore. Like every day I would go to wrestling and jiu-jitsu and I would walk away just so beat up, and it just felt like it wasn't worth it anymore. And you know, after like obviously I won my next fight after that. I hated that fight. It was terrible. The one where all I did was wrestle. I hated it, but whatever, got another win, got a paycheck. And then losing to Stephanie Egger like kind of lit that fire, that little bit of arrogance, that ego where I'm like, I need to get it back. And then when I fought Julia and had my arm dislocated, I retired in the cage after that. I said to coach before they even like announced her as a winner, I was like, no, I'm done. Like I'd said I don't want to, if I get another bad injury, that's it for me. Like I don't want to do this anymore, you know? And then came back from that and I still had one fight left on my deal. And my intention was always to, whether I won or lost that last fight on my contract, it was going to be to walk away and try my hand at something else. I wanted to do pro boxing. I wanted to fight Muay Thai. And also I'm 36 this year. So I also knew that if I signed another contract and my career kept going the way it did, which was one fight a year because I kept getting injured, then that was probably going to be the end of my career. You know, like my career was going to die in the UFC. And it was never a bad place to be. I just didn't love the sport anymore. And I wanted to try other things before it was too late, you know, and it sucks not getting kind of the same paycheck that I was getting there, you know, but the love that I've received since leaving has been way more than I was expecting to. And the excitement that I feel personally for being able to just fight Muay Thai now, which is where I started in kickboxing. Muay Thai is what I've always loved. That's what's always been my favorite aspect of combat sports. And I've just been excited again for the first time in a long time, you know, and I'm grateful that last fight went the way it did, because I think if I had have won and been offered a new contract, I probably would have taken it just for the paycheck and for the visa and everything, and then would have been in the same cycle that I've been in for the last couple of years, you know. So I did enjoy a lot of things about being in the UFC. I just don't enjoy MMA anymore. I hated going to jiu-jitsu. I hated having to wrestle. Like, it's never been something that I've enjoyed doing. And then as I'm getting older and I'm getting more and more beat up, it just made it more and more unpleasant every day.
So just curious, why did you choose Muay Thai? And you mentioned boxing. Women's boxing is growing very much so now. Why did you choose Muay Thai and not boxing?
Well, I'm going to fight boxing next.
Oh, okay.
So it's just this fight. Yeah, the first opportunity was Muay Thai.
Okay.
So that's just what came.
Do you have a boxing deal?
Well, we're talking to a couple of people right now, trying to get. There's one fight in particular that I'm really trying to get.
Okay.
And if that happens, like, I'm gonna be set that I'll be going to boxing.
Okay, and dare I ask, what is that fight?
I want to rematch Paige Van Zandt in boxing. And I know she's spoken a lot about wanting to rematch me. I have zero desire to fight bare knuckle. I'm not interested in fighting bare knuckle, but if I can get her to, I know she's making so much money off her fan sites and everything that I think she needs. I know I've seen that she wants to fight again, and I just think it needs to be the right opportunity for her to be excited about it. And she has mentioned before wanting to rematch me again because I did beat her in the UFC. And I think that could be the opportunity. You know, if we get the right promotion behind it, I think it would be a massive fight, honestly.
And why do you want this fight, considering you beat her already?
You know, when I fought her the first time, it really was a turning point in my career for me. And I think with the reputation she has, with the celebrity status that she has, with the fact that she is a legitimate competitor, I'm a legitimate competitor. I honestly want to make some money. You know, I've been doing this for 15 years. As I was just explaining this to my mom the other day, because she was like, why do you want to keep fighting? Like, why do you want to go to boxing? I'm like, honestly, I want to try to make some money. I've been doing this a long time to be fighting for peanuts.
Right.
You know, like when I fought Julia, after I paid out all my coaches, my taxes, everything, I had $3,000, you know, and that's it. And I was out for almost a year with a serious injury. Like, that broke my heart. I've been doing this too long. I put too much of myself, too much of my body, too much of my energy, too much of my heart into this to not try to jump on an opportunity to make a paycheck. I think a lot of people would want to see that. I think she would want that fight. I want that fight. Like, I want to test my hand at boxing. You know, I don't really I'll fight a boxer. I'm not a competent boxer. I would rather fight an MMA girl for my first 1 or 2 and then transition to full-time boxing because it's very different, I'm realizing. And I just think that would be a cool fight to make, honestly.
Do you want this to be like in a traditional setting, or, you know, there's the misfits of the world, the MVPs of the world, where we're seeing the game breads of the world? Like, do you want it to be are those the people that you're talking to, like the influencer boxing scene, so to speak?
Honestly, I would love to fight for MVP. I would love to fight for Jake Paul. That's who I would love to go to. I think people can say whatever they want about him being an influencer boxer, YouTuber, whatever. I think he's doing incredible things for boxing and for combat sports right now, and especially for women in combat sports. Like, that's who I want to fight for. I don't know him. I don't know anyone who knows him. So I figured after this Muay Thai fight, I'm just going to start spamming his Instagram. Like, hey, pay attention to me. Pick me.
I think I can help. I think I can help with that if you want an introduction. I just.
I would love it. I want to fight for Jake Paul. I've been saying that for a long time. I would love to fight for his promotion.
Okay, that is great. I feel like this is a thing that could happen. I really do.
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it.
If I cut this deal for you, do I get a percentage? How does that work? I'm just curious.
What if you come and corner me?
Wow. You know, there was talks of me. That's one thing I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to corner someone, just like as the, you know, I'm never going to fight. I have no aspirations. I don't have that DNA in me. I'm not as courageous as you guys, but I would love to know what it's like. And I would love to relay this and maybe film it. Like, what is it like from the moment you arrive, the nerves, everything, to the hand reps, to walking out? I want to hold the spit bucket. I want to, you know, like.
Look, we've made a deal before. We've made a deal before, and I came through on my end. So if we can make this happen, you will be the third in my corner.
Wow.
If I fight for MVP, you can be my third.
If you
for sure,
okay, so
100%.
So to reiterate, if you sign a deal with MVP, does it have to be for the Paige fight, or is this any fight whatsoever?
I'm happy to fight for them.
Period.
Regardless, I want to fight Paige, but I would like to fight for MVP. Paige would be an ideal opponent. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I'm planning on fighting boxing probably until I decide to retire, and I would like to fight for MVP.
Okay, you sign the deal with MVP. I get to be the third man in the corner for your debut.
Third in my corner.
Wow.
Done deal.
That would be. And what do I have to do? Just bucket? Well, like, am I holding mitts? What am I doing? I'm just curious.
You're there for support.
Support.
So you'll carry
I could be your hype man.
Yeah.
I could hype you up. This is your time. F the doubters.
Yeah.
We've been through this before.
Exactly.
We've walked through the fire. Let's show everyone.
We've done this for years.
Yes, we've done this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very excited. I'm actually, now I have incentive to try to make this happen.
Yeah, there you go. You help me out. You can be 100%.
This is freaking.
Me and my third. Me and
This
my
is
corner.
huge.
Me and the third.
Okay. Oh, by the way, walkout music this Saturday. What are we thinking?
Australian hip hop.
Okay.
I think I walked out to the same song for my last fight, but I'm super homesick. It's been amazing having my mum here, but it's made me even more homesick. So I'm trying to get back to my roots as much as I can in any way possible.
I'm big into
Aussie hip hop.
UK rap. I love UK rap. I don't know a lot about Aussie rap. Who should I be looking out for?
I'll send you some stuff.
Okay.
Listen Esso. Listen Esso is who I listen to.
Is that a guy or a group? Who's that?
It's a group.
Okay.
Bliss and just the letter Esso, ESO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they new or are they classic?
No. They've been around since I was a teenager for sure. I've listened to them for years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will check that out. So that's what we're walking out to. By the way, I wanted to ask you before I let you go, and I appreciate you doing this from the car park, as they say. What is it? What is this? You tweeted something. Here it is. You tweeted something a few months ago, just a couple of months ago.
Oh God, what was it?
and so I okay, let me read you the quote, and you tell me what you were actually trying to say. Oh, I'm fine. It's just that life is pointless and nothing matters, and I'm always tired. Also, I can't sleep. I'm overeating, and none of my old hobbies interest me. Now, I saw people.
You don't know what that's from?
Okay, so here's the thing. Full disclosure. I saw people wrote an article, and people were worried about your well-being, and people were trying to uplift.
Yeah, I know.
But then I sent it to my guy GC, and he said it was a quote from Parks and Recreation. Is that what it's from?
Parks and Rec. It's Fat Andy. It's Chris Pratt from Parks and Recreation.
But I don't know if. Do you think?
I thought it was funny. Okay, do you really want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
Because my nipples were showing in that picture.
Oh, geez.
And so I was like, I wanted to post. I liked that picture. I wanted to post it, and when I put it up on when I started to write the post, I was like, oh, if I write something this is going to be sexualized no matter what, So let me put something really fucking obscure and obscure and random as a quote. And then I'd been watching Parks and Rec, and I was like, oh, that's the one. And so then I wrote that, and I did. I had people messaging me going, you need to speak to a therapist. Just for public interest, I speak to my therapist every 3 weeks. I have a therapist.
You're good. Okay.
I'm good. It was purely a juxtaposition, it was just a contrast to
I
the
get it.
picture
Okay,
that
now I get it. But I think it went through.
I'm not depressed.
It went over people's heads, right?
It did.
Okay.
Which I appreciate the concern. I appreciate the amount of people that reached out, but it was a joke, and I do apologize for worrying people.
No, I mean, it's nice to know people care, I guess, at the end of the day, right?
For sure, 100%. 100%.
And you didn't feel the need to clarify that everything was okay, or did you later?
No, because listen, most of what I post and put out there is a joke, or is me talking shit, or messing around. So I feel like the people who really know, who pay attention to what I say and who really know me, looked at that and were like, you're an idiot,
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we cleared this up. So you return to action this Saturday back in Las Vegas, Line Fight 75. Yep. You can watch it on Fight TV, co-main event, FITE TV, the app that everyone knows about. We feel good. We're in good spirits. And then next up, we're making our pro boxing debut for MVP. I mean, this is big. This is the comeback season. Comeback SZN for JRC.
Yeah. Yes. I'm excited.
I love it. Great to talk to you as always. Good luck to you this Saturday. Cool. Can't wait for it. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Cool. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. There she is, Jessica Rose Clark. How about that? I mean, we accomplished a lot there. And by the way, shout out to GC, who when I sent him the tweet. And by the way, Frank, we have a problem. I don't know if you
keep dropping pencils.
No, it was worse than that. The IFB fell. But we're all good. Don't worry about it.
Did you ever put it on?
Well, it was on, and then I knocked it off the thingy. I sent this tweet to GC, and he was like, "Oh, I think you knew right away, right?"
Yeah, I knew it was from something.
Okay, but you didn't know that it was from Parks and Rec.
I knew it was from something. Yeah, I just Googled exactly that, and it immediately came.
Oh, you Googled the quote?
Yeah, and it came up.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, a lot of people have been, dangling this cornering thing.
I'm waiting on it, dude. I mean,
I thought I was
getting out there, dude.
I thought I was
going
to Kill a Bee. It's not happening, so now I'm moving on.
I mean, a JRC Paige Van Zandt, you could do worse.
That would be a big time. That would be a big time fight. from P, so I have to put in a call here. That was actually very shrewd. I was like, hey, do I get a cut? She's like, no, you can corner.
It's a good deal. Now you got to pay for travel, stay, hotel.
I'm actually losing money in this endeavor, but it's okay.
Some good FaceTime though. Some good FaceTime.
It is good. No, I would actually legitimately love to know. That's the closest that I would ever get. Like, I don't have the balls of our guy Ben the Bane Davis.
Shout out.
I mean, this guy's doing. Do we have the footage? He's doing an open workout in Newcastle. Rocking the jorts. He's fighting this weekend. Misfits Boxing.
Looks great.
He looks fantastic. I mean, look at that jab snapping.
I mean, where are they too? They're in like a church.
It's a great setting.
There it is.
Look at this. In, out.
It's right there. Oh, it looks quick. He looks quick.
Yo, if I'm Gabriel Silva, who is the son.
Gabe Silva's been real quiet since this footage dropped. I'm just saying.
He hasn't been pulling his weight as far as the promotion
I was going to say, he's been quiet.
I mean, look at that. Protecting the body, snapping the jab. The head movement is on point.
Superman punch. I didn't see
this.
Ready for it. Get ready for it.
I didn't see a Superman punch in boxing.
I dare someone to drop a line.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Is there a line?
Nah, I can't find one anywhere. I doubt there will be. But, yeah, someone drop a line. We'll be betting.
I can't wait for that. So, like, I don't have that kind of courage. And, of course, we are all pulling for our good friend, Ben the Bane Davis, who, is representing all of us. And so when he fights, we could be biased, right? We're allowed to root.
Oh, I'm biased for sure.
He's fighting on the Misfits card this Saturday. Is it Saturday or Friday?
Believe it is Saturday.
Misfits 009. That's in Newcastle, and it's on DAZN. That's the next one before. Yes, September 23rd. Man, a lot going on September 23rd. We've got that.
Zone app's going to be getting some usage on Saturday. That's for sure.
We've got Zhang and Joyce. We've got Conor Ben. We've got the UFC. We've got JRC on Fight TV.
Sleep on Hitchens.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. So anyway, all to say, don't have that kind of courage, but I would love one time to corner a fighter and just experience what that is like. And so perhaps we get it done this time around. Now, let us move along and talk to a man who has, I would imagine, some very strong thoughts on the state of the middleweight division. Obviously, since the Sydney card, we've been talking about the new face of the division, Sean Strickland, now the champion. The Sean Strickland era is fully upon us. Izzy loses the belt, a shocking turn of events, but here we are in the backup fighter for that fight who went all the way to Sydney from Arizona to weigh in. To be there on standby was Jared Cannonier, who, lest we forget, back in December, in the final fight of 2022, as far as the UFC is concerned, beat Sean Strickland. Who could have thought all of this would have happened some 9 months later? Let's talk to Jared about what he wants next, his thoughts on all of this. The Killer Gorilla, kind enough to join us. Hello, Jared. How are you?
I'm doing good, Ariel. Hello, how are you doing? And thank you for having me.
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for being on. So yeah, very, very interested in getting your thoughts on all of this. First, can I ask, when you were offered the opportunity to fly to Sydney just to be the backup, were you down right away with that? I mean, that's a long ways to go and you're training. You don't even know if you're going to get the fight. Was that a no-brainer for you or did you have to be convinced?
No, that's something that I actually put out there prior to even getting the call, after the fight with Vettori, I mentioned that in a few of the post-fight press conferences and media interviews and stuff, that the fight was coming up. I'm willing to be the backup, which, also for me was saying that I'm willing to step in if any of those guys get injured, leading up to the fight. So, that was my stance then. And then, it came to fruition. They gave me the call to be the backup. I flew out there. It was a good trip. The weather was nice. Sydney was Sydney was cool. It was a good experience. A nice little stamp on my passport. And, it all culminated in what will soon be an historic event. And especially as far as the middleweight division is concerned.
When all this was agreed upon, was it said to you, hey, you go out there and do this, you're getting the winner?
No, nobody told me that. That wasn't really on the table. So, no. Short answer, no.
Okay, because sometimes, it's promised. You just felt, hey, let me be there, and if someone falls out, I'll be there waiting.
Yeah, that, and hopefully it puts me in good standing, a little bit closer to getting the title. If I'm in consideration to being the backup for the title, I should be in consideration of fighting for the title in general, I feel. So that's how I felt. I wasn't trying to get in that position. I felt like I was already there, especially after beating Marvin Vettori, who was ranked number 3 ahead of me at the time. You know what I mean? So that was my stance now or then, and it's an even stronger stance now. I feel that I have in the middleweight division.
Sure, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I'm just curious. Last week we had Eric Nixick on, the head coach at Extreme Couture, who's also the head coach for Sean Strickland, and he told us that when Sean had his little incident with the fans and then the open workout and all that, that he had heard that there were talks of flying your head coach John Crouch from Arizona to Australia because there were talks of pulling Sean from the card and putting you in. This is like Tuesday, Wednesday. Did you hear the same?
I did. I woke up, I think it was Wednesday when I woke up, and it was Tuesday. I was doing check-ins, and we ran into Sean. He was in there signing his poster, and he was telling us his story, the same story that gotten out, that he was out on a beach somewhere greeting fans, and you know how fans do. They come up to you and greet you and stuff. And one of them said some slick shit to him, and he gave him a nice one to the body, and went along his day. And there was the potential of that coming out to become, how some people are. They'll press charges and try to get some attention or even a paycheck out of it. So it was one of those situations, But that's what I heard. That's a story that I got from him. And then the next day I woke up, I was hearing stories from other sources that this fight could potentially be in jeopardy. Stay ready, stay prepared. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. But for me, I just went along my day. I was there to make weight anyway. If I was going to fight, I was going to fight whoever, and win, of course. But yeah, I heard the same things, and it never really came to. It got close, because
how close did it get?
Crouch, he was about to fly out.
He was close to flying out.
About to fly out my corners. Yeah, he was close to flying. He was at the airport actually.
Wow.
And yeah, he was at the airport. He was they were calling for boarding and stuff. He was about to board, and then he was looking on his. I guess he saw some video of Sean doing media day stuff, and as if he was still fighting and things like that. So he decided to pull the plug and not come, and it never turned out to be anything. You didn't get a call from the
UFC saying like, "Hey, don't come." Like they were going to make him fly 14 or whatever that is. Hours?
Yeah, I never got a call from any. I never talked to any UFC officials directly.
Okay.
So I had the hearsay from some from one of my corners who communicated with some other individuals. But I was just there handling business. If it was going to happen, then shit, that would have been funny as hell, and I would have been ready to come swoop in and save the day.
Wow.
But yeah, it was kind of crazy. It could have been hectic for most people who would have focused on it, but I wasn't focused on it. So it didn't really have as much impact on me. But I can understand, the gravity of the situation. It almost happening, and it was a wild trip, to say the least.
Yeah. How is that stressful for you? Like you're about to maybe fight for the belt. You don't know. You're in. You're out. You don't know. That's a lot.
Yeah, like I was saying, it could have been, for most people, but I wasn't going to allow it to put any stress on me. If anything, I was just happy that, something was happening.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy that somebody's future was in jeopardy or anything like that. You know what I mean? I don't wish ill on anybody or anything like that. But it was kind of funny that something was, those wheels began to turn during that whole trip, during fight week of all times. You know what I'm saying? You don't expect this type of stuff to happen during fight week and a championship match. Be in jeopardy like that. So I guess it wasn't any real jeopardy. Maybe it was more of the publicity wheels turning and turning it into a whole stunt sort of thing. Something for us to click on and talk about. And,
Sure.
But
just curious, like when you're the backup fighter, how does it work? Does someone call you at some point on Saturday or I guess Sunday, because this fight was a Sunday, and say like, "Hey, you're officially off the hook. You don't, because like even after you weigh in, you're still probably like something could happen, right? Someone could get sick. Someone could. So when do you know that you're officially not fighting?
Usually you should. As far as I'm concerned, by the time the event starts, right?
Oh, wow.
And if I'm out at the event and I'm tossing back drinks and they come back, hey man, are you ready to fight? What you call it? Just stepped, speaker just fell on them. I try my best to play, pass the sobriety test, go out there and whoop somebody ass.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
But I done something like, what are the chances of something like that happening that close to the fight? Because I went to the event, I was there from the first fight to the last. So I was there, I was ready. Shit, if they would have called me, the only thing I didn't have was a mouthpiece and a cup at the event. But if they would have called me that morning, I would have been ready. So
wow.
After you make weight, for me, the whole thing, it wasn't really a fight camp. It was more of like a diet camp. So all I had to do is get to the weight cut, make the weight, and then let everything else fall in place. The fight almost fell into place. That was kind of crazy for me. That's the biggest thing for me. The fight almost fell in place, but I made the weight, another easy weight cut and dry, made it happen. And I made a pretty penny, a nice paid vacation, got to see a cool event, and see myself be put in a closer position to getting the title fight.
What did you think was going to happen? If we would have talked on Friday, Saturday before, what was your prediction?
Well, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I always say this, that I'll never count anybody out in this sport. Anybody who does mixed martial arts at this level has a potential to win the fight. You know what I mean? So, but the chances of Sean Strickland fighting, the way Sean Strickland fights and succeeding, being successful, for me were slim. I didn't think I was going to see what happened. And Sean Strickland didn't do anything outrageous. He didn't do anything extraordinary. He didn't do anything you never seen Sean Strickland does. He does the same thing he does every time. And to great effect, So hats off to him. He made it happen. It was kind of crazy watching it happen. I had my hands up my head watching this, looking at Rob, my corner man. I was like, man, is this really happening? He asked me, is this really happening? And it was wild watching it go down live like that. It was crazy seeing it happen live. I was more surprised. I wasn't surprised at the performance that Sean had. He did, like I said, he did exactly what he does. I was more surprised at Israel's inability to make adjustments and to at least make one adjustment or two adjustments. You know what I mean? So that was the biggest, most surprising thing for me in that fight. But other than that, man, watching them win the title, that was fucking awesome. Watching anybody win the title is awesome. You know what I mean? So it's amazing. So unless you don't like him, you don't like him, and very few people I dislike in the world. So, but
I would imagine for you this was a good result, right? You have a win over Sean. You have a loss against Izzy. Better that the guy that you have a win over is the new champion, right? A fresh champion who you have history with and good history with. You probably walked away from that event happy, right?
I wouldn't use those words happy.
Okay.
But I will say, I was happy for Sean, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I walked away from that event in, let's say, a state of realizing that, man, I'm in a better position to get a title, to get a title fight sooner than later. You know what I mean? And I'm better than ever. So I was, the cards stack up in my favor, if you will. I've already beaten the new champ, and I feel like that gives me a good backing to get a next title fight, especially since I beat him quite recently.
So here's the question, the biggest question of them all. In your opinion, who should Sean Strickland fight in his first title defense?
Me, of course. That's what I'm saying. He should fight me.
Why?
He should fight me in his first title defense. Everybody's saying they should do the rematch with Israel, but I don't know what's in his contract. I don't know if he has those rematch clauses in his contract and stuff like that for every title defense he has, or what. But we hear the talks of that happening. We've heard the talks of Strickland versus Duplessis maybe. or even the talks of Strickland versus Chimaev, if he beats Costa or whatever there. But if anybody has a stake to claim, it'd be the champ, because he's been a great champ. But you know what I'm saying, the way he lost that fight, the fact that he just came back from a rematch, weighs heavy on his argument, I say. My argument is I've already beaten the champ. I just beat the number 3 guy. You know what I mean? If you don't want to give me the champ, give me the contender. That will be Duplessis, right? Or give me Israel. You know what I mean? Everybody's talking about Chimaev as if he's a contender, but he's not a contender. You know what I mean? He may be a contender at welterweight, but at middleweight, that's a different story. So I think they're waiting for this test and Costa to play out to inflate him and pump him up to that title fight that he wants very bad. I'm sure he wants very bad, especially now that the title has changed hands like the way it has. So when this thing's happen, when we see titles change hands, I'm sure a lot of us fighters get antsy in our pantsy and thinking that this is our opportunity to get it, because that's the way it seems on the outside. But I'm ready to get this title. I'm ready for the title fight. I think I have a good argument for the title fight right now. So I'm trying to bank on it right now. That's why I'm running my mouth as much as I can, letting the world know, trying to get as much of the world behind it.
You feel comfortable doing that? Because I saw even like on Dana White's page, you're writing comments like, you're not known to be very loud when it comes to this part of the game. You have to be out here now to puff your chest out, because let's be honest, those guys that you mentioned, a lot of them have like very loyal and passionate fan bases. So you kind of have to break through that noise. Are you comfortable doing all of this?
I mean, it seems like I have to, because again, I have a bigger stake to claim to this next title, but my name isn't getting mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm hearing a lot of people not mentioning my name, but they're mentioning these other people's names. And I'm thinking, wow, you know what I mean? Has anybody not seen what I've done since I fought the last 2 champions? I fought the champion and lost that fight, but it wasn't like a dramatic loss. He didn't just handle me in that fight. You know what I'm saying? He used his jab effectively. He used his movement and his leg kicks, and I wasn't able to make anything happen. But I've grown since that fight, and I beat the current champ with just an inkling of what I've developed into now. You know what I mean? And you saw what I've done with that development since that last fight. In the next fight, I'm breaking records with this newfound potential of mine. And now I've found even more in this potential. I feel like I've grown even more. And I say this all the time, and I prove it in my next fight every time in the last couple of years, that I'm getting better and better. And I'm getting even more better, and I'm growing even more confident. I guess that's why I'm running my mouth now, because I'm in a position to where running my mouth could have career-altering implications. A title fight, the winning that title is career-altering, as we all know. So I'm grabbing hold of this bull while I can. I'm gonna wrestle his ass down, put him in a choke, or bash his fucking head in, or something like that. You know what I mean? And on top of that, I feel like I'm the best in the world. I feel like, you know what I'm saying, I can beat anybody in the world. You know what I mean? The same way I felt the way Sean has the potential to beat Israel, I feel like I have even more potential to beat anybody on the face of the planet. So I'm growing. I'm getting even better. So that confidence, that big pair of balls is getting even bigger, if you will. So I'm ready, man. I'm ready to get in there for the title. I'm ready to show people the growth that I've already acquired. I'm ready to let go of the potential that I've already had, the skills that I've had in waiting, that I'm ready to just unleash on the UFC, and take what's mine, claim what's mine, claim the title, claim the top of the mountain, and just go on from there. You know what I mean?
You mentioned a lot of things, and it's very easy to look at those facts and say, like, yeah, you deserve it. There's one thing you didn't mention, which I think strengthens your case even more, and that's the fact that you went out to be the backup fighter. I know it wasn't promised to you, but you did that, and we've seen over the last year or so, Colby Covington did that, and we were told, hey, because he's doing that and because he did that, he's getting a title shot even though he hadn't fought in a year or so when he did it. Alex Volkanovski did it in Abu Dhabi, and he got the Islam fight afterwards. And so is there any part of you that feels like just at the end of the day, because you did that, in addition to everything that you just said, the win over Sean, the win over Vittori, all that, you went out there, you were the backup, you flew to Sydney, that should put you ahead of everyone else?
You know, I could sit on that sentiment if I wanted to, but I don't really want to sit on that sentiment. You know what I mean? I got paid to go out there and do that. You know what I mean? So that contract was fulfilled, and being the next in line for the title. Maybe before I signed the contract, I should have put something. I should have asked for something like that in the contract, but I didn't. I was happy with what was offered, and that wasn't part of it. You know what I'm saying? Being next in line for the title. Like I said, I personally feel that should at least put me in consideration. If you considering me to be the backup, you should at least consider me to at least fight for the title, especially more now that the title has changed hands to a person who I've recently beat.
Right.
You know what I mean? Again, I've shown that I've made improvements. A fight I made, and not only have I made improvements, I made improvements fighting against the top in the division. You know what I mean? So I haven't been getting blown out of the water. These fools ain't been handing my ass to me in the octagon. Because anyway, and on top of that, I feel like that's another reason why I'd rather stand on my ability than stand on.
Oh, I know. It's maybe not item 1, but it could be item 5.
Yeah.
You know, like when you're listing.
Well, yeah, it's in there.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to add it to the mix. You know what I mean? I'm trying to. You deserve that recognition, and you should have that check next to you, because we were told Colby's getting a title shot because he's the backup, and Alex got the title shot because. So I just feel like that's another thing that you could say. By the way, you did mention, hey, if you're not going to give me a title shot, like what about Drickus? Give me that. There was one name that I was wondering what you thought about. If it doesn't work out where you get the title shot next, what about running it back with Robert Whitaker, who's considered one of the best guys at 85, and you have a history with him as well? Is that of interest to you?
That is of interest to me. You know what I'm saying? Is Robert still that guy that gets you the title shot when you beat him? You know, like everybody's counting on this thing with Drickus, or did Drickus take that away from him? You know?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm down to fight Robert. I'd love to fight Robert again. You know what I'm saying? I want to fight all of them. That's what I want to do. But professionally speaking, I have to try to get the most out of this while I'm here. And, you know, the general consensus is get that title and defend that title and do it 1,000 times. Another general consensus is run your mouth and do all this, but I'm trying to show y'all a different way. You know what I mean? I'm trying to show y'all the way of the warrior. I'm in here to fight and show y'all good skills and how to be effective in fighting. Not trying to be flashy in this thing. You know what I mean? I'm being effective. So take note of that, you guys. When y'all see me go out there and do my thing, take note of the effectiveness of what I'm doing. And eventually I'm going to start taking on students. And if y'all want to be effective and be able to have long careers like I'm having, you know what I mean? Be in your 40s and your 50s doing this, holla at your boy.
All right. Fair enough. By the way, can I just ask, you wrote a post on Instagram where you talked about this, and then at the end you wrote something to the effect, I think you were talking about the poster for you versus Strickland, and you wrote PS something to the effect of like that you were high for that. What was that? Were you actually high for that picture? And I think we have the picture just for, oh, there it is, close up. Were you actually high, or are you just joking? I couldn't tell.
I may have been sleepy.
Okay. Because that's taken on Fight Week, right?
Huh?
That photo.
Those posters?
Yes.
Yeah, we do those when we check in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was high. Yeah.
Okay, you were high. Okay, yeah, cool. I mean, that's allowed, right, in Nevada?
It is. Yes.
Okay.
So yes, Nevada doesn't. It's not against a performance enhancer, and
That's good.
And you can't I'm not smoking before I'm going to compete or anything like that. I'm not showing up to the arena, high or anything like that. But yeah, man, I was high in that picture.
I love it. You fight Sean Strickland next. How does that fight go?
Well, it's going to be way more. Again, take a look at the last fight. Everybody's saying that he won that fight, but, I don't feel that way. You know what I mean? If that fight continued on, if there was no rounds to that fight, he would have eventually gotten finished and knocked out in that fight. But he was dodging big shots. He wasn't walking me down, screaming in my face. He wasn't the Sean Strickland you guys have grown to love as your champion. You know what I mean? He even said it himself. He fought like a bitch in that fight. So if he wants to redeem himself, get his man card back, like I said in the Instagram post, if he wants to get his man card back as a champion, he needs to see me. You know what I mean? He did his thing against Israel. You know what I'm saying? That pumps his man card. That that's a nice little check on his man card, but there's still a gorilla stamp on that man card that he didn't fight the way he says he fights. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do the man dance as he said he wanted to do. So that's the Strickland that I wanted to see. That's the Strickland that I was looking forward to fighting, But I had to go in there and try to find him, and he was trying to be all slick and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? He fought me the same kind of similar to how Israel fought me. You know what I mean? And wait for stay back and stay out of danger till you find your openings, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? It's a smart tactical approach to fighting. But I've gotten better at dealing with those guys too. So if you want to sit back and peck away and try to find your opening, there's gonna be another thing coming. You know what I mean? So but yeah, that's the Sean Strickland that I was expecting. The champion, the Tarzan, you know what I'm saying, versus the killer gorilla. That's what the way it's supposed to be. Either you're gonna either he's gonna prove the story's true, that this man lived amongst gorillas and became the clan leader of gorillas, or you know what I mean, or we're gonna show him what really happened. And when these fools came to the jungle and tried to live amongst gorillas, you know what I mean? So that's what I want to see, And this is the best opportunity to make that happen. You know what better way to make that happen? We can do it at the end of the year. We can do it, or UFC 300. It'll be the best card, right? I already got it laid out for you guys, and it'll lay out. It'll put out in concrete the middleweight division for the next year, maybe the next year and a half. You put me and Strickland, right? Tarzan versus the Killer Gorilla, right? As the main event, and then you put DDP, Drake Duplessis versus Israel Adesanya as the co-main event, and that's going to pump up your pay-per-views. That's going to give you big pay-per-views. And if the UFC doesn't believe that me versus Strickland is a strong enough thing, you got that as a co-main event. That's like 2 main events right there already on one card. That's gonna explode the pay-per-views, especially since you're gonna have Israel and DDP settling or expressing what everybody wants to see there. And then to further roadmap the middleweight division, you put the winner of Chimaev versus Costa versus Whitaker as the feature fight, right? So that's like having a 2 main. It's like having Chief 3 main events, or a main event in two co-main events, right?
Yes.
Or your 2 main events and then your co-main event as expected, and that's going to set out the title picture for the middleweight division for at least the next year or year and a half. You got your title fight right there. You're going to have your next title fight with DDP or with Drakus and Izzy fighting. Right.
Yes.
And then after that title fights get settled, say middle of the year next year, or second or third quarter next year, you got an end of the year battle between the winner of Whitaker and the winner of Chimaev and Costa. Right there, you have another contender match, or you can put that right there up against somebody else. You know what I mean? And then while all that's playing out, you develop all these other middleweight fighters. All these ones that you try to develop against the champion now, and Abus, whoever I can't pronounce the last name, so I'm not going to try to. But against all those other guys that the UFC wants to promote, and bring up into the middleweight division to explode it big time. So there you go. I just gave you cards
McMaynard. Fire the matchmakers. Jared Cannonier just
no, don't fire McMaynard. I like McMaynard. McMaynard's my man.
He's a good guy.
But McMaynard, if you're listening, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got to put me on the payroll, but give me that title fight.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? There you go. I gave you a card. You give me that title fight.
Good luck to you, Jared. Thanks for coming on. Hopefully it works out for you. Appreciate you laying out your case.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the chance to vent on this thing for the world to see.
All right. Much love, my man.
I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see what happens now. So thank you.
Okay, good luck. There he is, Jared Cannonier, stating his case. And yeah, not a bad card. And did you guys notice, by the way, that he was laying out headline, co-headline, chief support. He laid it all out right then and there. So Jared clearly listening to the show. I'm so excited to talk to our next guest. You know, he doesn't do a lot of interviews. He has his great show, which he co-hosts with the one and only Michael Bisping. And, you know, I was feeling like if I looked at my text messages, there were a lot of blues. Hey, good luck, man. Congratulations. Big win in Singapore. There was a lot of, and there wasn't a lot of the other color. And so then I just kind of threw it out there. And, you know, I've done this before, but it's all legit. It's like, hey, we beefing, you know, because sometimes I get a little bit self-conscious about these things, believe it or not. And, well, then we were kind of going back and forth on text. I finally got, you know, usually when you throw that out there, you get a reply. And then we just kind of agreed to air whatever there is. I'm not really sure what it is, but to air it out on the air. And so without further ado, let us say hello to our final guest of the day, our old friend, Anthony Smith, who's here to join us. Anthony, how are you?
What's up, Ariel?
I'm
good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing really well. You know, like I said, I was looking at the text. It was a lot of blues, meaning a lot of text from me, but not a lot of replies. And so then I just kind of threw it out, you know, because I hadn't talked to you after the big win in Singapore. What an inspiring, incredible win that was. I think I congratulated you in not only on the win, but the heart that you showed and the determination and will was very inspiring. Didn't get a reply, and I was like, okay, you know, a lot going on. And that was several weeks ago. And then I just kind of threw it out there if we're beefing. And I think you insinuated that there might be an issue that needs to be resolved.
Well, okay. I don't think that you're characterizing the amount of blues.
There's a lot of blues.
Very well.
I mean, it's like...
no, because I even looked back. One of them was you and I were texting and you sent me the video with your kid.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you were clearly on vacation and I was bothering you.
No, I was telling you, like, look where I am. This is crazy. And you're in Singapore, like, we're just living the life.
Right. You were in, did you tell, I don't want to like give your business.
No, I didn't say where I was. No, I kept that to myself.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
So we're completely different parts of the world.
Yes.
So then there was that. I didn't want to bother you. Like, it was an awesome video. It was you and your family. And I thought it was super cool. Like, you know what? He's on vacation. I'm going to stop doing this work thing.
No.
So then that's how I left.
You were asking me if I could say, can I say why you reached out to me?
Yeah.
You were asking me for the contact of another reporter, which was another knife in the heart. Cause I was like, wow, am I not the guy anymore? Like,
well, no. So I messed up my media day.
Okay.
And I just like I was so jet lagged. I fell asleep and I slept right through his interview. But I was like, oh, I'll just hit him up and we'll just get it on the back end somewhere. But I didn't have his number. So I was like, well, Ariel's got it.
Came to Old Faithful. You could have went to UFC PR, but, you know, like, I'm here for you, no matter where I am.
Yeah, but then I'd have to, like, get out of bed. I'd have to go down to the PR office. I'll just text Ariel.
You don't have PR on your phone? You don't have text for PR?
No, not really. I just do my own thing, bro.
I appreciate that. I come to mind. When you think of media, I come to mind. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just hit up Ariel. He'll know.
Okay.
So then I didn't want to bother you with your family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then post-fight, I must have gotten the message, but I don't remember getting it. But I was like, it was in the hospital. It was like 2 a.m. It was a big old disaster. And then I missed the morning message when you asked me to come on here. I feel like you're playing the victim here.
Okay, but
a little bit.
But then you said, like, hey, I did think that there was something. You thought I was mad at you.
No, I wouldn't say mad. I think I felt like I annoyed you one time.
When?
Trying to remember. It wasn't that long ago. See, this is why it's tough having these conversations when we're on air. Because I don't know what you've said or what you haven't said. You know what I mean? I don't know what's public.
No, it's okay. Wait, was this during an interview?
No, I was asking. No. This was privately, like through text. I was asking a question. It was when you were like really heavily 10-7ing people.
Oh, yes.
And because I get into that shit.
Oh, and I got into an accident. My car got smashed. And you happened to text me right when that happened.
Right. And I was like, why is he being such a dick? Like, I'm like into this shit.
Oh, my God.
Talking about it. And you're like,
no, we can talk about it. This is what happened. Chris Curtis was on the show and he mentioned me fighting the Schmo. And then I was like, yeah, no thanks. I've already addressed this 1,000 times.
I was trying to
and
figure,
then
I
he,
wanted
and
to
then
know
he
what you and
posted
the
like a
Schmo's beef was.
3-page. He posted like a 3-page note thing on his thing saying it's on site and all this nonsense. And then you, I guess, being the gossip, gossip.
Yeah, I wanted
monitor,
to know what your beef with the
literally
Schmo
like a
was.
minute after his tweet, you were like, what's the beef? And my car got smashed in the midst of this. It was not a great day for me. And I'm like, yo, I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Like my car just got totaled. And so did I take that on you? Did you feel like I was, I mean, it really
Yeah, a
did
little
get,
bit.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Because then I was like, I genuinely wanted to know what the beef with you and the Schmo was. And then you just like blew me off. And I was like, all right, well, okay, fine. It's no big deal, I guess. And then you were like, well, I got in a car accident. I was like, I don't know. He might have just made that up because
no, it was true. No, I really did.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it was worse than that. My car was parked outside my sister's house. The car was a week old, and my dad backed out and smashed it to the point it cost $20,000 to repair that car, which had probably 500 miles on it. Yeah, it couldn't have been more new. And he felt horrible, and I feel horrible, and like I can't get mad at my dad. He's my dad. Like, what am I gonna say?
Right.
And it
You're
all
not even allowed to be mad about it.
Yeah, it's like the guy's giving me a car in life, and then some. So it was just, and it was like your timing couldn't have been worse. But if you want, I could talk about it because I saw actually. That's it. That's our beef. I thought it was deeper than that.
No, that's it. I'm sensitive,
and you held on to that for that
I don't
long?
even, honestly, I'm like past whatever that beef is. I don't even care about that now.
That was in April, by the way. You held on to this for 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sensitive.
That's
Everybody knows that.
That's why you didn't reply to me all these times.
No, that's not why I didn't reply. The reason for not replying was I'm the worst.
You're the best texter in the business.
When you can get me on the phone, for sure. I'm the guy like in the friend group that everyone screams at because they never answer.
Okay, wow. So I should actually be thankful for how often you do respond to me.
I mean, that would be really arrogant of me to say that, but
no, I mean, with perfect punctuation, it's never a sloppy text. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, I feel like we're past it now.
Okay, we're good. Like I guess.
Let's start over again.
Okay. How are things?
They're good.
That was an incredible win. It seems like you still have a black eye.
Yeah, it won't go away.
Wow.
It's the weirdest. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. Like it'll start to go away and then it'll come back darker again. I don't know what's going on.
What was the injury in the end that you sustained? I mean, the eye was pretty banged up. But
Nothing. There's a little bit of damage on my eye, but nothing that's like serious.
Wow. Could you see? Like in the middle of the fight?
During that round, not so well.
Holy smokes. How close
it took a little while for it to
you were to being stopped?
I don't know. Probably closer than I'd like to admit, I would imagine. Probably closer than my own ego wants to realize. But there's so many crazy things that go on during your going on in your head and your self-talk. There was a lot of self-pity going on while we were down there, for sure.
You mean before the fight?
No. When all that shit was going on in the second.
Oh, like you're just saying to yourself, like what kind of things are coming to mind?
I've just had some bad luck with just injuries and circumstances. This sport is a lot of luck. So like sometimes things just fall your way a lot, and sometimes they don't. And that's just the game. That's just you got to chalk it up to the game. But you're down there and you get beat up, and like things were going really well in the first, and they started to go well in the second, and I just felt really good. I had an incredible training camp, an incredible weight cut, everything. Nothing could have been more perfect, which kind of just embodies what MMA is, right? Everything can, like, the most perfect scenario can be ruined just like that. So I'm just, like, of course, why would you expect anything to go well? This is just your life. You're an idiot. Like, it's always something stupid, so you got to just talk your way out of that a little bit. But
you're having those thoughts in the fight. Like, it's one thing, like I doubt myself when I'm sitting in this chair or when I'm in the car. You're in a fist fight. You're in a
oh, it's like wicked self. Yeah, it's like you're a fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing? Like, how'd you not see that? Like, oh, now you can't see. Like you're I don't know. It's just how it goes. It's how it goes.
There was something about that fight week in that fight. I'm wondering if you felt the same. Like I felt like you very much flew under the radar that week. It's in Singapore. You're not like, usually you're on an American card. It's a big card. It's a pay-per-view, this and that. that one was very much built around Zombie. Max obviously is a big star. There was just a tragedy in Hawaii, so like there was a lot of attention on him. And it's coming off the Sugar Show and all that stuff and what happened. And I was like, I had to almost remind. I was like, oh shit, Anthony's like back. Like you're not like your typical Singapore co-main event fighter. Did you feel like you were flying under the radar?
Oh, I totally did that on purpose.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I asked to fight on Singapore.
Wow, why?
I asked to fight internationally. And really the opponent didn't matter. I don't know. I just wanted to just get away, and just for all the reasons you just said. Max Holloway is a superstar in every way possible in the sport. Korean Zombie is beloved by everybody, especially with the Korean Zombie in Singapore. I knew that those two would take the bulk of the media obligations. And it would mainly be, especially with Korean Zombie likely retiring, I figured it would be pretty big. Obviously, nobody foreseen the terrible events in Hawaii, but that was definitely a big distraction from everyone else on the card. So I really enjoyed it.
Wow. And so how was the experience? Like in Singapore, I hear great things about Singapore. Everyone's so nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah,
it was cool. Yeah, it was super cool.
Fans were good?
Yeah, I had a good time. Yeah, I like me and my best friend. I always try to bring my best friend everywhere with me when I fight. So we went out. This is like we're on like a bunch of man dates. Like it was like riding the gondola and checking out the city. It was a lot of fun.
How long were you there for?
I got there Sunday before the fight.
Okay, and was the fight in the morning there, during the day? When was it?
No, it was normal, like nighttime.
Oh, it was normal. Okay. Because I wasn't sure where. Yeah, I was okay. I was on a different time zone, obviously. And so overall, what were you feeling going into? Like, we talked after the last fight. It didn't go your way. You didn't feel good about it. Were you doubting yourself fight week? Were you more did you feel like this was do or die? What were the emotions? What were the thoughts?
Oh, no, I felt really good going into the fight. I had a lot of confidence, especially because of the way the first fight went. I knew that in every, excuse me, sorry.
No problem.
In every way, I felt like I was better than Ryan Spann. So I didn't really have to focus too much on him during the training camp. I just had to worry about getting better and working on my own holes that I think down the line are gonna pay dividends, not necessarily so much in that specific fight. And I think that was a great mindset. I think it really worked out. I knew that it was going to be a much tougher fight than the last time that we fought, because that's how the game is. It like at the highest level of the sport, it's really hard to beat the same person more than once. So he'd already felt my speed, my power. He'd seen some of my decision making. He felt how the grappling was. He already had a lot of data, even though the fight wasn't super long. He got a lot of data from it. So I knew that Sept is an incredible coach and Ryan's a great athlete. I knew that they'd make a lot of adjustments, and they did.
How did it feel at the airport? Like not the airport, the hospital. You said that it was weird. It was a nightmare. What happened there?
At the I was just there forever.
Oh,
but nothing crazy. Just a long time. I was there forever.
Like, what is forever?
Yeah, like 5 hours.
Oh, really? Just to get checked out?
Just to get checked out. And then I got stuck in Singapore for an extra day. Our flight got canceled.
Oh, no.
So that was a mess.
At that point, you just want to go home, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home. I was ready to go home.
Is it uncomfortable to fly when your eye is all, swollen like that?
It has been in the past, but oddly enough, every flight, the swelling went down more. So it actually was a kind of a relief, to be honest. And I don't know why that is.
Okay.
Because it wasn't any real damage. The punch wasn't even that hard of a punch. I probably only took 30% of it. It wasn't like a clean flush shot. It was just the way it landed and where it landed.
It's a weird thing,
right? He did a good job. He did
a
really good job. I think Ryan Spann grew a lot, to be honest. Like, we've seen him be a really good hammer and not be very good at being the nail for periods of time and being able to turn around with the momentum. And I thought that he probably, I don't know if he feels like this, but I felt like he grew a lot, like just emotionally. He was able to, I could see even after he thought he was going to get a finish and I got back to my feet and I was still pushing forward, I could see a little bit of doubt. Like I think he was a little bit tired from kind of that little bit of a sprint, and I could hear Sept kind of talking him back into it, like you got to circle and breathe, and then trying to get him to respond. And he wasn't really responding to his coaches. And so I could see like he's having this internal battle right now. on which way he wants to go, and he chose to step forward, and I that takes a lot of bravery, to be honest. So I thought he did some really great things, but I think the best things that he did was fight that internal battle to keep pushing forward.
That's very kind of you to say, because I feel like the sentiment afterwards was that he blew it, that he had you on the ropes, so to speak, and he blew it. Do you feel like that's unfair?
Yeah, I think that's unfair. It looked really bad. I think it looked worse than it was. But if you kind of just go back and re-roll the fight, like other than that 1 minute span, he didn't really have a whole lot going on with me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought the first round was pretty clear. I remember taking one solid shot in the first round when I threw like a naked kick and didn't get my head off the line. And then in the third, it was kind of just me being like, I just played to the judges. I just know what they're looking for. So I just, like, for the first time in my career, I just tried to win the round.
Wow.
I've never done that before until that fight. But I just, like, you like the game or hate the game, like, you're an idiot if you don't play it. So like, I know what they're looking for. I don't really care what the fans think.
Yeah.
Like, I know what the judges are looking for and what their criteria says that they need to judge on. So I just made sure that I played the game and just stayed ahead.
What are they looking for?
Some of it's action, and it's more being effective. Like, if like Ryan can throw 3 big hooks, and as long as I cover them and I win the counter game, I'm going to win that every time, no matter how big his movements look. Like, the big actions, if they're not clean, they're not really going to get scored. So if I throw 5 jabs at 70% and they all land clean, and he throws 3 big hooks that all hit my shoulders and arms, then I win those exchanges.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily like it. It's not exactly how I like to fight, but I also like 2 checks. So, I kind of just, Mark Montoya told me I had to win the round no matter what. Like, no matter what you do, you have to win this round. So that's what I did.
You're still in the show win model?
Sort of.
You've graduated from that. We need to fix that.
I mean, it's pretty heavily front loaded.
Okay. All right. So it's not like a 50-50 split.
Oh, no.
Okay. You've been around, you've seen it all, you've done it all. In May, people are like, he should retire. In August, people are like, look at the heart. He's such a legend. Look at that.
Yeah, I've been hearing that for years.
Yeah, but is it like, save it. Spare me all this. Like, how do you...
How many times have I come on here with you and tell you the fans are fickle?
Yeah.
And then people, as soon as I say it, people are tweeting it right now. As soon as that word came out of my mouth, I'm guaranteed we're both getting tweeted about it.
Yeah.
But I've said, one day they'll love you and the next day they'll hate you. And like, people will chastise me for that. But if you go back and you look at all the media about me, it was everyone saying that he's done. He doesn't have the heart. He's a quitter. He doesn't have the same will to win anymore. And then sure as shit, now it's like, it's just, it's the world we live in.
Yeah.
And I just don't listen to it. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't notice it though. That's the difference. Some people will say, oh, I don't even see it. Well, we all know that's untrue. I could care less, but it's not that I don't see it.
Who's next and when?
I don't know. The UFC offered me a fight in December.
Oh.
I'm just physically, I can't be ready by December. So
the 16th?
No, I don't want to get in trouble, but.
Well, you just said what's the difference? You said the month. What's the difference with the day?
Because you can't get too like
also
too
you
specific,
getting in trouble.
Ariel.
You freaking run the joint.
I try not to get in trouble. That's why I don't end up in trouble.
Fine. Jeez, who's the opponent? Or who was the opponent?
I don't know. It's just a guy. They offered me a fight, but I can't. I just physically I can't do it. Like, again, between you and I, whenever millions of people listening.
Yeah.
I just got some things going on with one of my eyes. So
okay.
We gotta just let that do its thing.
Is this as a result of the fight, or is this completely different?
I think it's probably a little bit of just previous stuff, and then I think a little bit of the fight too, for sure. But I don't think it's all from just the fight. But I'm like, I think January, February is what it sounds like. It's what the doctors are saying. So, yeah, I'd like to fight January, February.
What's up with this guy, Alex Pereira? What's going on over here?
So I don't know, man. I don't get it.
Where did this beef come from?
I if you want my honest opinion, I think that the Alex Pereira that we see now, I think is a really good character in the MMA space when he has an opponent. and I don't mean like just in the octagon. I think in like the media, I think that's just his. I think he's having fun with it. I think he likes having someone to jab at and respond and go back and forth with. I don't actually think he probably, unless there was a misstep in the translation, I don't think he actually believes that I was out there talking trash about him. Like, I'm an analyst, so of course at times I'm going to say things that maybe don't make you feel that good. But I've never criticized his style other than his jiu-jitsu, and I don't even think he would go out here and claim that he's some black belt level in jiu-jitsu. But specifically what he was talking about was my media day. And I think something got missed in the translation, because I did say he's just a regular guy in the division, but like I was talking about his size. Like he's an average guy at the top of the division as far as his size. He didn't look that much larger than Jan Blachowicz, and Johnny Walker is 240, 250. Alexander Rakic is 250. Yuri Prohaska is pretty big. Jamal Hill's 240, 250. Like he doesn't stand out size-wise amongst the 205ers. That's what I was like. That was the part of it I think that he got angry about. And I went on to say how special he was as far as being a kickboxer and his striking. And I don't know. He got angry.
He threw out that Photoshop poster of a grappling event. Is that even? I mean, they've done it, right? Especially in December with that invitational Fight Pass. Is this of interest to you? Or I
would, but like, do you think he would?
I mean, he threw it out.
Not a chance.
You don't think so?
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Why not?
Not a chance.
Why would he throw it out then?
I think it's just him taking jabs. Like, you know how it is, Ariel, in this media world. It doesn't have to be true. You just have to convince people that it's true, or that you want it to be true.
He doesn't strike me as that guy. Maybe I'm misreading him. But let's just be clear. Could you even compete in a grappling competition on that one that GSP is competing on in December? Not a fight.
Yeah, probably.
Because I think that's what he was implying. Let's try to make this happen. Unless you don't want to.
Isn't he supposed to be fighting Yuri Prohaska? Of course I would.
I know,
I would
he threw it
take
out.
that.
Yeah.
I would grapple him in my front yard right now.
How would it go?
It doesn't matter. I would smoke him in a grappling match. But like, isn't he supposed to? I don't know why he's not like talking trash to Yuri.
Yeah.
Like that's the guy. Like I understand trying to drum up some business and drum up some intrigue into what you're doing and things in the division, but like someone needs to be in his ear saying like, if you're gonna be talking all this shit, you need to do it to the guy that you could be fighting for the title.
Maybe because he knows you have the platform and you're gonna and Yuri's not, you know, a compliment to you.
It could be. Could be.
Yeah, I'm hearing that's gonna be either November, December.
What is? The title.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not grappling me in December.
If he fights in November, he could do December.
That's true. What do you think of that fight?
I love it. I mean, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't go to the ground. Here's the thing. Alex, I think, is, for MMA, a very technical striker, right? Like his technique is, I don't want to say textbook, because MMA, as far as striking, is a little bit of a, you know, like if a box, you know, we've talked about this for years. Boxers look at MMA strikers and say like, what the hell is that? But he's kind of the bridge, right? Because he was a kickboxer who had great success that came over. I would say Yuri's striking is not technical and is not textbook, right? I mean, he does probably a lot of things that you're like, wait, how does this work? Like he does,
but it's effective.
It's effective, right? So the question is, does the effectiveness of Yuri's awkwardness or uniqueness, you know, supersede this guy's power and technique, or does that win out? That to me is why it's so fun. I don't think one takedown will be attempted. Maybe one by Yuri. I can't imagine
maybe
Alex
Yuri
doing
by Yuri.
Yeah,
maybe.
But I love it. I mean, it's just what the doctor ordered for the
fascinating.
division, right? It's the perfect. Because there's been so many weird things. Do you think it's weird that Jamal is still listed as champion, or is that just like a weird? Like I was just asked about that earlier. They technically didn't.
That's funny that you asked that, because I when they showed him on the broadcast over the weekend, it said, you know, light heavyweight champion on the screen.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's weird. I wonder if they just didn't. I don't know. I thought it was weird. I mean, because he's the one who came out and kind of relinquished the title.
Yeah.
So maybe they have to wait, and maybe they just don't want it to say it's vacant. They'll just wait until it's two other people
There's
fight
the
for
next
it.
fight. Yeah, they've done that in the past, but like for Amanda Nunes, it says vacant, like in the bantamweight division.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I thought it was weird too when I did see it pop up as him still being the champion.
Right.
Good for him though.
Yeah, I know. I mean, hey, why not? He's one of my good friends. He's a big fan of mine. I don't know if you've.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, he's a really big fan.
I hear you guys.
A lot of
you
people
guys
like
get
to.
along great.
You and Bisping don't really do it. It's probably, I think, because Bisping, I think, has something in his contract where he's not allowed to acknowledge my presence. But a lot of other people on YouTube do it where they put my name in titles and they get a lot of views off that. I don't know why that is.
I don't think Bisping has a problem with you. We actually use your stuff all the time. I was like, what are you talking about? Bisping likes you. We constantly say, oh, yeah, Ariel, he does a good job. Here's what was said on Ariel's stuff.
I'm taking the piss, as they say.
Yeah, I know. We definitely don't like use your name for clicks, though.
That's fine. That's fine.
Fuck, we should start. That's
yeah, I mean,
idea.
It works for Chael and Jamal.
Is that okay if we do that?
Go ahead, yeah. I mean, you guys give me enough.
I'm going to anyways.
You give me enough. Say, Ariel Helwani is an idiot. Go for it. You'll see. It works. And then you have to put like a screen grab of yourself, like a big close-up of you mad.
And like a well-cooked steak?
Yeah, well-cooked steak. Put me in like a clown costume with the nose and the hair.
Oh, that's a great
idea. Or like devil, like turn me into like a fat Jew, like who's holding a bag of money. Like just go all in. You have my permission.
Perfect.
Who would, if they say to you, who makes sense next? Who makes sense?
I think Jan Blachowicz did I feel bad saying this, but Jan Blachowicz did an interview, I think came out today.
Oh.
Someone sent it to me saying that he thought that maybe him and I made sense. I don't disagree. I like that one.
I like that one a lot. Why do you feel bad saying that?
Well, because I interviewed Alexander Rakic on my radio show today, and that's who he wanted.
Oh, wait,
so
you
I feel like an
Rakic?
asshole.
That's news right there.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
When did this air yet?
Yeah, it was live on Sirius XM.
Look at you. How'd it go? I will check that out. But how did it go?
It went great. He's doing well. He's looking to fight. He wants to fight soon.
You guys are cool.
Sounds like he wants to. Yeah, we're all right.
Who set this up?
I did.
You reached out?
I had Kelly reach out, my producer.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he said yes?
I talked to him. I ran into him at not this most recent Paris event, but the one before.
Yeah.
And him and I sat in the hotel lobby having a drink together for like 30 minutes, just chit-chatting. And, I think we kind of, at the time, we were just getting past whatever weird thing we had going on. And then that kind of just completely squashed it. And we've just kind of here and there kept in contact through Instagram. And with all the weird stuff going on in the division, I think a lot of people forget about Rakic.
Yeah.
So I guess I kind of wanted to check in on him to see how he was doing.
Wow, how nice! And so you enjoyed it. It was a friendly.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was a great conversation. He's healthy finally. It's been 16 months since today was 16 months from his surgery.
Holy crap! Time is flying. So here you are,
right?
Very nice guy, mensch guy. Reach out to Rakic, former foe, potential future foe. He says he wants Jan. Then you come on my show and you say you want Jan. What a guy.
Well, I see that. That's why I didn't want to say that. Like, I'd like Jan, but honestly, he probably has more of a claim to Jan Blachowicz than I do, just because of the way that fight ended. And
what about you guys fighting?
Finished business. Me and Rakic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would for sure.
Imagine you bet him on and then you fight him next. Feels like there's some unfinished business there.
What I need to do in the division is stop making friends with all these guys.
I know. Geez.
Like I'm friendly with Rakic. I was friendly with Glover. I'm like friends with Jamal.
Alex, you're not.
No.
There you go.
We were just in Salt Lake City and I seen him and Glover in the back and like shook his hand and like it was all fine.
Who do you think wins that fight?
So I knew it was something after that.
Yeah.
That I said, because I'd said like I'd been critical of some of his style, like his jiu-jitsu and wrestling and stuff before that, and he didn't have anything to say.
Who wins that fight?
Wins what?
That
Which
one. Yuri and Alex.
I'm leaning Alex.
Okay.
Because Yuri's incredible. I like everything about that guy. Actually, Alexander Rakic had a lot to say about Yuri today, which I thought was kind of, I don't know, they have some weird kind of beef because they're like, like location wise, they're very close to each other.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe this whole samurai, live the way of the spirit thing. He was like, I've heard stories of him being in clubs and pubs and getting in street fights. And like a month later, he was this like samurai weird mentality.
Oh, wow.
So like, that was actually some like tidbits I never heard before. So I knew there was something there. I just didn't know what it was. But anyways, Yuri's proven to be hittable, very hittable. And I just don't know that you can be as hittable as he is at times and, get out of there with a win with Alex Pereira, because he gets hit off balance a lot. That's more the bigger issue, at least in my opinion, because he is so free and flowy and kind of creative that he ends up in funky ass positions taking punches. And I just don't know that Alex Pereira is probably the guy. He could get away with that maybe with a guy like me who's not, the most powerful puncher in the division, but Alex is.
I won't keep you much longer, but I'm dying to ask your opinion. I know you guys have talked about it on your show, Believe You Me with Michael Bisping, and your radio show as well on SiriusXM. But now that a few days have subsided, the 10-8 on Saturday, how egregious was that in your opinion? How bad was that?
Really bad. It's really bad. It's tough to when I was working the desk for that. And so it's tough to go on ESPN and just go off on a tangent. But I mean, that's like literal fucking theft from Valentina Shevchenko. And I thought initially watching the fight, I thought that Alexa Grasso won. While standing there watching it, and when it was over, I was like, I think Grasso won. And then you see the scorecards come out, and you're like, even if I believe that Alexa Grasso won, a 10-8 round there is absolutely crazy. It's absolutely if round 5 is a 10-8, I thought she was closer to being finished in round 2.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't get it. And I know that each round is judged individually, but if your criteria that you're going off of and your own education on the sport tells you that round 5 is a 10-8, I don't understand why he wouldn't have scored round 2 a 10-8 previous to that. It just that doesn't make. That's the weird thing for me, the inconsistency.
Yeah, no, it is crazy, and I agreed with everything that Dana White said yesterday, including
that probably doesn't happen often.
No, I did a whole thing that was like, hey, everyone says I'm too negative. I went through 4 or 5 sound bites of his, which I agreed almost with every single point that he said. So just proving that it can happen, and we can be friends. We can be on the same page. I agree with his sentiment.
I hope to see you guys be friends again.
Yeah. I'm open
Anyways.
to it. I would love to break bread one day. But he said that unfortunately this will never happen, and this has been something that I've been campaigning for a while. Should the judges, should the officials have to explain themselves publicly? I've tried over the last 3 days in talking to Nevada, put out something, put out a statement. Now, the one thing I got was we're having a seminar today and we're going over 10-8. It's a special seminar. We've called this special meeting. We're going to go over it with all of our licensed officials. Great. That is an acknowledgement, in my opinion, that something went awry, stopping short of saying something went awry. But I don't think if they brought Mike Bell, who, by the way, I feel bad for Mike Bell. He's not a bad judge. Historically, he doesn't screw up in these situations. But hey, people have bad nights, and his vantage point, who knows? I'd love to hear his vantage point. I'd love to hear his POV. But if they brought him out to the press conference, no one would show up holding pitchforks. No one would try to embarrass him. We just want to know. And if they didn't want to do that, put out your own statement. And if you don't want to do that, as I've suggested and others have as well, like in other sports, there's a thing called a pool reporter, where every event there's a guy who's assigned. So perhaps on Saturday in Vegas, it's Aaron Bronstetter. And Aaron Bronstetter gets to go talk to Mike Bell and ask him 5 questions, and then he posts that Q&A, and then the rest of the world can understand, including Valentina, why he made this call. But now Dana has to answer it. You talk about it. I talk about it. Valentina. And the one guy who made this life and career-altering decision never has to speak about it, never has to explain. That's backwards, in my opinion, and I feel like it should evolve from that. Do you agree?
I totally agree. And I think, like you said, no one's going to be showing up with pitchforks. I really think it would shut a lot of us up. And I think they believe the opposite will happen, that we'll fire everybody up and give us a bunch more ammo. And I have a perfect example. On today's Wednesday, on Monday, Michael and I are recording the podcast, and one of the subjects that came up was the ESPN middleweight rankings. They still have Israel Adesanya number 1 and Sean Strickland at 5.
That's crazy.
And I thought that was crazy. So me and Michael are kind of going off about it, how crazy this is. And I said, you know what? I'll just text someone that I know from ESPN and say, and they're on this panel that comes up with these rankings, and I'll just ask. And so I asked while we're on air, and I get a response, and it's a long, very, very thoughtful, very logical explanation on why those rankings are the way that they are. I still disagreed with it, but I couldn't argue with the logic. So my only argument to respond was, well, I think no matter what, the champion should be at number 1, regardless of how you feel they move around. If they have the 12-pound gold belt, they're number 1, and then everyone else should fall below that. Using your logic, because it makes a lot of sense. Everything he said made a lot of sense. I still disagreed with it, but it kind of shut me up, even though I didn't agree with what he said. But there was logic. There was a thought process. He could explain it. He could write it down and list exactly why this person's here, this person's here, and this person's here. It made sense. I just don't necessarily agree with it so much. So I think that would be a very similar situation if the judges, in some way, you guys, are better at this than I am, like figure out a way, whether it's the one media person or a 10-minute media scrum or a Q&A type for, I don't know, however it is. But I think if they did have a way to answer some of the questions, I think it would put a lot of us at bay, even if we disagreed with it. If I know, the problem is we don't know that there is a thought process.
Right.
Like I don't know what process you used that got you to a 10-8 round. So like there's so many questions. That's the problem. There's so many questions. So even if I disagree with your logic, at least we'll know what you're looking for, or at least know that there is some sort of process going on.
And at the very least, this comes from a standpoint of me trying to then, as a reporter, like, our job is to educate the public, right? And say, like, we spoke to so-and-so and this is what they said, blah, blah. But at the very least, you, the fighter, Valentina, the fighter, deserves an explanation. This is their life. Right. And so at the very least, you should be able to say, hey, Nevada, the same way you sent Herb Dean into my locker room to talk to me, I would like someone to come into my locker room.
Send his ass back so we can talk about this.
Not to beat him up, but just like explain. Right. Can you explain?
What'd you think about Chris Tione? I thought that was really big of him.
That was huge. First of all, huge.
To own that.
Huge.
And to pull the fighter to the side and say, here's what I thought. Here's why I made this decision. I was wrong. I apologize.
It was beautiful.
I thought that was huge.
Honestly,
huge moment.
You never want to see a mistake happen, but a mistake happened, fine. Then they go to the replay. Tremendous. It's 2023. We all have phones. We all have technology. Use the replay. Then they decide, oh, actually it was a mistake. Great. Loved everything. Then he owns up to it. He doesn't hide from it. Great. My one gripe is, I'd love to know your thoughts because we talk about it on the show. Why can't you restart the fight? Just restart the fight. Show win model. They don't get their win. They don't get their win. And I would be shocked if guys, especially at their stage of their careers, would say, no, I want to go back to the, like, no, put him back in the guillotine. Or even if you say, no, it's not fair to do that, restart the fight. Who's saying no to that? Would you say no to that?
No, I would. Yeah, no, I would definitely restart.
Why not restart the fight?
I just feel like there's a lot of liability there. I feel like if you restart it, then some guy loses. He's going to complain and say, well, we were cold. We restarted. That wasn't exactly the same position.
Do you want to restart this fight knowing the repercussions? Yeah. Who's saying no?
I think that'd be awesome.
Why not?
I think in title fights that end in draws, they should have an optional one more round.
That would be sick. Oh, could you imagine on Saturday, one more round?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like the referee comes to the middle and it's like this big, huge ordeal.
Crazy.
And says, we gotta do one more.
It's like the Ultimate Fighter, except it's the issue is it would be a 6th round as opposed to a 3rd round.
Yeah, just toss them an extra couple bucks.
Yeah.
You want to win the title or not? Or you want to go home?
Yo, that's that's a tremendous idea, by the way.
Yeah, it's just one more round. No matter what, you're gonna have a winner.
And this leads me to my last point. When are we going to see Anthony Smith in the booth? I feel like you would be great. I really do feel like you would be great. And I'm not trying to take away. I think they have an amazing roster. I think everyone is great. There's not a single black sheep. Truly, they're all great. I can name them all, but I'd be afraid to miss out on the name. I think you would be fantastic. When's this happening?
Yeah, I've done it a little bit, like for like LFA and some just some of the regional shows. But the problem is that everyone is so good. There's not necessarily
enough shows. There's enough shows. Come on.
I don't know, but any show that I take right now is taken from somebody else.
Contender Series. DC doesn't want to do Contender Series.
Okay. To be fair, I am shocked that DC's still doing the Contender Series.
I'm shocked. I tell him he shouldn't be doing Contender Series. Because
I don't know. He just feels so. I don't know. I feel like that's like, I don't know, Tom Brady being an analyst for like a I don't know, a high school football game. It seems weird to me to hear him on the Contender Series because he seems so much larger than that. But I know that that's Dana's baby, so maybe that's, maybe Dana wants it to sound like that.
I would love to. I think you could be on a pay-per-view, a fight night, or a Contender Series. And I'm not trying to diminish Contender Series, but obviously there's a hierarchy. I think you would be so good, so thoughtful. You explain you've been there, you've done. I would love to see it. I would really love to see it. I think Alan Joban could be great as well. But you've been doing this on the desk a little bit longer. I would really love to see you get that.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, it's just that I think that's really the holdup is just there's so many good analysts right now that are sitting cage side. Like I think Felder does a great job. I think Dominic Cruz does a great job. They all play different positions too. Felder and Cruz and Bisping do a really good job explaining the end by end stuff and exactly what's going on. DC's incredible at doing that, but DC sells it really well to you. He makes you give a shit about maybe fights you wouldn't care about before. And I think that's where DC is his best. He could sell anything and it's just he make you emotional,
Passion, yeah.
Reminds me of Chael. Chael's very, very, very good at that too.
Chael doesn't often do the booth, and I tell him all the time he doesn't really want to do it.
Really?
Yeah, I think he likes the 1 hour desk here and there, and then he could chill for the fight. I think he would be fantastic. I thought Bellator should have used him in the booth. I never understood why they didn't use him when they had him.
Yeah, they should have. I think Eagle FC used him one time, and I thought he did a great job.
I didn't get the. I didn't have the shoddy stream to see Eagle events. I couldn't know where to find
okay.
it. I was afraid of
if you want to listen, I'm an MMA nerd, dude.
I know,
I watch it all.
You get bare knuckle, in Iowa events.
For sure. I have a bare knuckle subscription, bro.
Wow. I know. It still blows my mind. Do you watch you watch boxing too?
The ones that are big, yeah.
But will you watch?
I watch more slap fighting than boxing,
You're
probably.
Crazy. What a company guy. Did you download the game?
I'm gonna start the Lionheart Slap Fight League. It's gonna be a regional show. We're gonna get the winners slap fight contracts with Dana.
Oh, that's actually a brilliant idea. This is where you develop the talent. You'll be like the LFA of slap.
I hope so.
That's the plan. Is there enough people out there doing this?
I don't know. Well, anyone's listening, hit me up.
All right.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of people.
Okay. Well, this has been
Why,
nice.
you want to be at my first show?
No, absolutely not. I want nothing to do with it. I'm afraid that I'll get some sort of disease.
You're afraid you'll like it.
No.
That's what you're afraid of.
I'm not afraid. It's the lowest.
You're like the guy that won't go to the strip club because you know you're going to enjoy it.
No, that's not it. I have seen it. I have seen slap fighting, and there is not an ounce of entertainment in that product. There's nothing that I find fun about any of that. And by the way, I like pro wrestling. I'm not like
we're just different people.
I'm not like a hoity-toity guy who's like above it. I like pro wrestling.
I don't know how it's not entertaining to you. That's crazy to me.
It is
It's
literally
the most entertaining shit I've ever seen in my whole life.
It is as entertaining as watching someone go into a car, sit down, and just put the pedal to the metal and smash into a brick wall. That's what it is. It's a human car crash.
Yeah. That's the point.
That's good. You like that? You enjoy this? Yeah. With all the great options
I do.
Available to us in 2023, this is fun for you?
Yeah, I do.
There's no skill.
And I know everyone hates it. I know everyone loves to hate on me for it. I can't help it. Why is everyone shocked that I like watching this shit? It's the craziest thing in the world to me.
Here's the thing.
I've literally spent my whole adult life feeding myself by beating people up for money. I don't know why that's shocking.
There's skill involved. There's technique involved. There's no skill. I refuse to believe that they train.
I'm an evolved Neanderthal.
The only thing they train, they pump themselves up with steroids, apparently. Why aren't you calling those events, for goodness sakes? Talk about DC with the passion. You have the passion for this. You're like one of the few people.
I want to be one of the guys in the black shirts to catch their bodies. I just want to be involved.
Why isn't this happening? Call up your guy Hunter.
I don't know. I didn't get in.
What do you mean you didn't get in? Did you ever express this to them?
I don't know. They gave that good job to Forrest.
Forrest, you should be in the broadcast booth. You should be one of the guys calling it. Forget that guy. I don't believe Bisping actually likes it. I think you actually like it.
I don't know how he felt about it at first, but it's grown on Bisping for sure.
You should be that guy. Do you need me to make a call? I'll make a call.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you could make a call.
Who's it? Candido? Borsari? I'll call them all. We're boys.
You need to.
We go way back.
You definitely need to call Candido. Tell him to get me on there as a body catcher.
That'd be great.
Hey, what's going on with the Bills?
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down, but you guys too, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't talking shit.
It sounded like you were talking shit a little bit. Sounded like it. It's like the 6th year in a row, by the way, that we have to play at KC. I don't understand why this is. Do you realize this?
I'll be there. You should go.
I don't want to go there. I'm gonna another place where I'm gonna get a disease.
It's the best stadium in America. What are you talking about?
What is it called now? It's not even called Arrowhead anymore.
Geha.
Yeah, what is that?
Geha. I don't know. It's just the name of it. I'm sure it stands for
They're
something.
done. They're done.
Stadiums change so often.
Kelsey's dating a pop star.
I think that's a good thing.
No, he's not focused.
Yes. What are the most successful athletes like in life?
They're not dating
They're broken.
pop stars.
They're broken. She's gonna break his heart, and he's gonna have these demons in his belly.
Okay.
He's gonna play with a fire.
So you think
I need him heartbroken?
Okay.
I need Travis Kelce heartbroken.
Okay, so you think this ends in like a month or so, and then he just goes on a tear?
The world wins. Is it Travis Kelce's gonna break up with Taylor Swift, or she's gonna break his heart? He's gonna catch 1 billion passes for like 1,400 yards after that, and then like Taylor Swift's gonna put out 5 albums full of songs about Travis Kelce, and everyone else gets to listen to that. The world wins.
I will say, increasingly over time, I do wonder if that 13-second game from a couple of years ago, I wonder if that was our window. That's the one that I think will stick with me forever.
You think so? You don't think you have a chance this year at all?
It's not that I don't think. I will always believe, and I will go to my grave believing and loving them. But that was a very disheartening performance against New York.
Especially with taking Aaron Rodgers out after 4 plays.
Yeah, like this guy. Speaking of a guy,
I wouldn't have been so shocked. Like Aaron Rodgers goes out there and plays his magic, and you guys have a tough time because the Jets are a good team with Aaron Rodgers, I think. But
that place was
beating them without
deflated.
him is different.
That team was shell shocked. Zach Wilson was the quarterback. Like you should have gone in there and stepped on their throat.
Yeah,
and they were just not prepared. But you know what?
We lost to the Lions too, though.
Yeah, but the Lions.
It's a good Lions team, though. Actually, it's a good. Their defense.
That is not the same. By the way, those 2 losses are not the same. But as you know, a little humble pie sometimes goes a long way. So I'm hoping that what happened at the Meadowlands is a bit of humble pie, and now we go on a long stretch. I'm worried about Miami. They're good. I'm not worried about New England. I'm worried about you guys always. Not worried about the Jets, of course.
I got a good friend that's a Bills fan too, so I always hope for the Bills to do well as long as they're not playing the Chiefs.
You guys have won enough. All right, can we spread the love?
No. Yeah, we'll lose them all as long as we don't lose to you.
But enough of the championships. If you get one, you're good. I just want one. One.
I want you to get one, but that means that I don't. If that happens,
you've gotten enough. How many?
Yeah,
do you need?
Fair. That's fair. All of them.
You want all of them? All right.
Yeah, all of them.
Well, this has been nice. I'm glad that we patched things up. Good to have you back in my life. I'm sorry if I came off.
When are you going to come on the podcast?
We talk about this every time. I'm telling you.
I know.
Bisping's afraid.
You need to.
He's afraid.
He's not. No, he's not.
He is afraid. He's got.
I'm going to tell him that today. We're going to talk about it.
I'm saying it on the air
today.
Yeah, I'm saying it on the air. He is afraid. I love him. I will always support him. He's one of my favorite fighters of all time. Love his family. Callum Bisping turning into a bit of a superstar online, talking shit.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's cool.
He is tremendous. They're all great, but Bisping's afraid. I don't know what it is. Yesterday, by the way, I did a podcast hosted. Everyone's getting into it by Patrick Cote and David Loiseau. How about that blast from the past?
Really?
Yeah, they have a new podcast in Quebec, French podcast, and I was one of their first guests. That was very cool for me.
Was it good?
It was great. They were lovely guys.
That's awesome.
Their setup was.
Cote, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Their setup was great. They were in a studio. Like it wasn't like some sort of rinky-dink operation. It was really impressive.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah.
David Loiseau. I got a fight offer for David Loiseau when I was like, man, I would have had to been like 20, 21.
No
22.
way.
Yeah.
What promotion?
It's like just some rinky-dink sideshow. It was weird.
And what happened?
Thing. I this never came about. Like I remember looking him up, like what? And I didn't even know who he was at the time. I swear to God, I didn't recognize his name. And then then I go down the rabbit hole, like holy shit, this guy's a legend.
Yo, crazy. David Loiseau, my first favorite fighter.
Really?
Yeah, because he's from Montreal. He went to college right near my house, like literally 10 minutes from my house. I remember when he fought Charles McCarthy. The flying knee, the spinning back kick, flying knee, UFC, I believe it was 56. Might have been a little bit before that, but I think it was 56. And I was like, holy shit, this dude, he was the first guy from Quebec in the UFC, which is where I'm from. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. This guy's incredible. The Crow, he's got a cool nickname, cool fighting style. And then that led to GSP getting in and all that. But he was the first guy. He was the guy that I would tell my friends, like, there's a dude from Montreal in the UFC. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, so it was like, it's kind of surreal for me to be on his podcast, to be honest.
And they were good. That's even better.
Yeah. Just
for
like
them.
you, Anthony.
Well, I hope it does well. Yeah,
It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. All right. Well, tell Bisping I say hi. Don't be scared, homie. And more importantly, we don't need him in our lives because we have you. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work. And again, congrats on the win.
Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
All right, there he is. Anthony Smith. What a guy. I mean, how could you not love him? Just the absolute best. And I feel like we covered a lot there. That was good stuff. All right. We're going a little late here, so we need to get to the boys. We've done our DraftKings. We need the picks for this weekend. Guys, are you still there or have you gone home? I feel like everyone's gone home. Is anyone still here?
We thought about it, man. I'm not going to lie. We thought about it.
I have my bag on.
5 o'clock somewhere right here.
Oh, my gosh.
And we are live.
You know yourself.
On the air here.
Well, perhaps I'm going a little longer because I do want to let everyone know that Monday is Yom Kippur, which is the holiest of days for the Jewish people. It's our Day of Atonement. So we have to fast for 25 hours, no water, no food, nothing for 25 hours, which let me tell you, when you have kids, is never easy. And we have to atone for all our sins. So Lord knows I've made a lot, especially to all of you, having the darts guys on the show, the wrestlers. I have to atone for all these things. And so it happens to fall on a Monday, and I have never worked on Yom Kippur. But I have some great news. Historically, we are dark when I'm not there. But because GC and New York Rick filled in so well, I mean, they were the stars of our, 2-week summer vacation. Everyone's still talking about them when we came back. They have agreed to come right back in this chair, GC here, Rick there. Maybe they'll switch it up. Who knows? You'll have to tune in to find out, to do another edition. Now, we were calling it the GC and Rick show. I feel like it should be the GC and Rick.
No, it was the Rick and G show.
Okay, but it should be our, no? Like, we should have some element of the flagship, no? Should it be like the GC and Rick hour or the Rick and GC hour?
No.
Okay.
Did we call it that?
Overruled.
Did we call it the Rick and GC show?
Maybe it was GC.
I don't think we ever landed on any official.
Oh yeah, the graphic
name.
had a name.
The MMA hour with New York Rick and GC. GC and New York Rick UFC 292 reaction. I feel like we're setting ourselves up here. We're coming back after 292. Sean O'Malley's the champ.
Yeah.
A great Singapore card to look ahead to now. We're going to be coming off Apex 79.
No, this is when you really earn your keep.
Off.
It's very easy to come back on a pay-per-view Monday.
All right, I guess. Yeah, back's against the wall now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready.
Misfits
Let's
to
do
carry
it.
us.
How do we feel?
Yeah.
How do we feel, gents? What do we have in store? Anything different? Any new?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing in store, yeah. Trying not to put too much pressure on it.
All right, but the good news is you will be back, both of you, in studio, filling in very well for me. So have no fear. There will be a show. And Lord knows you'll have a lot to recap, right? With Bellator Dublin, UFC at the Apex, perhaps the big Ben the Bane Davis win on Saturday, Newcastle.
So you're just calling it. It's a win.
I'm calling it.
Ben the Bane.
Yeah, this is my pick. Can you add this to the parlay? Is he?
No odds yet. No odds. We're still waiting.
No odds yet.
Ben the Bane money line. Anyway, wanted to get that out there. Thank you for doing that, gents. And I will be struggling by this time on Monday. But it's always
enjoy vacation, man.
Vacation,
it's all good, man.
Trust me, I'd rather host a 16-hour show than fast for 25 hours. But nevertheless, this is the price we pay for our faith. Now, what do we have as far as picks, guys?
All right, so picks already in from Juliana Pena. She went with Marina Rodriguez, Michelle Waterson over 1.5. So that's all set to start a base minus 750. And now I will hit the randomizer to see what order we will go in.
Nice one.
That's weird. I actually hadn't hit the randomizer yet, but it started making the noise. Let's randomize it though. Let's randomize it. Beep. Beep. I will go first. Frank second. Rick will go third. I have to give a shout out. Hadi Ayoub, the man who made the randomizer. It has been a year since. So we've been randomizing for a full year. Yeah.
Did you remember that or did he tell you that?
No, I actually always go back to our Twitter messages to pull up the link for it. And
Good bookmark it.
I like the special bond of going back to the Twitter message. I appreciate it though. Yeah, September 19th, 2022 is when we got it.
I do things like that too.
Yeah, shout out.
Extra steps.
So a lot to choose from this weekend. Obviously, you said it, UFC Apex 79, Bellator 299, a lot of boxing going on as well. And that is where I'm going to head. To the world of boxing I go.
Wow. This is a Helwani move right here.
Helwani move. Hometown kid. Was very, very impressed with him when we saw him live back in February. I will be taking Richardson Hitchens to get it done.
Where did you see him? Oh, you saw him on the February 4th card, right?
Yeah, very impressed.
Wow. This is very rare for you to go off the MMA grid.
A lot to choose from.
I love it. And what is the line?
Minus 450.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean, from the line to the sport, this feels very Helwani-esque.
The line's not that bad.
Minus 450 is very rare for you. That's high for you, I feel like.
I'll take up to a minus 600.
Okay, all right.
I like my chalk.
Yeah, who doesn't? All right, who's next?
That's me. I'm going to stick with the UFC, and I'm going to pick Bryce Mitchell and Dan Ige to go over 1.5.
Ooh. Dynamite
that is
Dan.
minus 450.
Okay.
Are you still with Israel or?
No.
Minus 145. Over to you, Rick. Bellator.
Yeah, we're going to spread it around. We're going to get a little piece of everything this week.
Let's go.
I'm going to head to Bellator.
Oh,
I'm going to take Johnny Eblen money line.
Johnny E. Minus 535.
Why does GC sound so loud all of a sudden?
He's excited.
Okay,
he's excited. He's amped
I
up.
screamed for Johnny E. Because really hyped to get the Bellator boxing and UFC action going on. And then I started laughing because that gets us to plus 100.
Oh,
perfect.
Nice and even and clean, baby. I love it.
That's not bad.
We're back.
What's the line in the Johnny Eblen fight?
Minus 535.
Wow. Money line, huh? What's Johnny via decision? Just curious.
Plus 100.
Interesting.
Good money.
Oh, I like that one. What's Fabian?
Plus 400.
Fabian via knockout.
Fabian via knockout. You're gonna have to give me a sec for that.
Is this the artificial H-Dow?
I'm just curious.
I wouldn't be artificial. Fabian's an underdog.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Actually, the first time it would actually be a real underdog.
Fabian by
you're
knockout. Right. No love for JE. As I locate the old odds, Fabian Edwards by knockout plus 1,000.
Wow.
Is that gonna be your Sky Nicholson bet?
I mean, I feel like if Fabian's going to win this fight, it's going to be via knockout, right?
Going to be tough to win the majority of 25 minutes against Johnny Eblen.
Yeah. It's a fun fight. It's a really solid fight, kind of flying under the radar, but two, I don't want to say homegrown because they've had lives outside, but Eblen feels a lot more homegrown than Edwards. Anyway, not a UFC cast. I'm not an older, fighter going up against a younger. Like it just feels like a solid Bellator title fight. I like it.
Yeah, it is. I think so. I'm looking forward to it. Nice day card too.
I hate the Friday days. I hate the Friday. It's like, no, give me Saturday day. I love a Saturday day card. Love a Saturday day card. A Friday day card is annoying as hell. Do you guys agree or disagree?
I agree from a fan perspective, but being able to own a day feels like you just have to take that opportunity.
I have good news for everyone here. Bellator 299 is
on a Saturday,
taking place on Saturday.
Okay. By the way,
had me a little confused there. I was a little nervous because I have I have some plans surrounding Saturday and Bellator 299.
There's a lot of things going on Saturday. Jeez.
Saturday is going to be a moving and grooving type of day. It's going to be
okay. I love this now. I take back everything I just said. I love it. But historically, these cards are on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Anyway,
you don't think for a brand that needs to kind of own a day a little bit, it's better? I hear arguments either way. I think if I was in their shoes, I would be doing the same thing. I would try to have a different day. But I don't know.
I mean, we're doing Bellator Dublin, and like, I don't know if there's any specific reason, but the poster, printed it out, never pinned it up. Sorry to Bellator 299 there. The poster is like yellow and blue. Like we can't get the white and green and orange in there.
Yeah, that is weird. By the way, speaking of posters, I'm so happy that you said that, and then I looked at your setup. Is it me or is Fiziev Gamrot one of the nicer, cleaner posters that they've had? I like that poster a lot.
Wow.
No?
Listen, man, everyone has their own opinion. It is clean. I like that.
The ranking numbers on it is weird, but I saw it yesterday and I was like, you know what? I like big faces, head to head, different. It doesn't have the same format and color scheme as the usual ones.
I like it more than like a typical Apex card poster, but still not my favorite.
All right.
It is clean, though. I like it.
I really liked it. That's one of the better ones of the year.
I might have Noche UFC as their best, as the UFC's best poster. I really liked that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, what else we got?
To the singles, to my picks, I guess. We will start it off. We're covering the board this weekend, I have to say. We are all over the gaff, as they say. And we'll start with UFC Apex 79. Try and keep the winning ways going. I'm going with Muhammad Usman. I'm honestly surprised I got there, but I feel like he has some advantages that he's going to be able to use in this fight, and the biggest one being Jake Collier was at 185, then up to 205, then up to heavyweight. He now has, I believe, 7 fights at heavyweight. And not one of those fighters that he has fought at heavyweight has attempted a takedown against them, has not had a takedown attempted against him since 2017. We saw Devin Clark at light heavyweight thoroughly out-wrestle him. We know what Muhammad Usman is going to do here. Yes, he is not the best at getting takedowns, but when he does, he can blanket you. And, I mean, look at the size of the man. I think he's going to have the strength advantage here over Jake Collier. And I know he's going to go for takedowns, and I think that's what he's going to be able to do. I think he can get them and have success and likely win via decision or maybe even a late finish if he's able to put enough damage on him. We keep it rolling. Andre Fiallo, Tim Means. I'm going to take the under 2.5 here. Paying a little bit of a heavier price, but I don't mind it. Andre Fiallo, he's going to come in aggressive. He is going to come in firing, and, you know, his durability is questionable. And then on the flip side, Tim Means has been finished in 4 of his last 5 losses. I think Fiallo comes in here swinging for the fences, looking to keep that UFC contract alive, and someone is going to get got. Just looking at their records, I mean, Fiallo, 5 straight under the 2.5, including 9 of his last 10. Tim Means, yes, more decisions, but 6-6 over the last 5 years in going to the under 2.5. I think Fiallo will be the one pushing the pace, and a finish is very live. We keep it rolling. A man who's been good to me in his UFC tenure, Brian Battle. I'm going to keep riding him, Pooh Bear here. I think this is going to be a dogfight. Both these dudes super durable, super tough, but can't ignore the advantage that I see for Brian Battle. Obviously, first and foremost, the 10-inch reach advantage. I know AJ Fletcher is likely going to go for takedowns here, but, you know, if he's not fighting Renat Fakhretdinov, I think Brian Battle's got a good enough get-up game and actively hunt submissions that he can handle himself on the ground, and when it's striking, I think he's going to be able to rack up the points. I think they're both live to get finishes, but I don't know if they're going to be able to crack the durability of the other one. Both these guys never been finished in their MMA careers, so should be a great one. I'm really looking forward to that. Keep it rolling to the co-main. This line has been steamed up. You know, always like to give that shout out, but I did go with Bryce Mitchell. I think he's going to be able to have success here. It's a tale of 2 fights. If he can get takedowns, he's going to win, probably by a 30-27 decision. If he can't, he's probably going to be in trouble, and Dan Ige is probably going to put it on him. But I think he's going to be able to get the takedowns. We've seen it. Dan Ige obviously only fights the top-tier talent at 145, but we've seen him struggle. You know, Movsar fight, he was able to get takedowns. The Korean Zombie fight, he was able to get takedowns. And I think Bryce Mitchell is going to be able to bounce back here, get the takedowns, and likely win via decision. We move to the main event of Apex 79. This is going to be a great fight. I cannot wait for it. I could never come to a clear-cut decision where I wanted to place my money in terms of a side. I mean, Fiziev, he's disgusting on the feet. Like, he's going to have the advantages there. We've seen Gamrot get dropped 3 times or in 3 straight fights. But, man, does he bounce back. The durability on this dude, the toughness. Like, he's right back in it. That Benil Dariush, it looked like he was put out, but he immediately bounced back. And then on the Gamrot side, we know what he's going to do. He's going to come in here and he's going to try and chain wrestle. 58 takedown attempts in the last 4 fights for him. I just don't know who's going to have success in what realm. Gamrot, cardio, Fiziev. He tired in the Gaethje fight, but he had good cardio in the RDA fight. Couldn't come to a decision. what I decided on, the toughness, the durability, the high-level skill of both these dudes. I think it goes over. I think it probably goes the full 25, but I like the minus 175 price on the over 2.5. So that is where I landed. Now let's jump around a little bit. Let's head to Dublin. Bellator 299. Aaron Pico taking on Pedro Cavarro. I will take the under 2.5 in this one. I mean, Pico, when he's winning it, it's typically by knockout, and if you check the odds, he's a minus 1,000 favorite. I think he has all the advantages in this one. I think he's going to come in aggressive, and I think he likely gets the finish. If not, maybe Carvalho is live for a finish, but I think this is likely Aaron Pico getting the knockout. Let's go to 1 Friday Night Fights.
Oh, yeah.
But it's in the morning over here. A little Muay Thai action. I'm going to take Super Leg as a dog, plus 115. This is not my bread and butter. This is not my realm, but some people that I trust their opinions on say that Super Leg is going to get this one done, so I took him at plus 115. Why not? A little action on the Friday morning. Let's go over to boxing. Zhang and Joyce. I will take this one. Fight does not go to a decision at these odds. Minus 158. You got the heavyweights in there. The big boys going at it.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
Joyce, man, 16 fights. 15 have not gone to a decision. Zhang in his career, I believe it is a 26-fight career. He has been past the 6th round just 3 times. And we just saw this fight, what was it, 4 months ago, 5 months ago? And it got stopped in the 6th round. And now you're going to give me fight doesn't go to a decision at minus 158. Maybe I'm getting suckered into something here, but I just couldn't pass it up. I think Zhang likely gets the finish again, but I will just go with the fight does not go to a decision. A couple parlays. I appreciate it. Hopefully, knock on wood, it works out for it. A couple parlays. I do have Johnny Eblen. I think he gets it done with a couple over 1.5s that I feel very confident about. A strictly Bellator 299 parlay. Derog Kelly and Kieran Clark, 2 Irishmen that I think are just getting set up matches in their home country, plus the Johnny Eblen bet. And then a little 2-week boxing parlay to take us over to next week. Hopefully it gets us there. Richardson Hitchens, my guy, and Canelo Alvarez into next week. And hopefully I can just kick my feet up going into next week. I already have a bet in play. And then we talked about a lot of things happening on Saturday. I have to shout out one more where me and Frankie will be on Saturday evening in Freehold, New Jersey. Dead Serious MMA 50. We are going to be there supporting our guy, Jordan Morgan. Former Jet has now turned to MMA. First amateur fight for my guy. He's training with David Branch, former UFC fighter.
Wow.
Yeah, man. He just got his blue belt, I believe, and he will be in his first amateur fight, heavyweight division. Next up-and-comer. We'll be there to support him from the jump. Very much looking forward to that one.
And where's this taking place? Freehold?
Yeah, Freehold. Dead Serious 50.
Wow, I know Dead Serious.
We got some tape of him. We got some tape of him here.
Where is it?
Alex has got it for us. I mean, he's looking crisp.
This is your boy.
This is our boy, man. I mean, we've been waiting on this for a while. Finally comes to fruition this Saturday.
What's his record? Debut?
Debut. Amateur debut, man.
Amateur debut. And how big is this boy?
Big. I mean, we're talking probably 6'4", 6'5".
What is he, 205?
Oh, no.
Heavy.
He's going to be looking like 2.
And how do you know him?
All right, so my roommate worked at the NFL. He played in the NFL, started working for the NFL afterward. We actually met at a one championship party last year. The first Amazon one. We met there. We've been friendly ever since. He's been keeping us updated on this, and he's finally making his debut this weekend. We will be in attendance. Cannot wait.
Friend of the show. You can. By the way, he wins. Have him on the show Monday. Ben wins. Have him on the show.
Yes. We're the regional guys. We are men of the people. We don't go for the superstars. We're the men of the people. I like that.
That'd be fun. All right, a lot of picks there. A lot
going on, man. I mean, Saturday's going to be a whirlwind. Going to start it out at the old Premier League bar. A couple Guinnesses in honor of Bellator Dublin.
Oh my God,
it's a tough one for us.
Rematch of the game I went to. Same location.
Tough one.
Be good. They had a Champions League game yesterday. So maybe they'll be tired or something. Maybe you'll be
We're gonna have to hope. We're gonna have to hope.
Just a couple of things before we go. Thank you very much for that. Korean Zombie updating a story that we spoke about on the show. He said that he was sent gloves from Max Holloway, so he didn't get a second pair, or I guess second pair would. There they are. That is a mensch move from Max Holloway. So he was sent by Max's gloves from the fight signed, and I think as a result, Zombie is donating to the cause in Maui, which is just great. Two great guys. There you have it. A nice check there from Chan Sung Jung, and he wrote about this on his Instagram. So much love to the both of them. All the best, obviously. Go ahead.
Just a quick shout out as well to Max Holloway. Not only the gloves, also threw in some Hawaiian snacks in there.
Dude, I was literally about to say everybody's freaking out about the gloves, but the Lee Hing gummy bears, that's the
What is that? What is
that's
that? What
the
is
move
that?
right
What
there.
is that?
You've had those before.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Shout out to Max, man.
When I go to Hawaii, it's a must. My sister-in-law sends me stuff when she exchanges packages with my wife. Lee Hing is so you know the sugar, the sour sugar that's on
I'm familiar.
Sour Patch or those different candies. In Hawaii, they traditionally also have a sweet, like sugary thing that's from, I believe, a fruit. I forget what Lee Hing actually is, but there's a second kind of coating that they dump on there, and it's absolutely delicious. It's tremendous.
I'm looking at pictures; they look amazing.
Yeah, there's like a red tint to it.
While I have you, Rick, what do you make of this Conor Benn situation? Matchroom announcing today.
The ground plum skin, by the way. That's the sweetness. Anyway, I'm telling you,
it sounds
next
fantastic.
Level.
I'm seeing this
level.
mangosteen.
Anyway, let's move on. Matchroom announcing today that Conor Benn back on Saturday.
Weird.
It's very weird. It's supremely weird for multiple reasons. Number one, he has the issue with the tests last fall when he was supposed to fight Chris Eubank Jr. There's all this talk about did he do it? Did he not? He's sort of cleared, but they say the investigation is still pending. He hasn't been suspended, even though you can then say, all right, he missed out on a payday or two. What is a suspension? They're coming for his head in the UK. They really want something. But then they have him fight in Florida on 3 days' notice. They announce it in Florida, a state that is very lax when it comes to these things. This has not been met. And, I saw I saw this, it came out, and all I wrote, like, wow, that's in 3 days. I was like, holy shit, like, that's in 3 days.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, oh, if this was the UFC, first of all, you fucking idiots. We've talked about all these things from Brock Lesnar to John Jones to everyone in between, okay? Chill the fuck out. Number one. Number two, all I said was it's 3 days. I find this very strange. I find it very strange that they're doing this on 3 days' notice and in Florida, of all places. How do you feel about it?
I think optically it's a bad look, right? Like, we're dealing with a situation where Conor Benn is saying, hey, I'm innocent, has many times called for wanting to see the process all the way through and clearing his name and all these things. But in the meantime, has kind of flirted with the idea of, like, I'm going to fight no matter what. And the circumstances surrounding this fight being announced on 3 days' notice, taking place outside the UK, and just kind of like shoving it in there doesn't help optically. If your intention is like, hey, I'm an innocent man, I'm being railroaded, I want to clear my name, I'll go through the process, but I'm also gonna like have an unsanctioned outlaw type fight somewhere else and just shove it in there. So I don't think it's a great look, but at the same time, Conor Benn can't sit out forever, right? There is a reasonable expectation that, like, you can't just wait for the process if the process is going to take
because
forever.
that's a form of suspension as well, right? Like, he is. So you'd want the thing to go fast. It's just, to me, it's just the optics of 3 days in Florida.
It's the 3 days and outside. Figure out a different circumstance for it. And I'm sure, by the way that they have tried, I'm sure that this was probably not like the best option. This was probably not option one. It's not a good look optically, though. It just really isn't a good look optically. At the end of the day, I don't know if there will be much fallout, though. Like
I mean, people seem
he's
upset
operating
on social media, but I think they want to get him the win to build to the Chris Eubank fight.
Get a fight, and then you build to the Eubank fight. Hopefully, the process has played out fully by then.
Right.
There's some kind of clarity. There's some kind of decision on what's going to happen. In the meantime, he gets a fight again. Like I'm sympathetic to the idea that like if Conor Benn is professing his innocence, and this process is taking this long, he has to be able to fight. He has to be able to kind of stay sharp and not lose years from his career.
Sure.
Look, it has been a long process.
It has been. We're talking about a process that dates back to last really summer, but then it all kind of played out in early October. There's a lot of virtue signaling on Twitter. Like, there's a lot of people who are saying, shame on these guys, shame on it. But like, dude, like, it feels like there's a bit of a double. His drug test didn't happen a month ago. It didn't happen 6 weeks ago. We're talking about something that happened a year ago. And so, if not more than a year ago, if you look at the timeline of when they found out, and that's a whole issue in its own right. But so I'm not going to sit here and say like someone should be banned for life. I saw some people saying like 4 years. No one in the UFC, and they have USADA, is getting 4 years. You know what I mean? Unless you're a bit player, you're getting at worst
or multiple infractions,
right? On multiple instances. So we've seen the rules bent for the likes of, from John Jones to Brock Lesnar to even the Nate Diaz, Jorge Masvidal situation was very, very weird how that all played out. And so all I was saying on Twitter, or trying to, before the freaking mob came after me, was like, let's not pretend this is the only time something like this has happened. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right. And I know there's a lot of attention on him, especially in the UK, but it's just, I just woke up and I was like, wait, that's this Saturday. That's very weird.
That was my exact reaction, was like, this is weird. The optics aren't great, but I kind of understand it too. Like I kind of see it from Conor Benn's perspective and his management's perspective. Like, you can't just wait. You can't just wait forever. There needs to, if anything, all this really tells me is there needs to be an expedition of the process.
Yeah.
Like, this cannot take this long.
Right.
There needs to be a resolution so we understand this. Now, granted, it seems like they had their decision, and then there was an appeal, and this, is longer than the typical process, and it continues to be ongoing. But man, he can't just sit forever. And yes, they will want to do that Eubank fight as they should.
Yeah,
so
80,000 people that they are saying that could draw at Wembley or a stadium like that.
Does it feel bigger now because of the drama
of
everything
element.
that's happened?
If he looks good in this fight and knocks the dude out, like, there's a bad boy element, and Eubank has had this redemption.
I feel like it actually might even like have more appeal to it.
100%.
And it was hot. Because we were talking about it,
but the first fight almost felt like it was like wedged together because of their histories, and now they have their own history, right? Like, because of their parents, because of their dads. Now they have their
both.
own. Yeah,
they have both. Yeah.
All right. Well, I can't wait to hear you guys talk about all of this and more on Monday. Gents, thank you very much. It's time to go. Frank, great job once again. You nailed it.
Thanks.
You really nailed it. By the way, I have some breaking news as well. My son is playing in his first middle school soccer game, and he just scored a goal. How about that?
That's exciting.
Yeah. And he's, not a typical goal scorer. So I'm very excited. A bit bummed that I missed it, because I usually it's a rare Wednesday game. It's usually Saturday, Sunday, and I don't usually miss them for anything unless I'm out of town. But very exciting news. I thought that was breaking news worthy, but apparently Frank didn't, because he didn't hit the music. I guess you can't. Oh, there it is. No, listen, you can't do it after the fact. I thought that word, or those two words, would trigger it always.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
There's a lot going on. And then I thought maybe you couldn't play the music at the same time.
Oh.
But I guess we proved that to be...
That's the busiest.
Tommy Aspinall?
Oh, man.
No? Is he there? There he is, the big man. The big man. Man United win?
No.
They lost?
Correct.
Harry Kane get in?
Harry Kane scored a penalty.
The big man. What about Arsenal? Win?
Let's see.
This body. The time is.
4-0 PSV.
Wait, who?
4-0.
Who won?
Arsenal.
Okay, wow. Well done. All right, well, congrats to them, and congrats to everyone who joined us today. Thank you very much to Aljamain Sterling, Raul Rosas Jr., Loopy Godínez, Jessica Rose Clark, Jared Cannonier, and, of course, the great Anthony Smith. They'll be back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.